Peace, 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 peace. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Peace. It's a
Another
long.
day. Another day.
Yes, sir.
Another talk. I see Smashing Idols in the house. I gave him the
Mm-hmm.
link. He can come on if he want to come on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Well,
shalom, fam.
mhm.
Smash.
But as you can see, the title is basically we're just gonna do a little simple. You know what I'm saying? Talk about the Lashon Qwawdash. And the Lashon Hakodesh. They're
Mm-hmm.
different, but a lot of us don't, catch on to it and it slips through. You know what I'm saying? It's two different, what you call, tongues, like literally, of the Hebrew. One being more old and the other one being like, created, go like with the ink pad edition stuff like they should do with the Raven his bird, his, what is it called,
Right.
Gabare, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
hmm
Gabara.
Garbage. What's going on, Smash?
Hey, Shalom, my
Shalom.
Shalom. Shalom,
hmm
Yep,
Shalom, boy,
shalom.
Shalom.
hmm
How y'all doing? How y'all doing this day?
Doing all right. You know what I'm saying? As long as you can pinch yourself and take in some fresh air, let some out. You got to be feeling blessed. Blessed among the living.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just
Yes,
Another
glad to
sir.
day.
be
Yeah,
off
man.
here.
Glad you could join us, man.
Yeah, I literally just got off the clock, bruh. They has been working me like a Hebrew slave. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah?
No, he did. Hey. Hey.
I
Mm.
know the feeling, trust me. I know the
Oh,
Yeah,
feeling.
yeah.
so yeah,
Oh,
so I
we
just
all.
came in. I just want to, what I'm saying, support. That's all.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good. We're gonna support you too, 'cause, we're getting you set up for some scriptures and some, presentations and whatnot. I know you got things on your mind too. You know what I mean? You DOA too, so
Mm-hmm. They always welcome.
yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, Torah only spots is like very, very scarce. You know what I'm saying? And for some reason, I don't know why, people don't get together. I try to form something. You try to form something. It's another one or two try to form, but we just don't get it all together. That's the problem. You know what I mean?
All
And a
right.
lot of things is Christian based, so they tend to work together. It seems like they work together even with like the Egyptologists and and the atheists. You know what I'm saying? Especially on like the what they call it,
Right.
the higher
I ain't, I ain't,
HOK and all that junk.
I ain't gonna flex. I'm burnt out, bruh. I done spent damn near 5 years, bruh, trying to, what I'm saying, warn people behind the scenes with other brothers, not DOA, but them family. We could hop on spot and be authentic. But you know what I
hmm
mean? Just, dealing with brothers and stuff, and it's like, damn, you know what I mean? You don't know how to direct yourself according to the scriptures, at least. It don't mean like, what I'm saying, act like you holier than now and all this. It's just like be yourself, but be a real one. You know what I mean? According to the scriptures. And it's like I'm burnt
hmm
out on the whole thing. I don't give a, you know what I mean? It's like y'all, everybody Zephaniah 2 and 1, but nobody do it, or they only want to do it on their own time. And it's like, bro, I'm done.
hmm Nah,
Yeah, it makes sense, man. For real, what you said. When the beginning of my walk, man, I'm not gonna cap, and I'm a very honest and open person, man. And I try to communicate with everybody. When I at the beginning of my walk, I was like that, man. I was like that holier than thou type dude. You wouldn't have liked me, bro. I promise you. I was off the
hmm
chain. But I
no, it's
know
just
now, life is real, man. And things happen, man. And
exactly.
you just have to adjust and roll with it and do the best you can, man. And like you said, man, you got to be authentic, man. Best way.
Yeah,
hmm
yeah, yeah, man.
Brother Yasha, what's going on, brother? Welcome back.
Shalom, elder.
Blessings to the fam.
hmm Yeah, I just said, you know. I know the topic was gonna be about the Lashon and all that stuff, but I said, you know what? That's kind of one of those topics where it's like pointless, you know what I'm saying? It's not something that really like literally, you know what I'm saying, makes a big deal because we all know literally, the origin of the thing. You know what I mean? Except for a few brothers, like, J Judah Dash and all. It's more important things to deal with. You know what I mean? Like this walk.
I think
You
the
know?
important part with dealing with the language is it all everything's go back to truth. It just go back to the truth. And if somebody is saying something about this language and it's not the truth, then that's important. It's the reason why the languages is important is because what these guys do, man, is they play on the intellect
Mhm.
of the masses, man. Okay,
Mhm.
and they have to come up with some type of ploy to make
Mhm.
them appear bigger than you.
Shuffle
I
himself in the
know
deck to the
something.
top.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
know something that you don't. Therefore, as long as I have some type of knowledge that you don't, and if you
Mhm.
do know it, I'm gonna teach it to you in sparingly to where I can always be above you.
Hey,
Mhm.
And
you
it's
hit it right on
almost
the
like that.
head.
It's almost like
Exactly.
that Geico commercial, that the insurance commercial where the old fisherman, threw out the fishing rod with the dollar on it, and every time the,
Gotcha.
the girl would reach for it, he was like, "Oh, you got to reach a little higher than that."
Dangling the carrot, basically.
Yeah,
You're right.
Yeah.
Hey, hey. So look, even that. Okay, so the elder, he said, I agree to a certain extent. Language is important now, but I do want to say this, and I want to make a disclaimer. Y'all know. I mean, and Judah Naz, don't make a video on me and all of this. All right, but I don't agree with a lot of stuff that whatever about him. But I ain't gonna lie, with the language to a certain extent from what I've studied myself, the brother correct. A lot of people not understanding. Even if you said it was Judith, that would be the name more than it's called Hebrew or Iberi. And he goes to scripture to prove that. You know what I mean? And I would only say, even just to like calm down all the little bullshit, because everybody want to make it about themselves all the time. Every time you turn around, somebody bring out something, they think it's about them, and they gotta make a. So now I gotta have somebody to go against me, and it shouldn't be about that. You know what I mean? So the language itself, bro, we gotta really, when he's telling us, when he said it, bro, plenty of times, and I don't listen to him, but I know this just from studying myself. You go to Isaiah or First Kings, they start talk about to speak to us in this. If you go to the so-called Yiddish or Hebrew language, it's gonna say you, or it's gonna say you did. It's not gonna say Hebrew, and it's like common sense, and people not realizing. And he's just saying this Yahweh Dayab, and according to the language that I go by, which is the Yahweh Dayab, they were speaking Yahweh Dayab. They wasn't speaking quote unquote Russian Hebrew or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, we just gotta realize what is going on. It's games and words. You know what I'm saying, that they playing on us.
Well, it's tongue. Tongues. You got to remember, if you really go back to the beginning, literally, I can use like Genesis 10, key scripture. And in Genesis 10, this is way before the Hebrews, the Hebrews, all of that. Those titles, names, etc., were, obviously way before, like you had your Europeans and even America and all that stuff. And it tells you clarity there, like, certain families had their own tongue, you know what I'm saying? And within those families, they had their own tongue. So literally to strict something
Exactly.
to a specific language, you know what I mean? It's kind of like where we going? Didn't they communicate back then? You know what I'm saying? And they all, did not speak the same, dialect, but they still understood one another somehow. You know what I mean? But one word to you may mean a different word for this guy or that guy over there or she over there. So you got to remember when you communicate, right? You communicating the best you could do, and I have to try to understand it the best I can. But being a barrier, that's a different thing. You know what I'm saying? Because when you're dealing with the Most High, and I have to say it like that, because some of us can say Yah, and some of us can say, what I'm saying, Ahio or whatever. But if we're dealing with the Most High, which is a neutral title for the Almighty, you know what I'm saying? We can say, what is He concerned about more? He's concerned more about our purity in our hearts, right? He's more
Right.
concerned about that. So think about it. When it comes down to tongue, right? It's literally basically coinciding with the purity of your heart. So really,
Mhm.
whatever language word you use, if you think about that, the purity of your heart ties it back to you connected to the Most High. I mean, that's not hard. You know what I'm saying? Not hard.
Mhm. And then like
Yeah,
this,
I
for
agree.
instance, like the scriptures say to let us reason together. So it's like the reasoning is, especially like when it comes to the community of us only serving Yah.
Hmm.
When it comes to that, we need to like back up a little bit and understand we are dealing with some people that set idols in the midst of the congregation of Yahweh to
Hmm.
defile it. You know what I mean? So
Right.
then even the wordplay, like they say, we see like the title Lashon or Lashawan Qwawdash. It's like honestly, to like no disrespect to either, or like super disrespect to one side because they in like that's like they are idolaters. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
They racist idolaters, I would say. But Lashawan Kodash or Lashon Kodesh, those aren't even languages. That means holy tongue. That's it.
That's it.
So
You hit it
so
on the
now,
nose.
yeah, you know what I mean. So
100%
I'm gonna
agree.
go ahead and let you hit it, Elder.
No, you hit it right on the nose. You basically served this one up instantly. It both means holy tongue, but it's just like I kind of explained it to how the purity of your heart is connected with your tongue. It's the same thing. Say, if you came up with say if you can't, you mute, right? You still communicate with the Most High, but your muteness, right? I can't understand it. Bakar can't understand it. Brother Yasha can't understand it. Your neighbor can't understand it. But the Most High can understand it because of the purity of your heart. Am I correct? And you don't even have to, uh, what you call, speak or spew out anything coming from you. Correct?
I agree
Facts,
100%.
facts. Come,
Hmm.
come.
Yeah. It's just
Yeah.
when like when people come up like Brother Yasha said, and they all of a sudden trying to use that as an advantage on edge, I guess, to promote themselves more higher to the top is when I have a problem with it. Which I have a problem with that because guess what? You're talking to a brother right here, right? I can't speak not an ounce of any Hebrew. I can't read it without using tools of any Hebrew. But I guarantee you, I know those scriptures better than a lot of those that can speak it fluent. You know,
Facts.
I
you know what I
think
mean?
I think what the
Hmm.
issue is, like, you know, I don't know, man. I mean, I know, and I don't mean to offend nobody, right? But I do have to tell the truth. You know, when we're dealing with language, I think that if when you're talking about teaching, when you're teaching something, when you're talking about something, you should talk about something that you know. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And when you're talking about something that you don't know, and
Mm-hmm.
you're speaking at it from a position of authority, that is called the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? That is not a good thing.
Not at
And I'm
all.
saying that it really bothers me, when people who do not speak the language speak so authoritatively about the language. And this is why they understand people like Judah Naz and Lashawan Kadesh. You know, me personally, I have been studying this Bible in English 46 years.
Mm-hmm.
Became a ordained minister at like 18.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's serious reading of the Bible. Serious.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now that's in English. I have my understanding in English, but and then I began to learn the language, and
Mm-hmm.
over years I got better, and I've gotten better. I am not the greatest, but I have a basic understanding of the language. My basic understanding of the language, I am saying that the English translation and the Hebrew translation are worlds apart.
They are worlds
I'm
apart.
saying that your English translation is so mistranslated
Mm-hmm.
that it should be respected as a totally other book, and it is. It is
Mm-hmm.
connected with your Christian
Mm-hmm.
Bible. Okay. And it is another book. It is a completely different work. I'll give you
Absolutely.
a simple example. Like, let's say, for instance, in your English Bible, you'll do your research and you'll learn about the Red Sea.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll tell you how Moses across the Red Sea. But
Mm-hmm.
when you go read the Hebrew text said Moses crossed a place called Yam Suf.
Mm-hmm.
Yam
Yum soup.
Suf does not translate the Red
No, it
Sea.
don't. It's reed.
It says it
It's a little
translates the
peninsula,
Sea
ain't it?
of Reeds.
That's right.
Now
Reed.
that
Mm-hmm.
opens up a can of worms.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now there's those who don't want to believe that they have been tricked and fooled and will mislead you
Right.
to say that the Red Sea and Yam Suf is the same. But the truth and the reality is that has been an argument and a debate that has been going on longer than the Bible has been translated into English.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
so it is not a fact that the Red Sea and Yam Suf is the same because Yam Suf is not the Red Sea. Yam Suf.
Absolutely.
Right.
There are those who say
It's just
that
this
the
is
reason why
wordplay
they
though.
can't find while I'm a debater, so there's people that have debated against us on the Israelite there's no archaeological evidence. Like they have checked the waters and everything. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, they have not checked the waters because right there in the Red Sea is some of the deepest trenches of water in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So then
See, I
they
didn't
have
know that.
not been all the way down there. But so
Mm.
they have not covered every expanse of it, But the reality is
Wow.
that could it be that you have not found it because you're searching in the wrong spot?
Exactly.
Exactly.
What we are to do is go by what thus saith the Lord. And thus saith the Lord did not come to us in English.
No, it did not.
When we get this thing in English, and by the time that European white man has put his hands on it, he has translated that book into a whole nother book.
Right.
He inserted European paganisms. And he has through interlopings, and he have mixed European paganisms inside of Hebrewisms that it don't belong.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
understand what I'm saying? Then he
I
have
agree.
he used the language and the ignorance of the people to mistranslate words into things that they do not mean.
Correct.
Con.
I agree too.
Now, what he have done is tricked us into following paganism and not following Yah. That's the
100.
reality of it because the truth, you can read the Bible in English all you want to and come out wrong. This is the reason why there's so many hundreds and hundreds of religions and denominations out of that one book. And then the Hebrew Israelites, who are the New
Facts.
Testament guys who are taking that book and misusing it the more and the more, they should be reading Tanakh, the Hebrew Tanakh.
Well, hold on, brother Yasser. Hold on. We'll pause for a second on that. Stop at that because we're gonna come right back to that part. You just said a good point, and I agree with you on a certain aspect of that, specifically about those when you say Hebrew Israelites, or I have to say black
Yeah,
Hebrew Israelites,
yeah.
more than likely. That connection right there, right? And put the English with it, because we can put the English with it. They think they're correcting the English, by going all black, so called, with their new versions and writings and whatnot. But at the same time, they're still connecting with the so-called Europeans versions, because when you deal with the New Testament, that's the only way you're gonna get any of that, I guess, Hebrew Christian side out of it. You get what I'm saying? The Hebrew
May,
thought is put on the side. You know what I'm saying?
may I interject? There's a just a simple learning of the Hebrew language, and you'll find that it is very, very easy. It's not hard at all. Now, I'm gonna give you just one more example of how a misunderstanding of what thus saith the Lord in the original language before it was twisted and tampered with. Now, I was listening to Tazariak one day, and I have it. There's a video. Y'all could go on Yasha Ben Israelite Thought channel, and there's some videos that I have of me correcting Tazariak. He was reading, I think it was it Psalms 82, I believe. Which no, Psalms 110 or Psalms 101, the one where it says something about the Lord said unto my Lord, sit thee on my right hand.
Psalm 10.
Yes. Well, he interpreted that, and he was reading that to say that the Lord said unto my Lord. And he went to use that to basically come with a whole wrong interpretation of that text because he don't know Hebrew. He was trying to say that was to say that the Most High was saying to Jesus to sit on his right hand. And that's not what he was saying, brother. The
But
most
hey, but hold
if you
on.
read the text, let me finish. If you was to read the text in Hebrew, it said Yahweh said to Adonai, sit on my right hand. Yahweh and Adonai. Now, Adonai does not mean God. And 90% of the times of the words of Adonai written in the scripture, it was referred to a powerful, strong man. Sarah referred to Abraham as Adonai. We
Right.
referred to him as my Lord, Adonai. Almost every
Oh,
time
that's a
that the
good
word
drill.
Adonai was written in the
Right.
Bible, it was referring to a man. And so when Yahweh was saying, Yahweh was saying to Adonai. And who is Adonai? If you go back to the very first beginning of the text say this is a letter, this is a
Exactly.
song,
Come on.
this is a poem written
I
La,
agree.
which is to and for King David.
Hey, so listen. See, now with that being said, right there,
I agree,
when
man.
you're dealing with these idolaters, so they lie to their people and say that they going into a language anyway to say something, and then we still get a backlash. And then, well, not we, because you
But
don't go
they wouldn't
by.
do that to me, brother. They get
Yeah.
spanked up when
My,
it comes
No,
to
no, no,
Yahweh.
no, no, no.
hold on for a
Never
second.
mind.
Hold on for a
I don't
second.
want
Hold on for a second. Let me respond a little bit. The thing is, though, I understand even that. But the factor really wasn't language there that the problem was. The problem was their idolatry was their problem. They didn't really listen to the
exactly.
language whatsoever. They listened to whatever they got taught to them through some type of, I guess, a commentary type of situation. You know what I'm saying? What
But
they was
somebody
taught.
has to
They're not
lie
leaning on
about
the
the
language. They're
language.
leaning on what they was
But
taught to believe.
somebody
That's
taught a
what I was
lie
trying to say.
about the
You can't
language,
put that on
saying
the
that
language.
yeah, somebody taught a lie about the language. In their teaching of their paganism and their idolatry, they're lying about the language because the word Adonai is not exclusive to Yahweh only. The word Elohim is not exclusive to Yahweh only.
So I got a question. So what is the word
Well, I
Adawan
agree
mean?
100% with
So,
that.
The word Adawan
I
is
agree with that.
the mispronunciation of Adonai or Adon.
okay. So now we have so exactly. So now you're dealing with idolaters and their little spectrum. But when you're dealing with, when you're dealing with somebody that only deal with Yahweh, right?
Okay.
and he going and he studies the language too, Samaritan, all of that.
Hmm.
If you're listening to it and you're understanding this language is called a certain language, that has nothing to do with the idolaters. The idolaters just remember it, that language, whatever language, it belongs to us anyway. It was gonna come back to us anyway. Everybody says, well, he's gonna restore to us a new language, but we're all learning a new language right now.
Right.
Now, see the problem with that becomes is that like how you guys say, I read it in English. I'm a master in English. I say kudos, but that's not good enough
I don't say
because
that. I don't.
well,
No, no, no.
I
Hold on,
didn't
hold on, hold on,
interrupt
hold on, hold on,
nobody.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Stop for a
I did
second.
not interrupt
Well,
nobody.
no, no. Before you
Can,
go there,
No,
can I
no,
finish
but
no,
you're
what I'm
trying to
you can
put
saying?
me
have the floor. You
somewhere.
can have the floor, but let me say something to that because I think
You're
the
gonna make me forget what I was fixing to
no,
say.
no, no, no. I'm saying to you before you say that, before you
All
address
I'm
what you're
saying,
going to
you
say.
put me somewhere that I have nothing to do with. That's all I'm saying.
Right. And the same
I
thing.
don't. I'm done.
I want to say
Y'all
something
done made
too.
me forget what I had to say.
Right. But I
I'm
want
done.
to. You'll be able to be
And
back and
y'all
say it.
succeeded and made me forget what I had to say. I'm done.
Right. Right. But you'll be able to respond back. I just want to say when my statement was I don't speak Hebrew, meaning I don't use my tongue to bring it out my mouth. I don't read it, but I understand it. I probably understand it probably better than those that speak it. So I was trying to say that the language part isn't the barrier. It's the idol that's in those that believe in that idol that's their own barrier.
What made me come up here is that I heard someone talk about Torah Knights and Judah Nash, someone on this panel, right?
Hmm.
And Judah, they don't talk about idols, okay? They talk about Old Testament and they use that bogus language and they're deceiving people with it.
Hmm. Which one would you
Well,
consider? Well, which one would you consider more uh
The
of the
Lashawan
language?
Kadesh is bogus with a capital B.
I agree
He
can
with you.
don't, but
can
he
I
doesn't say but he
Listen. I
don't
agree
say
with
he
you on
speaks
that.
to Lashon
But
Qwawdash.
let's show them why the Lashawan Qwawdash is bogus. All
For
right, let's show them
every
why.
reason in the world. Now, for every reason. I didn't come prepared for that, right? But if you just
Man, you stop
let us do a
speaking.
part two of this tomorrow, and
Sure, no problem with
let
that.
me bring you a very and I will substantiate all of the reasons why the Lashawan Kadesh is bogus.
Right, I understand that. I'm not putting you on the spot anyway, because like literally,
Cool.
like I just what I'm saying to you, to me, and I'm gonna prove it tonight that really the language barrier, right, isn't the problem. It's the idolatry, that they be bringing on,
But
regardless of what
I agree.
source of language that they use. Because if we went sources,
Judah
right?
Nassman is not bringing up
See,
idolatry.
see this.
No, no,
See once again. Come on, bro. Hey, all right, shalom, y'all. This is
no,
stupid
no,
shit.
stay. Go ahead,
I
finish
use
what you
his
were saying.
name because we're still talking about the umbrella of the language.
Well, put it like this: I don't think that Judah Nash is literally the problem with that statement. I think with Judah Nash is the problem is he's actually using a source of language that's associated with idolatry. So whether he says anything about that idol or not doesn't matter because he does use that source and he puts down other people that don't follow that idol. And he's
I,
putting that source that he has as more credible than what I'm saying than someone else's sources, and that's supposed to make him look like he's better than someone else because
I
that's not true.
I'll just say I'm man enough to agree to disagree, and that don't mean that I hate anybody or dislike anybody. That don't mean that I want to run off the show because somebody is disagreeing with me. Y'all disagreeing with me. I'm disagreeing with y'all,
Can,
and
can I
I'm man
respond to that
enough to
real quick?
I don't
disagree.
think none of us is disagreeing. I think what we're doing is we're
I
over
am
talking.
I am
Mhm.
vehemently disagreeing with several points that everybody have said.
But do me a favor. I know you don't have it tonight, right? Yeah, I mean, you might don't have it tonight. Do you have any access to, like, say, what we have as far as the original writings? Do you have anything that we could like use? I mean, because I have, I think I probably have like maybe a couple of things that's like associated with it. I don't, there's nobody has nobody really has the authentic, autographs.
I don't have it, and I don't have to have it. What
Right,
you
right.
have to have, what you have to
What I'm
have.
saying is the reason why I'm saying to have it so that
Okay,
we can
well,
actually read from what's there on it.
you're not going to get it. It don't exist. This is what I'm saying.
So
What
how
you
can
have,
we?
what you have. This is what you have to have, and this is what
Mhm.
you need. You need the oldest full text that you can find. And now you go back to the Aleppo and
Right,
your
right,
and,
right. That's
and-
where
and
that's where we
you go
that's where
back
we can come
to
from. Right,
your but
right,
what I'm telling you is that as one who studied this, that the Aleppo, that you have to study modern to get to the Aleppo because it's the
right,
same thing.
right. That's why I put up here on the screen here. I have a actual
And I'm
copy of
saying that
of
the
that
Aleppo
in its
is the
actual language.
right, and I'm saying that the Aleppo is identical to the Masoretic.
Right,
Because
exactly,
all of it is Masoretic.
absolutely,
The Dead Sea Scroll is Masoretic.
exactly.
Over
Got a
there,
excuse me.
which is Old Testament, who do not preach the idol, right?
Hmm.
It's telling you different than what I'm saying.
Right, but this
Excuse me,
is.
sirs. I got a
Mm-hmm,
question real quick, just to
mm-hmm,
cool the water off.
mm-hmm. No,
I
yeah,
just got
y'all
a
should
question real
just
quick
go
for
ahead, cool.
Yasha.
I want Smashing
Uh,
Idol to come back on so we can get
yeah,
back
man,
into
he
it.
got to work on that
Hold
temple,
on for a
man.
second. So
But I
hold on
got
for
a
a second. I
question though
got
for
something.
Yasha.
Hmm.
I'm not going to
I
be able
had,
to answer it. I got to do something for a second. Just give me about 3 minutes.
man,
All right, but
uh,
go ahead, brother Vakar, and Smashing Idol, come back on, brother, hop back on.
yeah, man, we all brothers. They
Hmm.
elders, man. We just gotta be patient, man, because we fiery and they already been in it, man. So
Hmm.
I'm back. I had to
just
order
chill.
something. What I would not do is apologize if I didn't disrespect or offend no one. My beliefs and my study and my research is solid.
Well,
So I had
hopefully,
a question for you, Yasha.
hopefully, Smash will come back on. So we can. This is about to
Yeah,
get. It's not like a heated conversation against anybody, because
right.
in the
And
end,
I
Right.
I'm
think
going to clarify it.
and I'm not going to be gaslighted to feel as if though that I did anything or said anything wrong
No, you
or
didn't do
offended
anything.
anyone.
You
You know
just
what I'm saying?
you
Because I
didn't do
did.
anything.
Right.
You didn't do anything. It's just that you know what. It's situational at this point. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? You know what I mean? Situation.
Yeah.
But go ahead, ask that question, Vicar.
Yeah, I understand too, because like I said, coming from where I'm from and down south, I was very, very, very emotionally angry. Nobody wanted to see that. But anyway, my question was, Yasha, I just wanted to know, man, like I said, just to cool down the water. I wanted to know, like, your very first time, because I know you say you grew up in the regular, was it Baptist or Pentecostal church or something like that?
Yeah, Pentecostal Church of God in
Pentecostal church.
Christ, Holiness Church. Yeah.
Mhm. So I wanted to know when was your first moment of awake when you was awakened, far as like to realize that hey, this is an idol and that you needed to learn the Hebrew way of studying, like
It,
that
it, it,
exact moment.
it happened through once I after
Say what year?
I'll give you approximations because I've been doing this
Okay,
stuff for a long time, and I don't care. I don't have a journal where I write down
okay.
stuff like September 5th, 8 a.m. 2056.
Gotcha.
I don't live my life like that.
Hmm.
But I'll give you a synopsis of basically when I came into this awakening because I think you're talking about Christ if I'm not mistaken.
No, not no. When you put off the idol, when you first came to the realization of
Well,
hey,
the idol we're
Christ
talking
is the
about is Christ, right?
yeah, yes.
Yeah. So same thing, right?
Yeah.
You know, I went through the Christian church. I became an Israelite, a
Right.
New Testament Israelite.
Oh, New
Okay.
Testament Israelite.
Yeah, I came a New Testament Israelite. My first influences was through. It was not a one with experience at all. It
Mm-hmm.
was through Ben Ami Ben Israel over in
Oh,
Israel,
okay.
the kingdom of Yah, people who study the language and who speak it and all of that, right?
Hmm.
And so They didn't teach Jesus like one West groups or even the Christian church or any of that. And I still respect their views to this day because they
Hmm.
don't worship him or any of that, right?
So they taught
But
him
I'll
like a
get off into
prophet.
that. I'll get off I ain't here to talk about that. Let's skip fast
Mm,
forward. Now, in my research, I become this guy. I become this brainiac. I started studying and reading all these books, and I just started buying books and all these pro-black
mm,
books and Israelite books. And I ran across this guy named Rudolph Windsor. Okay, and Rudolph Windsor wrote a book called Judea Tremble, and in that book, and Ben Ami also wrote a book called Jesus the Christ versus Yeshua the Hebrew Messiah.
mm,
And by the time I finished reading these books, Rudolph Windsor, which was an Old Testament Israelite, made it clear
mm. So
that
Rudolph
Jesus
Windsor.
was the whole Jesus thing was a fraud
Rudolph
in that
Windsor.
book.
Huh?
In that book, and I didn't like it, man. I was mad. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody have explained it so clearly to where I couldn't
Right.
argue. But I still had my arguments, and I still held on to it. Right?
Okay.
I still held on to the New Testament stuff. What began to start happening is that I began to start listening to both sides of the argument, to both sides of the arguments. And I began to start studying the Hebrew language. And when I began to start studying the Hebrew language, things became clear. Like, say for instance, uh, uh, uh you like Isaiah, for instance, they'll tell you that Isaiah, Matthew would say that Isaiah prophesied a virgin birth.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But when you go back in English, you'll have a hard time fighting these people because your English verse in Isaiah 7 says that talk about a virgin birth. That a virgin shall bring forth a child and his
He done fell off.
Man, it fell off. Fell off.
Guarantee he's still talking to.
Yeah. Smash and I know if you can hear, come back on. Come back on. You know. What was your question? What was your question regarding to we brother Yasha come back on?
Oh yeah, it was basically about I wanted to know his first experience with the truth because what I realized, I'm still young regardless to you and the other elders. It's like I realized through observation, like everybody come to this moment in the crossroad where they realize what is actually truth, and they make a decision within themselves to actually follow that truth, with our most high God, or they turn their back on it. And so I just wanted to know, like, when was his exact, you know, uh pivotal moment that he made that change and turned around. It's like, oh, wait a minute, something's not right here, was the truth. Because I know I went through it myself, and I know every believer does. And I just want to know his, moment.
Yeah. I mean, if he comes back, I mean, try to
He
text him.
probably don't even he probably even know he knocked off.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, put it like this. Put it like this. It make it easier. As far as the thing, not to put Judah Nash in it to that point, but I think Judah Nash is kind of in it because the
Mhm.
situation. I even said something last night, literally about the situation with like the main subject of this was like
That's
the
smashed,
two
yeah.
the two renders, like the Laquan, and those do make a difference. I don't think how much someone can speak a particular language really makes a difference because, like I said, if it came down to it, you're gonna have to go with the sources that they're gonna be using. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I can't learn uh Hebrew unless I have a Hebrew source to learn it from. You get what I'm saying?
Right,
And
exactly.
that's what I'm trying to say is the bulk of it. The bulk of it is
Hmm.
between those two. You know what I'm saying? The Lashon Qwawdash, right? In the
Hmm.
Lashon. Those are the only sources that we're gonna really be able to use to, I was outside of the ink pad this with Garbaray or Menahati.
Hmm.
Other than that, you're gonna have to use the Masoretic text, you know,
Right. My
or you're
my
gonna use
only
Greek, literally the Septuagint. You know what I'm saying? As far as codexes, he was absolutely correct when he said what he said about that. But the only codex that we have, right, is
Hmm.
going to be the Leningradis Codex. You know what I'm saying? The other one is completely lost. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So
Right. I'm
if we go
tracking.
back to the Leningradis, then it's that's going to be very biased towards those that believe in the Lashawan Kodesh. Because guess what? They don't have
Hmm.
no sources. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And unfortunately, that source, right, that we use the highest point that we can find of the Masoretic text, which would be the Leningradis Codex, is going to still lead back to some form of fashion where they can say there's a European involved. That's where the problem is going to be.
Hmm.
It's their racial biases that's going to make them, you know, that's what's going to hurt them in the end. Because guess what? Now, what are you saying? You get what I'm saying? Because
Hmm.
how are you
Yeah,
going
I
to learn
understand
something
it.
unless you learn it from their source?
And that's my fear right there, and that's why I have not like I study all areas, of different, wisdom and knowledge, and listen to you all, also. But my fear was is the reverence for the Most High God, our eternal Father, because there's no way that I'm gonna delve into a language that's supposed to be the language that we're supposed to be learning in this defiled language. I'm not gonna even put myself in that, and I just have that. To me personally, I just respect the Most High that much,
Hmm.
not to just try to dove into a language that people saying that this might be the language, and then somebody else has come along and say, "Oh, this might be the language." So I
Right.
rather wait because I trust in Him that much, and I will wait until I am actually certain that this is the right knowledge before I start reading and learning. Not to say that
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna try to pick up words here and there, but I'm not gonna, that's just me.
Mm. Well, Smash, you back. You know, this. I, I try to keep it. I'll try to keep it a little more calm and cool if I can. You know what I mean?
I don't got time for personal beefs and shit. Like
Hmm.
every time you turn around in the community, bruh, it's a motherfucker taking something that got something to do with the scriptures and making it about them. And now it's
Hmm.
somebody got to oppose, and it's like, nigga, you not Yahweh. None of y'all ain't none of us Yah. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? If he took away the Sabbath, if he did this, he did that, then he did it, bruh. You motherfucker want to still keep going on about shit, the language and this, like, bruh, chill out, bruh. Like for instance, I really got a disdain for like people trying to go against this and go against that when it comes
Hmm.
to the language, and the reason why is because I'm not worried about no English.
Hmm.
Now, English is what we have to transliterate because
True. Right.
that's what it has been in. But we're talking about we're talking about Assyrian. Like if we get really get deep into it, that script that we see as far as the modern Hebrew, it's actually biblically dated as an Assyrian script. But now
Hmm.
we also looking at what they say is the Canaanite language. But now we're not talking about language. We talk about script, and
Correct. Script.
I think that's where people get misconstrued because when I study the so-called language, I understand I got to transliterate it into English. But in order for me to get it now, if I have a understanding of what the scripts of the Canaanite or the Paleo Hebrew, if I have an understanding of the script, then to I can go to a lexicon or something. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
If I'm studying and go into the lexicon and read, you gotta go. I'm sorry, y'all. Whoever don't agree, I don't care. You gotta go back into the modern Hebrew in order to understand.
I
You
agree
have
with you.
to.
I
But
agree with you.
but you have to understand there's transliterations and translations that they've cut off and things like that. There's
Hmm.
dialects and stuff and there's a pure dialect that is our language. You know what I mean? That's just it. And we have to find that. But people don't understand. I apologize. I'm long with. I'm gonna say this. I'm
No,
gonna cut
no,
off.
no. I'm letting you say what you say. That's the whole key to this right here is have that type of environment where we can get to say what we say and not at the same time, right, take what one person says and go outside of that because that's when the problem, like I said my statement, like and I'll stand by it. I can't read, like when I say read, meaning speak it, I can't write it. That I can't do. But I can understand it because I have tools. Keyword tools. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem with people. I think he's trying to get them hop back on. You
Like,
understand what I'm saying there? What I'm saying now? But yes, there's a difference as far as the actual tongue. That's not the conversation. That it's about the script right now. The two texts is scripts. These are writings. They're both Masoretic texts. Okay, which one is authentic and which one is least authentic is the issue, and that's where we want to draw the line. And that when I think if I was the one that brought up Judah Nash, it was only because, like I said, Judah Nash was brought to my attention that he uses the latter one, and the latter one is associated with the Black Hebrew Israelites, and there's no such thing as a Black Hebrew Israelite that don't believe in that New Testament idol. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
but but this is the thing. I'm
I
not. I'm
just
not a Black Hebrew Israelite, but I go by. I see. This the thing. Their word playing. Once I said once again, the Black Hebrew Israelites, their language that they speak, that they claim that they speak, is called Lashon Qwawdash,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
The language itself
Mm-hmm.
was never called Lashon Qwawdash or Lashon Kodesh.
Nope.
And people that are trying to draw gray lines between that, that's a problem because you have people that take a side because they want to read a script according to this Assyrian or this Canaanite.
Right. Absolutely.
before y'all should jump back on. I just want to say, man, I agree with
Bro.
all y'all, man. I listen to all y'all. But I think
Mm-hmm.
the important thing to realize and perceive is that, you know, not nothing, I'm not going for your head in this match, but I'm the type of person that I just gotta, put it out there, man. True and Yasha, man, both of them elders, man. What I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you might be older than me, what I'm saying, but at the end of the day, it's still some type of, what I'm saying, chain of command and respect there because, they've been on this earth for longer than us and they had more time to study, not to say that, not to take away from, your study and your time you put in, but at the same time, it's like I pretty much y'all almost like the same people, man. You just gotta kind of understand, like Yasha is a little bit older than you by whatever years that is. So he has like more experience. He doesn't mean it how the way he's presenting himself or expressing himself, and it's the same thing for you, man. Y'all actually are both saying the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you really just
No,
listen
no,
to
no,
what
no.
y'all
Hold on, hold on,
saying,
hold on. First of all, because I did hear your statement earlier. You said something about you was younger, you was emotional. I don't have
oh yeah,
no this ain't got nothing to do with no emotion. If I want to have some emotion, I got four daughters and a wife that could have our emotion with. I mean, this ain't got nothing to do with emotion. This got something to do with first of all, when it comes to the elders of anybody ever that know me, they know I respect all my elders. That's one thing that I do. But I'm not gonna sit here and act like, come on, all right, since I mean, bring it out here. Since I'm gonna be honest, Yasha got a prideful spirit. You can't. I've never. You can't teach somebody. You cannot teach somebody that don't want. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna tell you what they know, and that's it, bro. And when it comes to that, bro, it's like I don't have time for that. That's why I got off. You act
right,
like
right,
you act like I was like, hey, yo, hold on. I didn't do none of that. I just got off, bro. I don't have time for that crap. When you 50 something years old, I'm 38 years old, bro, and
okay.
all I've seen
So I
for the
got you by a
last
year.
all I've seen for about the last 7 years, bro, is elderly people that was in this when I was still Baha Shemin. Well, I wasn't Baha Shemin, but I was, you know what I mean, believing in the idol. You know what
Mm.
I'm saying? And I come in, I'm watching the older stuff, and it's like, damn, I don't see a difference, bruh. And I don't care if the motherfucker be like, you're smashed, you got motion problems. I don't care about none of that. We are
Oh
people
man.
as a whole. We are men as a whole. We wonder why we wonder why we can't get no respect from the oppressor. Our women don't respect us, nothing, because niggas still doing the same shit. This a whole new generation. If niggas don't like it, and they can back up, bruh. But when I come back and see, bruh, I'm setting the record straight, bruh. And Ezekiel 22 told us to publicly speak out against the abominations and the transgression of Yasharal. So
Right.
so I don't
Right.
got time. If I done seen 9, 6, 7 years ago, you still doing the same thing, bruh. Something's wrong, bruh. And we
Yeah, I
we
get where
get
you're
the
coming
back
from.
end of it, not them. They gonna be gone sometime soon.
I get I
Yahweh
get
willing, not. But you know what I'm saying. And we gonna have to bear the end of that. And my name and my voice is on this, so I'm speaking what I'm speaking. Ain't nobody gonna try to make it seem like I'm disrespecting the elders. I
no no
go
no
further,
no,
for it, and
bro.
I
You're
No,
respect
not
the
no,
elders.
hold on. I got you.
you're
I
not
got you.
disrespecting the elder. Matter of fact, I'm probably I'm the oldest one on here. I'm older than Yasha by like 4 years, so it's not even about that really. I think what it is because his energy with his
Right, it's
belief
his energy.
versus somebody else's energy, and I think they bumped heads. That's what the thing is, and
Right,
I have
nah,
to
bro.
say, I mean, I don't like to like put one person against the other person. No, I don't like doing that. But at the
Because I
same
love
time,
you, bro. You know that,
mm,
right?
of
Oh yeah,
course,
bro. It ain't no hard feelings or nothing like that, man. Not to cut you off, sir. But man, I don't. It's like only way I can, best way I can explain it. Man, I like you say, I'm 39, man. I got a bunch of brothers, man, and I got a big family, and my whole entire family, man. You might well say we're a bunch of chiefs in there, fighting constantly. Like I grew up, I kid you not, I grew up with my siblings and my uncles and aunties literally yelling and fussing all day. And I came to a conclusion, it's like I said, I wasn't trying to disrespect you, man, if you felt that kind of way, man. And when I made the reference of emotional, I was referring to myself, man, because I was an emotional person, man. I was always angry. So I understand, and being that way helps me understand other people and when they're making, expressions, what they have to say. And what I realize is that you're just expressing yourself. We're just talking. And even if you go use a rational approach to it, it's like the one of the state United States laws is freedom of speech. So as a man, you have the right to, quote or express yourself however you see feel without, the next man getting offensive to what you said. You see what I'm saying? And
hmm
as men, that's how we should be. And that's how we supposed to be. Anytime you around a group of men and you can't express yourself without getting angry, yeah, something is wrong. Where you have to do some inner work within yourself. That's all I was saying. And not saying that's you, but I'm just saying that we have to be mindful as brethren and elders in the younger generation that's coming in, like me and you, because we're the ones that are gonna grab the batons from them, to express that. So we know
you
that,
guys are the ones that's gonna take over after that one because pretty much I'm trying to pass the torch. I said that last night. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm technically the one that's the elder. You know what I mean? But in his circumstances, like when we're dealing with things like this, we should be all on the same unified page because none of us here are
right,
idolites. Not a single
right,
one of us on here is an idolite. All right.
exactly,
And even if we went with Judah Nash, he's supposed to be not an idolite, but we can't really like determine that based on certain things that he do. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna put him on the side because I look at it. You got to think about it. Zion Lex is doing the same thing, and he at one time he was not pushing the idol, but now he's pushing the idol. You get what I'm saying? And the funny
right.
thing is the 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 sources that they like he's used, they're these both of these guys are going against each other, and it's about sources. And then that's the funny thing,
Right.
when you go to sources, they're basically using the same damn source, and I'm trying to
Right. That was
show
Smash just said.
Right. I'm trying to use this tonight to show that both of these are coming from the same source. This the only thing is one is added more racial biases to it. That's the thing. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's none better than the other. It's just that the other one that we say that is more older, Masoretic Tech original, you know what I'm saying? It's just that it was written by people that were not, allegedly of our such and such. But that's not necessarily true. It's just that if they don't know that, what I'm saying, they were all different types of so-called Jews, then that's where the problem is going to start at. You get what I'm saying? You never
Right.
see me turn around and say white man, black man, green man, yellow man.
Yeah, I ain't gonna
I
say
don't
that
never,
neither.
I don't never do that. And think about it. Like I said,
Mhm.
would be the elder, right? I don't do that. But the problem is racial and biases is the problem. That's what the problem is.
Hey, can I
Yeah, I
say something,
just
Elder?
Hmm.
Oh, go ahead, bro. I'll say something after you.
No, you
I,
got it. Got it. Got it. Got it.
I was about to say, man, and slip my mind too. I forgot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so for instance, right, some people that go by the modern Hebrew, they say shalom, right? And
Hmm.
then people that go by it's not the Lashon Qwawdash, it's Yahweh,
Mm.
right?
Right.
Those people they say shalom. So
Shalom. Hmm.
as I start to study more, and this is what I start to understand that the scriptures tell us to seek Yahweh out the book and read, right?
Hmm.
And with that, he even made it to where these people give us a lexicon, and then we have other sources. You
Hmm.
know, if the people go to it, I'll say it. I don't want to say it right now. I'll talk to the brothers about it first, behind the scenes. But there's a site that has the both. It has both. It has both symbols. You
Hmm.
heard what I said, right? Symbols. It has both symbols and the pronunciations of the symbols. There's
Right.
an
Right.
app, and it's the scriptures only. There's no other commentary to scripture, and it's only the Old Testament.
Right.
Even when you go to try to go to anything else, it just show you slaves. It
Hmm.
won't let you go no further than Genesis to Malachi. But I start to realize as I study and stuff like that, scriptures and language, there's a barrier between people teaching. They go out and push the word. You know what I mean? Yahweh God, Yahweh, and this, right? And no slack on anything. That's why I said Yahweh first. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
Yahuwah and all of
Yahweh.
that. They say these things and they don't have the language, like you said earlier, the sources to back it up, right?
Right.
And
Right.
then what happens when they
Yeah,
do that? What happens when they do that though? But one more thing. What happens when they do that is you have people they start regurgitating it and they don't understand. So when I look at the word shalom in in the language in Yahweh Dayat, first of all, it's not shalom. You don't greet somebody as shalom. You greet them as shalom.
Hmm.
The shalom, the wa is the and everybody should know. Even like if you go to the modern Hebrew, you know what I'm saying. I think it's like wu or something like that.
Hmm.
It is the pronunciation of and.
Hmm.
You know what I mean. So
yeah. I
this
seen
whole
you were arguing
time,
with Judah about that
this,
before.
huh?
I said I see you were arguing about Judah about that before when
No,
you were
no,
saying
I
about the whole
no,
Shalom thing and the correct
no.
expression of it.
No, not me. I ain't ever. Only thing I've ever
Well, not
argued about.
argue, but
No,
you was making your
no,
point about it.
no. Nope, nope, nope. The only time, because actually, I just figured this out. Like what, babe?
Oh,
Like
well,
what,
maybe there was
two
something else
weeks
I
ago, a
seen.
week
Never
ago, or
mind.
something. And I don't know why everybody like try to pretend like I be over here on Judah shit. No, motherfuckers can only find Smash and Idol twice on his live, and each time I got into it with him about one was about him having that damn 6 point star, and it's a goddamn star Molech, and
But
being an idolater, and about him
but
believing in JC, and at other time he he did some shit about he was taking sides over a heathen over against what I said. So besides that, I've never even been on his channel. I never, you know what I'm saying, like that. It's only been twice I've ever been up there on this stuff. So maybe you think
Mm.
about Smash Rockwell or something.
Mm.
Well,
Not smashing
when I
either.
say that,
But
man, not to
but
cut
hold
you out,
on.
bro.
Yeah, but I just want to say
Go
this
ahead.
one last thing. But shalom would be the correct way to greet somebody. But somebody's not telling us that. They just saying stuff, and everybody in the community just saying it. But people not going and reading them for themselves and studying.
Mhm.
That's it.
Right, bro. Not to cut you out, bro. Like I said, I don't downplay nobody, man. Even if I come off like that, bro, it's just the way I kind of express myself so people can understand me, and I try to do like different, point of views of how I'm expressing myself. But what I'm actually saying is, man, not to put you down or not to put Yasha down, but at the same time, y'all do speak within like in the same kind of expression of spirit, if you understand what I'm saying. But what I'm actually saying is like y'all kind of like almost on the same wavelength when it is expressing yourself. Like even when I just made my comments, I don't know, I ain't gonna say that you thought that I meant it a certain kind of way, which I didn't. I just was trying to express the fact that that's how he expresses himself. So it's like, okay, from his perspective, he's trying to explain the way that he learned it, which is right, but in the same way, just how he comes off. Because I, share things all the time, and people take what I share as I'm actually going against them, or telling them that I'm the final authority when I'm not. I'm just basically learning from, each and every person, and I'm collecting, compiling thoughts until trying to refine what, the knowledge is that they're teaching, the elders teaching me, and I'm, read and compiling it, and refining it. And that's what you in Yasha is doing, you know.
Mhm.
I got you.
Well, it's all good. It's a beautiful situation. It's just that you know what, you got two strong components, and one of them is not going
Right,
to let the other one go. That's all. It's all
But
good.
right.
but
Like
honestly,
brothers.
I ain't gonna cap with you. It really I don't even have me and him wasn't even getting into it. My thing is, bro, you too old. You like, come on, every time we hear you, you talk about this dude or something like. Remember, it's supposed to be a congregation. If you want to do that, you got your own channel to do that. We congregated to talk about something, not to talk about a person and bring them up. And but this your channel, so you could do that. That's one thing. But you didn't go as far as like I said, energy and all that. Yasha energy gonna bring that energy and Smash an Idol. Every time
Right,
I don't want to hear Smash an Idol did something, said something, and this because motherfuckers love to do that to me.
Hmm.
So I
right.
just
You right.
hopped off. I didn't even say nothing to the brother. I just hopped off.
No, you did. You did. Put it like this: you did the right thing. That's why I still kept communicating with you in the chat anyway, because I didn't want you to go. I wanted to hear you, and I wanted to hear him, and I want to hear anybody, everybody. This one is one of those open ones tonight. So literally, it's not even that. And I just feel that in that type of situation like that, you did the right thing based upon because you at the moment you know what you feel that you're not really gonna get whatever you're gonna get out until he does what he has to do. He does. Trust me, I know he does what he does too. All right, I know that happens. All right, and at the same time, our points got to be made, but we have to at least like if somebody make a statement, don't ride off of their statement and then put them down with their statement because unless that statement is in complete mode, like when I was trying to excel with him, I was not saying anything about I don't
I get it.
understand the language. Trust me, I understand the language. Like and I'll say it, I understand the language probably better than a majority of people. They can't speak 1 ounce of it. You get what I'm saying? But I
Right,
understand it.
right,
You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I use the tools, and everybody
right,
has that same access. However, they come across their way is just a tool for them. That's all. You know what I mean? But to turn around and
right. I
make a
agree.
point out of like say we could use an example. I really didn't want to use like Psalms 110 because when you're using Psalms 110, you kind of you're gonna put gray area in it already. All right. Because if you say a word that's there, I'm going to ask you for that word to show me that word there on print. And on print, certain words, if it's not there, we can't put them there. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
In plain English, yes, it
Right,
says say it says the Lord said. to the Lord. That's plain English, right? Translate that back to the Leningrad's text. What does it say? Does it say the Lord, or does it say Yahuwah? Does it, you know what I'm saying? Does it say Adonai? Does it say, what does it say there? Because when you think about it from that perspective, no matter what, if you communicating it to us who are speaking English right now, I want to hear what it says in English. All right. If it say Adonai, what does Adonai mean in English?
Exactly.
And that's not to put him
Right.
down, but what is it? I'm just using it as an example. What does Adonai mean in English? There's variations there. It can mean the Father. It can, you know what I'm saying? We have to make sure that when we expressing that type of statement there, that we're going about it so that we all can get along in the circumstances. Because if we had no way of seeing a lot of these things and we had to speak the language, now we're gonna have a problem. Because you can't communicate with me if you're speaking your version of Hebrew and I'm speaking my version of Hebrew and you speaking your version of Hebrew. He speak, and we're not, you know what I'm saying? We're not gonna understand each other.
Right. Only thing I can say with that is I understood what he said when he said out of out, because from my own personal studies, I know that the whole thing about the gods and the goddess of the Elohim or Elohim, it's like it is a defiled term because it refers, like you said, Allah, what is it, Allah him, like refers to multiple. So it's that defiled word, like the deities that really was defiled because they were never supposed to proclaim themselves as deities.
Correct. Correct. If we went backwards, especially now you good. If we went backwards, like say we use the word God. What is God in Hebrew?
And
We gotta transliterate that back to Hebrew.
mhm.
And then we
Right.
would have to translate it from what we know of it meaning in English. God means in English. Now I
And
saying
then
God meaning in Greek, but God meaning in English. But common English, that's where we can draw the line together. Common English, we all can agree on those words. But when you go outside of it, Old English, Middle English, and all that, maybe they may have a different meaning. But when I say God, I'm referring to the same God, right, as another person who's speaking French is saying it. You know what I'm
now,
saying?
and now I watch this. Now, then when we playing with the oppressor's transliteration language, you know what I mean, barrier thing. When you talk about God, we can go into the languages and look up into God, and then you can get a whole variation of the word God. You can, it can go from Elohim to
Hmm.
or Alawan or to Alawa or Alahu or Allah
Hmm.
or but no, I mean not Allah. So like take that back. Not the Allah. That's something that people try to put in there and that's false. But you know what I'm saying? But though in L and all, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Those things pertain to God, but in the English, people will say God and it mean a total different thing. We can go into the Hebrew and it'll mean all type of other stuff as Asherah and Baal and
Hmm.
you know what I mean? So
Hmm.
that's what I be saying. Like
Right.
we can put we can't just put a we got to stop with the language barrier stuff, you know what I mean? I personally, I'm not a flip-flop dude. When I understand I'm in captivity, so I understand the transliteration is English and I have to get into the scriptures which knowledge will increase. So we've been given this right here to go into lexicons and stuff to find out the massive meaning behind these words. And when even when we get to the word God, they have two different gods in the English transliteration. They
Hmm.
themselves tell you you have a God which can be anything, and then God as in the Almighty, right?
Correct.
Then
Correct.
we gotta go and but if we stick there, then we're stuck and we're like, you see that? It say God right there, but we're not going into the massiveness of the literature.
Right. 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 But on the panel right now, and if Brother Yasha was on the panel right now, he'd be the same too. We're all Torah only. We're all Yah only. There's no idol in our minds. Correct. We can all agree with that, right? So
Uh,
when we referring to something, we know, you know what I'm saying, what we're talking about. But like
Right.
say if
I
we
get
had
it.
an idolater on here, they may have it where when we saying that, there's like think Think about America. In God we trust. Somebody can say, what God is he talking about?
Right.
Because we
I
know in
ask all the
America
time what God you
people
talking
believe in
about.
different gods.
hmm
You know what I'm saying? Hmm.
I gotta ask people all the
And
time what
somebody can say,
God
well,
you
you
talking
got to talk
about.
about the God of Israel
hmm
because if you're saying the God of Israel, then what that's got to do with, you know what I'm saying, the, what you say, the European gods? Nothing.
Right.
But we should always be on the same page because we're all Torah only here.
Right. And that's what I was expressing. Like they basically both is on the same page. It's just how they express themselves that can come off offensive. Like I made the expression earlier. It's like I grew up in a house full of people talking loud, man. Like if you were around me and like some of my family members, you might would get mad because tend to get mad, growing up because how they talk, man. But the people that know us, they like, yeah, y'all just talk loud, man. What's wrong with y'all? And
Hmm.
that's how we are, man. That's how we express ourselves. And
Put
it's
it
no
like
offense
this.
to anybody.
Put it like this. Say if we had someone that with a New Testament persuasion in here, and someone says the Lord said, right? Now, we already know that it's going to be some confusion there because he might consider the Lord he's referring to is JC, right? And in our case, no,
hmm
yes, we know that the Lord could be, you could be a Lord, like Abraham was a Lord, my Lord. We know that, but when
Right.
we're talking in that status, we only going to refer to the Lord as Yahuwah, which means the Lord, basically, and we ain't going to be confused off of it. It's just the
No.
line is drawn when you have different, I guess, religious beliefs, and then
hmm
that's when that transliteration and translation and then transcribing makes a big difference.
Right.
You
And
get what I'm
none of us
saying?
saying, ain't none of us saying the Lord and the Lord God. Like somebody else.
That's a
The
whole different.
Lord
That's
Hey,
a
God.
whole
hey, hey,
different.
no,
That's a
hey,
whole different
What?
hey,
camo there.
hey, but look, but look though, even in that aspect right there, the Lord God, when you
Mm,
get to that, everywhere that you see the Lord God don't always mean Adawan Yah or Adawan Yahuwah, Adawan Yahweh, Adawan Yahweh.
Right.
It don't always mean that. Sometimes, like if you go to like Isaiah 12:2, right,
Hmm.
you'll see that. And then look, people will be like, they'll see the capital LORD
Hmm.
and then capital God, and they'll be like, uh they'll be like the sovereign or the mighty, you know what I mean? And then but if they won't go into the language, they won't go to the lexicon, and they'll see, wait a minute, this right here, this Isaiah 12:2 breaks a barrier of these people trying to separate the name of Yah into whatever other name. They, you got those people that it's only Yah. His name is only Yah. But then when you go there and you see Yah, Yahweh, or Yahweh, you see that clear as day. But you got to go into the language.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And then
right.
like you go to Psalms, like I think it's like Psalms 118 or something. All through the scriptures, all through that whole chapter, you got Yahweh, Yah, Yah, Yahweh, Yah, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yah in the same scripture sometimes. And it's
Hmm.
like, okay, so now we got teachers out here partially teaching, saying stuff, saying the language, but not saying it. And then going to the scriptures, they say that they biblical in the scriptures and stuff, but they're not saying the correct words with what in English how it should be. You know what I
Hmm.
mean?
Well, ain't nobody perfect
Coincidence.
though, man.
And we
You
do.
know.
We should all be aware that English being as it is, it's always changing. It's changing every day.
Right. Even with
So
the lingo
what?
we speak
Right. It
down in
changes every day.
Montgomery.
Hmm. That's
But like
where
it ain't
it's important.
uh,
It's important. It's important to kind of understand everyone's, I guess, tongue or dialect.
hmm
Then we got the issues that we can iron out. Like your dialect is gonna be like, say, he's Mississippi. He's gonna have a Mississippian dialect.
hmm
If they had to call me a Yankee, New York
hmm
dialect. You know what I'm saying? And I'll say
Down in
you
Montgomery, we be
from
like
what, Florida
ye
or
and
somewhere
stuff.
like that area, Smash? No,
what you
no,
said.
you from Florida or somewhere like that?
No, I'm in the Midwest. I'm from
Oh, you're in the
Illinois,
mid.
man.
Well, then
Oh, you
you
in
see, it
Illinois?
makes it even better. You'll have a Midwest dialect. You get what I'm saying? And
hmm
brother Yasha, he's from Detroit. He would have like somewhat like both, but a little
He
bit of
talked like
mines and a little
Detroit's.
bit his. You know what I'm saying?
And I go Vicar like that's why you seem like a crash out.
No, bro. No. No, I ain't saying that, man. I understand, man, a lot, man. I promise you, I'm on the same we ain't living true, bro, because I kind of understand before I read stuff, if that makes
Hmm.
sense, man. And I understand people when they're expressing themselves, because I grew up in a house full of people
Hmm.
expressing themselves loudly. And like I said, I'm from Montgomery, Alabama, so when we talk, it's a whole different language almost. If you would listen to my brothers, man, you'd be like, what he said? What did he say?
Hmm.
Because they be like yin and yang and we ain't, you know what I'm saying? And even if I go down there now, because I'm not in Montgomery now, I'm up farther, like South Carolina, North Carolina, and I go down there now, I have to kind of adjust to how I used to talk with them. And it's like they be
Hmm.
like, you don't even sound like us no more. I'm like, yeah, but I haven't been around y'all right now, but if I go down, I can kind of understand what they're still saying with that language barrier thing.
Hmm.
Yeah. And then you know what's crazy is because I've realized something too. Like I was talking about earlier, like sometimes it's also about how like your spirit, you know what I'm saying, and what you actually mean and
Right,
what's inside of you. Because like just like accent might be a barrier to
right.
some, you know what I mean? Like to me, I grew up around sarcastic. My family is very sarcastic. They answer you sarcastic.
Funny.
You, you know
Oh,
what I
that's real
mean?
funny. Oh
You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? So when I'm talking to people, it'd be
Somebody get
like,
mad.
yeah, I'm listening to them in a whole different area. Like, what the fuck is you talking about? You know what I mean? But it's
Hmm.
not like I'm mad. It's like I'm trying to break down what you're saying. What is your motives? You know what I mean? So yeah,
Hmm. While I got
Yeah,
this
I
up
get
here,
it.
even though I had it up here to kind of show as a demonstration of like literally like with languages and whatnot, like this right here. This is obviously Leningrad is Codex, right? It's gonna have the Masoretic text, and it's like, well, I guess you could say preserved form, right? We speak English, we read English, and most of us, would be able to, I guess, associate this with like this is those Jews that's over there that would understand this better than us. You know what I'm saying, right? Unless we outright go out and study this particular language, right? So this would really be not really useful for us to actually use to discuss what we know of the Most High. We still got to deal with the situation of English, no matter what, with our tongue
Right.
being English and what we first understand. You know what I'm saying? Even though we can
I
put
agree.
our shoulders out and show our weight, or I can understand this better than this guy. This guy understands this better than that guy.
Put
You
your
know what I'm
chin
saying?
in the
Right.
air.
But this is what when I say somebody's a source, I want to see a source, right? To validate what he's saying. That's what I was really was only going to show with him. You can't really
Hmm.
really prove to someone certain things without having a source. You get what I'm saying?
yep,
Right.
Yeah. And that's what all I was trying to say to him. And I was saying to him, I have a source to
Hmm.
be able to translate that for me to understand it. I
hey man,
can't
you know
read it
what?
outright, but I have a source.
Hey, this is exclusive. This DOA man. Only the real ones gonna even type in anyway. Hey, go to this site.
You already
Can
know it.
can, can you go to a site for me?
Go ahead.
All right, it's called IBN.
Hmm.
No, not I. It's LBN. LBN YHWH.
YHWH.
And I'm talking
Send me the
about.
link.
I ain't gonna cap, bruh. Ever since I got this site, I've been like really mad at people that been coming talking about language because like y'all making gray line arguments.
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Go
Right.
into
Same
the
thing True said.
private chat, right? Type it in the private chat, and I can copy and paste with because I got it up and ain't nothing come up. It just says IBLB and all that stuff.
All right, cool.
Do it that way. Do it that way.
I'm on the phone, so if I need to, I'll have to go try to tap in my laptop. It's just really slow.
or if you can copy, just let me see.
Oh, oh yeah, you about to get it. You about to get it in the chat.
All right.
Praise Yahweh. I forgot. Hey, DOA, watch this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got a moderator. She about to put it in for you in a minute.
All right. All right.
But
Okay. Yeah,
yeah,
that's the one. Let me see here. Put it on the screen first so I can make sure I got it. I be in it. All right. .com.
it's
It's
L it's LBN.
all right.
It's L, right? I think it's L.
Just hang tight. I gotta
Hey,
somehow.
look, even little stuff like that, it show you that these people have been sent here to confuse us. They'll even have stuff like we don't even
Right.
know. You see what I'm saying? We sitting here trying to one. Is that an I? Is that a capital I or just a lowercase L?
Mm-hmm.
According to how they want to say it.
Right. 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 And of course, I gotta remember that I'm doing it from the webpage, and everything is lowercase anyway. So that's right what it is too.
Yeah, but I low key think you could since you're a mod, I think you can actually go in and just press the into the chat and press it.
Well, I can't actually. It ain't doing it. Not from on StreamYard. I probably could. I have to go out to
All
YouTube
right.
and do it. But give me a second. I'll try to do it that way. I can go out real quick and do it that way.
Okay. I don't mean to slow down the
No, 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 no. It's all
program.
good. Listen, listen. You ever see me take down any of my shows? Never, right? I leave everything up because all of this is all learning tools.
No,
You
I
see what I'm
know, but
saying?
I know our people, they filled with adrenaline. They want to hear you coming and coming and coming. Like slow your ass down, bruh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-mm, mm-mm.
If you
Well,
can't
I'm
get
gonna
it,
tell
I'm
you now. You
No,
know,
no. I'm gonna get it. I just gotta. I'm gonna go do it from the other way. That's all. That ain't no problem. But give me a second. I'm on the computer and I'm doing it the other way.
so when I get to this site, we gonna go into some tools and we're gonna be able to actually read the preference of what may be considered, comfortable for your own tongue. And with
Hmm.
that, we're gonna be able to, if a person actually puts it in motion and actually study it, they're gonna actually be able to say if you since you can only read the lexicon for the majority time in the BLB or wherever, you know what I mean? You're still able to go in there and you're looking at the letters, but your accent might be more of a ah sound,
Hmm.
right? Or a eh sound. And the only reason why I'm not saying this to try to promote any side of language, but I'm trying to promote us understanding that this is just a great area. I keep saying it, you know what I mean? That they're trying to. It's a distraction, bro.
All right, you should have it right here.
Yes.
Hmm.
Okay. All right. So I need you to go to fonts. I like go pick a scripture.
Hmm.
Uh. Babe, go to the Blue Letter
Now keep in
Bible.
mind, this is actually great. You know why it's great? Because this is basically using the Lashawan Qwawdash version of this. So I could be able to compare both of these actually with the Leningrad. So you're
Yeah.
absolutely correct. But which word
So
you want me to put in?
we're gonna go to I think it's First King. Hold on, wait a minute. I got one of your mods looking at it. Where they talk about just go to the language. Go to language. The word language.
Search for
yeah,
language.
Yeah.
I'll be looking through that site tonight.
Hmm.
No, in the Blue Letter Bible. Because I want to go to I want to go to a certain scripture. You know, so we can just cut all of this.
Actually, I can hit book like that, right? I don't know if you can see that on the screen.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, I can see
All
it.
right, and what scripture you want me to do? This is actually good because I'm gonna want to use. I'm gonna look at Zephaniah 3 with this anyway. But go ahead.
Oh,
Yes, yes. Okay, so we want to go to go to the word um First Kings. All right, First Kings. Go to First Kings
Mm-hmm.
18 and 26.
First Kings 18. All right.
that's good, man. You got your old lady there helping you, man.
No, this is actually great because now I got
It
something that I can
is.
compare both terms, and you're gonna learn something. All right, go ahead.
Okay,
18 and
so
26.
now go to font setting.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Phoenician.
Mm-hmm.
Click
Turn it on.
the yep. Click no. Click the no. Don't turn on yet. Click the black one.
Mm-hmm.
The little black thing. It should pop up your colors.
Right.
And when it pop up your colors, just pick a color that's more readable, visible.
Probably put yellow. Maybe that'll work. And
Okay.
then
And then press. I don't know if it's still working. I don't see it moving. Okay, there you go. Go. Click on the black. The black where it say Phoenician. Don't click on the off yet, cause it's gonna do some weird stuff. Yeah, you gotta click on the black.
mm-hmm.
Damn, it still ain't.
Well, I have the English on yellow, so maybe you want me to change the
No,
Phoenician or.
no. I want you to change the Phoenician. You gotta click on the Phoenician.
Mm-hmm.
The black the black part, not the off, but you gotta click on the black. Yeah,
All right,
it's the
I'm gonna
color.
change that to. I'll change it to green.
Okay.
All
I
right,
don't
now it's
know.
good. Now it's changed. It's
Okay.
changed. It's changed.
Okay. Okay. So now go to turn it on.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now you're gonna have to go back into it again. Like I said, it's gonna do some weird stuff. You gotta go back to the font setting again
Mm-hmm.
and then push on again. Yep. All right.
Mm-hmm.
We cooking. X.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now we gonna now you if you go down to 26. Yeah, you see that? Now we got that language too, and it give you the pronunciation of the modern and the Canaanite or the Yahweh.
Right.
So you'll read there, and you got to be careful because we reading 18 to 26. So we gotta find. They say, and they took the bullock which was given. I can't really. I'm on my phone. That's not it.
You're talking about this word here. Talking about this word here, right here. This is what you're looking for.
I don't. I don't know. I can't see it. Can you go down some? No, 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 no.
I mean, I could play it, right? And when the word comes up, it should do like almost like the other thing. It'll highlight, should light it up
No.
regardless of it. So when they get to that word,
Okay, yeah. So go down some. Hold on, let me get her phone real fast, cause this not what I was looking for at all. You
hmm
said first. You said First Kings 18:26 about the language. When the Assyrians came and was talking to, yeah, don't speak it to, yeah, don't speak it to. Oh, Second Kings. My bad.
okay.
It's a lot, bro. Second Kings 18:26. You might have to do that little process again. I thought she said First Kings. My bad.
All right, I got you. All right, go to that process of put it in
Yeah.
Phoenician.
Yes, sir.
Phoenician is already green, so I can just turn it on.
Yep.
And the English is already yellow.
Yeah.
And what
Yeah.
other language you want me to put it? I put it.
Now you.
Let me change the Hebrew to like red.
Okay.
All right, that'll be good. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect because it goes back to the Leningrad, basically.
Okay. There we go. So if you read that, what it say? Because I'm sorry, I can't really see it. Okay. No, I just blew it up. It say you got to go down some to 26.
Okay, right here, the 26th verse.
Where is? Oh yeah, go to the font again because you got to get the Phoenician. You got to go to the font settings again because you got to get to the Phoenician. Remember, that's not up there yet. Yeah,
That's not
there
there
we
yet.
go. Yeah, there we go.
Mhm.
So it say, then said Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, and Shebna and Joah unto the Rabshakeh, speak, I pray, to thy servants in the Syrian language, for we understand it, and talk to us not in the Jews' language in the ears of the people that are on the wall. Right? So
Mhm.
when we read this, it say, I can't read that first part because the comments in a way because I'm trying to read it, but it say Aliyah.
Let me move the comments. Hold on. Let me turn the comments off. All right, they're off.
Okay, it say Waya Amar Alaya Mara Bashakwaha Ha'ila. That's not a I, that's a I. And we'll have to go, yeah, a person will have to study the lexicon and whatever, the lexicon of the Hebrew, the modern Hebrew, in order to understand, even when you see AL in English, you have to go inside it to see if it's an IO sound or I or whatever, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
So it says that aisle, which is only two, it says Adenayaka,
Mhm.
right? My master. Adonai is the key, right?
Mhm.
Right? We go
Mhm.
back to that. All right. So it say wa ala ya kasha lakhanaya Adonai Adonai Salak la dabar. You got to scoot it over some.
When you say scoot it over, because I'm on the screen, I don't know what I can do.
Uh
Because it only shows like the box in the middle of there's pictures here.
Yeah, you
Let me
probably
see.
got to just try to move it over some to your right because it's reading from right to left. It should be like a little bar down there, like a scroll bar.
Oh,
No,
okay, I see what you're saying right here. To my
yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Uh,
It says Adenaya la da bar ata. Keep going to the yeah. Keep going so I could just read it off.
mhm.
Hadabar Yaram. Okay, Hadabariam. What was that? Ha alaha hala'a il hanashayam
Mhm.
um hayashabayam
Mhm.
il hakamaha la awa ka'al ata sawataam wala shatawa yeah ata mayawama ya Ragala Yaha Ram Amakama. Is that it?
Mhm. That's it.
You've
Ah,
been studying.
see, what you say?
I'm saying you've been reading and studying there.
So no, but look, this the thing that see, this what I was saying about it. So I was just reading 27, That's weird. You got to go up some to what is that? 20. What was it? 26. We was trying to get to. Yeah, you got to go. Yeah, go up. Yeah, keep going. Go down. Go down. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go down. I knew something was weird. Okay, so it's a um. Let's just go over it till we get to the word language in Hebrew, because I just wasted a whole bunch of time for nothing.
All right, we're gonna go to. You want me to get to the word language in Hebrew? Starting
Yeah,
from
I
where you
want
did, you said William. This is the 26th verse right here. William Eloquan Ben. You know, we're gonna read it like that.
to
All right, all right.
said
Get
Dan
over here.
Eliam, the son of Hilkiah, son of speak. Yeah, come on, keep going. Okay, I'm gonna start right here when it say please. It say na ala. Let me blow this up. It say na ala abad da yacha
Mm-hmm. Aramaic.
aramayata, which is Aramaic
Mm-hmm.
kayasha ma'aim, right, and
Mm-hmm.
which is understanding.
Mm-hmm.
uh Anakanawa
Mm-hmm.
Wa'al Tadabar, which is speak.
This is a key word
Uh,
right here.
right. Amanawa Yahawadaya.
Right. Now, I'm gonna highlight that word. Keep in mind, right? Keep in mind, right? A good point there. The only problem, though, right? And I'm not gonna knock the Lashon Kodesh because that's not the issue. The issue is let's read that in the Hebrew.
Mhm.
Which one is the Hebrew?
The one at the bottom, I guess.
Well, that's what the problem is. This is the Hebrew right here. This word,
That's the same thing as the Yehudi.
and this word here is, I guess, their render of a sort of a the Paleo Hebrew, which shouldn't even be up there. And
But it's
obviously,
there though.
and obviously in English, it's just saying in Hebrew. This is a Hebrew. This is what Hebrew is in Phoenician, literally not Phoenician. This is Hebrew in whatever that language is. I forgot what color that made. What did I make Phoenician? Like
Green. No,
green.
yeah,
This is
this
yeah. This is
yeah, this is
Phoenician. Yeah, but
but that's
they have the Phoenician looking like the older Paleo, which I'll let it
be,
slide. Now, how
because
do
the
we pronounce
Phoenician
that?
Hebrew, but hold on,
How,
the Phoenician Hebrew is actually the language. It's the Canaanite language.
right,
You do
but
understand the Canaanites are the Phoenicians.
we have that correct, but we have a problem here with that though. That doesn't really that doesn't really translate to the actual how would I say it? The tongue of the Hebrews. It would be similar, but that's like an apple and an orange right now on this
Yeah,
point.
expression.
So
Yeah.
would the bottom one be the correct one? Where it say Yehudit?
Nope. All of them will be the correct one because it's a different tongue.
Mm.
They're all correct. In English, right here, in Hebrew, because that's what it's translating to. What we know, that's what in
I
Hebrew.
got
If
you.
you go in this form, that's the correct word. There's nothing different. There's nothing differentiated.
I
Nothing
got you.
differentiated. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
Great point, right? It didn't do anything. It's just that you said it from say from the actual. If you were speaking that language to like everybody that can understand that language, right? And you was talking that way, this is what you're gonna equate to. But if somebody had to transliterate that word, what you're saying, that word transliterates to mean Hebrew. And then when you go to Hebrew, the Masoretic text, because I can see that's the Masoretic text because of the vowel points, right? You remove the vowel points, it doesn't matter in this particular case. It's the same word.
Exactly.
It's the
That
same word.
that
It's the same
that
word as Hebrew. Nothing different.
ex- exactly. That's why when I read the language, I mean, when I read the scripts, I can go if I go into the scripts, and it's the BLB for instance. I could just read it off in the language like Yahweh Yahweh Yahweh. You know what I mean? I'm not
Hmm.
tripping about the script because I understand it's a script. It's a script that just like the American script, the English script, it runs the world. Everybody, you can go any country and you can find it now. Once upon a time, each one of those was that.
That's what since we did that, right? And you can agree, right? What I'm saying. Nothing special needed to know that. It's just that, say, if you want to learn all of these languages, you'll be, I guess, you'll be more able to read all those languages. It isn't going to change your understanding of all of them. It's just going to make you be able to understand what you're reading in the different languages. Am I correct? Am I safe to say that?
Mhm. Yeah.
Right. Unfortunately, there is no original Hebrew up here because the closest we're going to have, right, is have to go in between the Phoenicians, right, and go outside of the Masoretic text, where it's basically what the Masoretes put their vowel points. Now, if you go back to the historical part before they put those vowel points, nothing changed. It's just that they added the vowel points. Remove the vowel points, and that's the Hebrew. It's nothing changed. Nothing
Now
changed.
my,
But
now
unfortunately,
my
there's no way to physically prove that unless you use one of the older sources where they don't have the vowel points. I have that, but I might not have this particular verse because guess what? Those things is the problem. We don't have that. You get what I'm saying?
Right, the
con.
way y'all should see it too, though.
Right. We don't have that. But it's just like a bull going after another bull with this part of the conversation. It ain't changed nothing.
Now my only
Okay.
explanation for like, you know, pointing more towards that script and that dialect is
Hmm.
because the scriptures, I got to go back to the scriptures when they tell us to go back to the ancient path. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Or what it say, the word for path or way is Dorak Yahweh, which is the way of Yahweh.
Right.
The Rock Hawa, which is the way, right? And I go into dates. I gotta, you know what I'm saying? You gotta go into dates and all of that stuff, and you realize that script that, hey, sorry, that script that people don't like the most is the most ancient. And you can point it back to the Samaritans
Well,
to this day.
And which
Phoenician
one was
here,
that?
this Phoenician here is older than the Masoretic. I ain't gonna, nobody can
Right.
deny that. It's
And
older
that's
than the
the,
Masoretic.
Oh,
But it didn't change. The Masoretic, right, is exactly the same as this. It's just that this is what the Hebrews at that time, right, after Babylon, because that's when you got the Masoretic, the Masoretes, really the original Masoretes. I ain't talking about the modern, because you got these like 1917. That's they did whatever, transliterated even more. But we talking about from the Babylonian time frame, because all of this is from the Babylonian time frame. Because when you say Second Kings, right there, we all know that all of the Hebrew, regardless of it, right, it's been lost. You know what I'm saying? This is would be, say, if we went back to what's his name, uh the scribe at that time frame, right, would be El, what's his name? Damn. Put it like this. This is all put just take my word for it. This all goes back to Babylon. No matter what how you look at it. It goes back to Babylon. You want to go to an older writing, we'd have to go before the first Kings and second Kings. We have to go sort of like in like Exodus and stuff like that. But even there
oh,
was going to be gray
ooh.
area.
Ooh, I'm glad you said that. I really gotta get a new computer so I can get this shit up and running for some sources and stuff. But I have a something that was I have a source that talks about how the Samaritan tablets or the Samaritan Pentateuch that they have right now, they have the first five books, which when you
Yeah, that's
go
the
into
Pentateuch. It's the Pentateuch.
right, right, and they start to they go into like how the Samaritan language, which is the script, is a dialect of like the pre notion of like going in between Assyrian and all of that,
Hmm.
right? And they point out that those books, the first five books, is the most ancient dialect of the ancient Phoenician slash Canaanite slash quote unquote Hebrew, scripts.
Well, that's
And
that's
they
what
had
that's what I was saying. That would be the only real way to actually consider something to be what you call we can have them to go for. That's the first five books because that those are not affected by none of the Babylonians.
right.
But
So that's why I
unfortunately
was
though, right? Unfortunately though, right?
Mhm.
We gotta still lose the English to gain something. And I can go to the Samaritan Pentateuch. The problem with the Samaritan Pentateuch is when you translate it to English, right? It's not going to say the same exact word for word, but their writings is also what you call persuaded because they were not
Con,
attached with Judah.
con.
You know what I'm saying? Judah, this would be more on
They're
Judah's
persuaded
side,
just off the Masoretic itself.
right? Judah, all of Judah is persuaded by the Masoretic, but the Pentateuch is a little bit different because they were lost earlier, more on the Syrian side.
No, but the only reason why I say that is because if you do a little further research, you will find out that to this day, the same people that claim that they're the people, they're actually Masoreticing those texts and putting their their script onto the Samaritan script, which tells you that there's something that they didn't know in it.
Uh-huh. I mean, to be honest with you, the only real way to actually determine that, we would have to like get both of them and compare them side to side, which I could do
Yeah,
that, but it's gonna take me a minute to get that both up there.
yeah, that's why I'm saying I gotta get a new
I'm
computer.
using one monitor right now. If I had two monitors, I'd be able to put them side to side across fast. I mean, I can open up another thing. Do you see me opening up another tab, or just stay on that tab?
No, I'm still on that tab out.
Because I'm away from the StreamYard. I'm on a different tab. I'm gonna try to pull up.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? But this is a good
Yeah.
point. And actually, what you did, right? And I know these guys has probably had a debate between the two languages, and even nobody is correct on it. I have to say this. Whoever wins that debate, even say Zion Lex, he's wrong too. Judah is wrong too. They're all wrong because it didn't change anything. It just validated what I said in the beginning. It's the tongue, like literally. You know what I'm saying? That's all that is. I wished I could get like the
Only
Raven
thing.
Bird to put his version up there because he would be putting up the same thing, except for he'd be changing it for modern times.
Now I'm gonna say something. You know what's so crazy about this? Let's get to the nitty gritty. The nitty of this. What's so wild is the only thing that separates us and the name is the. I mean, us and the language is the name that we call them, and that's wild.
Oh, I gotta show them the website.
Like
Now
for instance, a person can't be saying Yahweh and they talking about Baruch atah Yahweh Eloheinu. You know what I'm saying? People like, wait a minute, what you talking about? So it's the language and the the name behind it that people got a problem with.
I'm trying to go to the actual website link so I can give it to her. Either way, I think you can get it to no matter one of these, any one of these sources. I'm gonna highlight this from this point here. It'll just take you directly to that particular chapter. That'll be the difference. Copy that. Go back over here, and I'm gonna put it in. She put it in the comment section anyway. I'm gonna put it in here too, and I'm gonna show the people. But they're gonna have the same problem unless they do it like I did. You got to go to YouTube and go from that point. Let me see if I put that on the screen. I did it from Eric's channel, but that's the website right there. There's no way for nobody to copy and paste that, so I'm gonna have to send that to you directly, Brother Bakar. Just hang on for a second.
I ain't gonna cat with you. I kind of feel like, see, I've been I search. I don't. I'm not one of them Israelites that learn anything from these people speaking languages. I just, you know what I mean. I don't talk about the language. I just learn it, and as the time go on, I understand some. I start to learn more and more. I've been saying stuff sometimes that was wrong, that was kind of right, but not wrong. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But I'm not one of them people, man. You know, it's not a
Can I
language.
can I go back onto that right? Since I got it here, and I want to go to Zephaniah. All right, Book of Zephaniah. Zephaniah.
Three.
Hmm. Zephaniah. Where the hell are you at? I got Zechariah, but no Zephaniah.
Oh, no, Zephaniah up there.
Oh, there it goes. It's right in front of me. All right, Zephaniah chapter 3. All right, change it over. I want to get the whole thing though. I might as well just go to the ninth verse. That's the best way to do it. All right. We go to that, what you said, font settings, right?
Con.
Turn the Phoenician on. All right. And Hebrew is on.
That's the only
Transliteration
thing that always changes the Phoenician. Everything else stay the same.
and the English is yellow. So yellow is English. It's transliterated to that. And Phoenician is green, and the Hebrew is red. I should say the Masoretic Hebrew is red. I can hit the X. All right, let me read it in English first, pure English. I shouldn't say pure English because it's not pure English. But anyway, for then will I turn to the people a pure language, right? That they may all call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent. Is there a way for you to go on your blue letter?
No, there it is not a blue letter on there.
No, I'm saying,
When
oh,
I,
let me
yeah,
see.
when I study, I just go from blue letter to that, blue letter to that, if I have to.
All right, let me try to get the blue letter up here and do that same thing too with
Yep.
that. Unfortunately, the blue letter is going to be King James version. We're gonna compare. We're gonna compare. This is actually good. All right, blue letter Bible, Zephaniah 3. All right, and I got to make sure the tools are on. How do I transfer that window? Let me go back to StreamYard. Hold both of them. Maybe if I open up another window, which I should be able to, right? Yes, I'll be able to do. Oh, I gotta stop the screen. All right, I'm gonna remove this for a second. I'm gonna remove this out of here, and I'm gonna see if I can add that up there. Stop screen. Screen. Now I'm gonna go to blue letter. We're gonna go back to that. For then will I turn to the people a pure language that they may call upon the name of the Lord and serve him with one consent. A lot of us is going to be concerned about that word Lord there, and we're going to be concerned about the sentence pure language there. So I'm going to hit the tools, right? Obviously, this is going to lead us to King James. We're going to use the Strongs on there. And I can accept the Strongs. Everybody else, they might not accept the Strongs. All right. And it's the Hebrew word, which that's going to be the H3068. And the main thing we're looking for is language impure. Go to purge H193. Let me hit that. All right. And what does this come out to? It says lip, language, speech, shore, bank, brink, brims, edge, border, lip. Lip. The only thing I can expound on lip is the fact that lip, if we go to another scripture, lip associates with the heart. Would anybody disagree with that?
Nope.
All right.
Nope.
Lip, heart, same thing. Now let's go back and look at this from a Hebraic thought point of view because you gotta have to apply Hebraic thought to it. All right, I gotta go back out of there. Give me a second. All right, I'll read it again. For then will I turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent. All right, we're gonna substitute language with lip. For then will I turn to the people a pure lip. All right, and then we're gonna have a break thought to it. For then will I turn to the people a pure heart. You see it how clear it up? It clears up now.
Hmm.
It doesn't really have nothing to do with language, but the word language is obviously transliterated there or transcribed there, I should say, right? And if no one goes into it deep, they might
Hmm.
get tripped up because it says language, and everybody start pulling out. Let's look at this language. Let's get one of the pure language. That's not the issue. It really never was. Language was never the problem. It was never the problem. A pure heart. We all know what pure means, right? We don't even have to look that up. We know what that said. Pure,
Right,
clean,
I agree.
clean heart. Correct.
Yep.
For then will I
Right.
turn to the people a clean heart. When you clean somebody's heart, you're getting rid of the what out of it? The
I go
idolatry.
to that word clean.
I'm putting
Yeah,
pure in there.
yeah,
I
I
gotta use.
100% agree with what you just said because that's what I
Mm-hmm.
realized about it.
All right. To purify, select, polish, choose, purge, cleanse, make
Come on.
bright, test or prove. To purge out that idolatry, huh? The
Come
idol
on.
out of there. Hmm. Choose to
Hold the
select, to
house.
cleanse, make shining, right? Test to prove. Nepal to pure oneself. PL to purify. Right? It's self-explanatory, right? We all can agree with that, right?
So you telling me
Right.
people using scriptures to use gray lines then?
They actually are using gray lines.
All right.
That happens because of not the transliteration portion, but the transcribing portion. Because when you transcribe something, you're trying to transcribe it to the word that we go by today, and to tomorrow is going to be a different word meaning. You know, because languages, especially as far as English goes, it changes every day. Obviously, because not many people of the ancients are still around, so that doesn't change anymore for them. That's a dead, literally a dead language. But if you go
I,
to the modern Hebrew, right? Like when I say modern Hebrew, I'm talking about further past even the modern Masorites. They expound too.
I can I can give a good example of that. And far as for like what I see, it's no disrespect, Sonetta, but how he try to express himself, saying like certain things mean something when it actually doesn't, and you can tell if you're learned that how he expresses them is completely wrong, but in his heart he think it's right.
Hmm. Correct. That's exactly what you said. It makes sense. What we have
He,
actually, where we have to actually to rediscover with ourselves is we have to take our time out and actually look deep into it. You know what I'm saying? Not look at the surface and then jump with the surface because a lot of people are jumping, running with the surface because a word in front of you, like the word purge. We all know what purge means, right? Without a problem. But 10 years from now, purge may have a little extra meaning to it. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So that's what the problem is. It's not that the English is say so-called messing people up. It's that they're tying it with the surface part. They're not applying the Hebraic thought or the heart to it. Or you know what I'm saying? They're not applying that part.
Come.
That's what the problem. Now let's go back to. I got to go back to the stream. Next time I'm gonna have make sure I have all both monitors where I can, because this is kind of like hard to do this like this. But
Just press back. Just
all right.
press back.
No, no, I'm saying because I got to go back to the stream to see what what's on the screen, and then go back to it. So what I'm gonna do, we'll remove that. Uh huh.
Oh, the car. Hey, we
yes
good, right?
sir. Oh yes
Cause
sir, yes sir. I don't take no
right,
whatever. Yeah, I'm good. We
no,
good, bro.
cause Israelites they like to take nothing out of nothing. You know what I mean? And I love y'all, bro. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about that name shit. Really, I don't give a fuck about nothing else. As long as y'all serve the Most High and don't be on the wicked shit, bro. We hunt it. You know what I mean?
Nah, we
Look, look,
good,
look,
bro.
look,
I ain't
look,
got
look,
nothing but
look,
love
look,
for
look
you.
right here. Look right here. Look right here. This is the what they would say the Masoretic thing would have it in here. It would be saying lips. It don't say language. See it?
Come on.
Point
I
proved, right?
know this.
Point proved. Point proved. Point proved. Now what? I don't want to do it because he'll think I'm going after him because he'll be watching this. I would say because that Psalms 110. But the problem is there's another barrier there with using Psalms 110. It's like if we pick anything with Isaiah, we pick anything with Zechariah, we pick anything in those particular books, we got to remember those are actually what you call added to it, even though it's in our canon by later writers. All right. Like Ezra actually literally wrote majority of this stuff. We know that because what happens in our own scriptures, it tells us that those things were lost within our scriptures.
Exactly.
Right? We go back to Josiah, right? They found what? Torah, right? Literally, they found the text of the Torah, where it
Facts, facts,
says the
facts,
same thing there.
Yep,
So,
facts.
facts.
so then, once again, a lot of people be like, wait, what are you talking about? Well, you gotta add that to the factor. Okay, that's why I said Ezra, because all what Moses supposedly, allegedly, his scribes wrote were lost. When we get First Kings, Second Kings, even though those are way before Ezra's time, how are we getting that? It's because of Ezra. That's why he said Ezra scrolls. And unfortunately, where did Ezra scrolls end up coming after Babylon, right?
Right.
Then that's why when we said earlier about the Samaritan Pentateuch, they never went to Babylon. So that's why theirs are separated by centuries, literally. But they only go up to the first five. They don't go past that.
Can I point something out real quick?
Hmm.
And what you is just to reaffirm what you just said. It's like you just made the perfect statement because a lot of people don't realize that, and a lot of people that, not us, per se, but the more Christian persuasion, they don't realize the dates of the time frames of when and where when it was actually was going on.
Hmm. Hmm.
Uh,
Hmm. Exactly. Now, what I'm going to try to do is hold this damn this site. I don't want to shut my computer off of that. I want to transfer that to my archive too, because I don't have that. I didn't have that.
Hey, I don't think no Israelite. Well, it got to be some, but I don't think a lot of people got that, bro. And I ain't. I
Right.
don't really share it because I mean, it's sacred, bro. And whoever did that, whoever I don't know who did it, but if you or your family ever see this, shout out to you because I know what type of time you want. If you go to if you go to the archive again and you go to where it say new book, like you go looking for books, if you go to new book,
Hmm.
you see what type of timing they on.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So it's like whoever that was, there was a person that served Yah only. They served Yahweh
Hmm.
only. You know what I mean? Yah, they served him only, bro.
Right.
And I don't want that. I don't want this. I don't want this. I want people to get this, and then next thing you know, it's in debates and stuff like that, trying
No,
to
no,
prove.
no, 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 no,
No,
no,
not
no, no.
you.
No, no, I ain't talking about me. I'm saying
Yeah,
they ain't
you
gonna be
best
able to
believe
do
they
that.
gonna
They're
do it.
not gonna be able to do that because guess what? Remember, I don't take
Mm.
nothing down. I keep everything up. You know what I'm saying? And this
They
is
still
already
gonna try.
this is published right here when we this show end. This is published. You know what I'm saying? This is the first time, and I don't know to vouch for like brother Yasha, but I can vouch. I've been doing this for over 50 some years. Okay, and this is the first time I came across this. All right, so I
Yeah, I
already
never saw that
know.
before either.
I know they ain't nobody came up across this. They got this. They got this from the night. Okay,
Hmm.
all right, or either they like this you coming from your side of things, smashing idol, young brother. How you gonna say it? They got it from
Oh,
you.
oh
They still
no,
gonna they still
not
gonna try to
unto
say they
us.
got it first now, like Soldier Boy. You might to get ready. For
Well,
real.
I still think they're not gonna be able to utilize it for their advantage because it didn't change nothing. Because
Right.
if we use this
It
now,
solidifies it. That's it.
this actually puts a not a knife anymore, but a sword in it. Because now if you go back and use this with the Strongs, right, in Hebraic thought, you ain't gonna find nowhere possible any idol in this.
Come
Okay,
on,
Right.
bro.
it's impossible. It's impossible. And tell you the truth, I try to explain to them with the Strong's numbers. When those Strong's numbers are using the H, the Hebrew numbers, you're not going to find no idol in it. When you go to the Greek
Right.
side, the G, you might possibly find an idol or
Hmm.
suspect to an idol. But on the H side of James Strong's, that heathen James Strong, I have to say it like that heathen James Strong, right? He couldn't even do nothing about that
He
because
said
he's
the heathen
translating it from
James.
the Hebrew.
Mm.
Mm?
Hell no, the heathen heathen James.
Yeah,
Hey.
exactly. Exactly. And then to be honest with you, because of time itself, even with any of the modern, I guess, additions that they changed, even like all the versions changes and all this and that, it ain't gonna really. It's not gonna change that because it's gonna still go back to the Masoretic text, the original Masoretic text, unless they're gonna destroy these and then pop up with some other shit, which is pretty much kind of hard now because everybody got a different house and home and they got books, so it's like this is never going to go away. But this is powerful, very powerful.
I'm not.
Watch you pop up and say they had it first. Watch now. I ain't gonna call no names, but I already know who's gonna be the first one to pop up say they had it first.
It better
Yeah.
not.
Oh well,
It
Watch.
you
better
know what I
not.
mean.
It better not, because right now, think about it.
He doing
I
it
haven't
right
spoke.
now. Thank you.
I haven't spoke to Brother Allen for like over 2 or 3 weeks, right?
Mm.
And I hate to say this, with the DOA members as it going along, that many people can control me when I get into DOA, but if I have to go ham on them for trying to steal this, shit, they got a problem.
Ooh,
They got a problem. And smashing
Hey,
idol, you got that energy still, right? Because you
hey,
taking over this next. So
hey, not unto us, oh Yahweh, not unto us, but to you be the glory. You know what I mean? They gonna have to
man.
they have to come between the angel and man, stop playing with me. Fuck your idol. Fuck your mediator.
there you go. I know what in a sense I don't know why Brother Joshua didn't come back on, but I would love to
He's
see him come
probably
back
just
on because
cooling now.
he probably would have been able to respect us in the end. And even though it wasn't really bad in the beginning, to be honest with you, it's just that you're gonna have head bumping no matter what.
Right.
You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? You know.
Hmm.
And brothers.
Hmm.
Facts.
Hmm. But that's the good source. If somebody's like, because I'm a professional at source up, brother, source up. And without this source right here, pretty much you're dead in the water. You're gonna go back into my territory. You get what I'm saying?
Mm.
And
Hey,
not that pulling this source out is gonna help you much because it's just gonna just make that stamp stick even harder on
hey,
that
look,
hide.
hey, DOA don't mean hey look, DOA don't mean that you safe when you around. You more in deep water. You gotta come and talk about you said you talked it, come and prove it.
Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm. But Brother McCall, I like this.
Right.
It validated. That's what it did. It validated. I
Hmm.
can't even think. I'm trying to think of another scripture to go and validate. And we got plethora of them.
Yeah, that's
You know what
sweet.
I
I'm gonna
mean?
be
So
definitely going through that myself, honest.
Mhm. What I wanted to show these guys though that seem to fight over, especially Ezekiel chapter 37 and verse 24 in the original Aleppo text, right? That where it says David does not say David. It says house of David.
Exactly.
ooh
It says house of David.
long live the king.
Hmm. So if you think about that, the house of David today, right, is the what? The remnant. We are the house of David. So as far as kingship goes and all that, well, I don't know how that's gonna work out. You know what I'm saying? Because we gotta have a lot of features to have a actual king, literally. And we already know when we can go back to scriptures, who's the king? Who's the king? The Most High is the king, king
Come
over
on,
it all. How are we gonna get around that? We can't.
come on.
We can't. But yes, in the modern traditions of the translation, it says David, but they're not actually telling you the whole thing is the house of David. And if it just says David, it's the same thing. Because guess what? When it says like your father David, when it was referring to Hezekiah, right? That's who. Same thing. When it says like the father David, when it was talking about Josiah, what? Same thing, right? You know, and not many had the heart, I have to say, the purity like David had, except for a few. Guess what? Zerubbabel, same thing, right?
Come on.
Great 202. What's going on? Hit that link and come up over here. This is your
Hey,
spot.
great 202. What's up? Hey, man, what's up with Sonny? Y'all, man, what's good? Hey, if you hear this, man, I
Hey,
love you, bro.
Shalom.
We'll throw that link in here for him. He good. He good. Might as well show the screen a little bit because I digressed on doing that. Oh, it ain't even scrolling. Is it scrolling on there? Uh, this DOA platform, I don't care. They can come in. We don't hide nothing, so
Come
I
on,
let it
man.
be. Hmm. Great tool too. If you can just hear us, come on, brother. Come on.
You see, the scriptures tell us to reason. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So it's like we in captivity, bro. If y'all ain't trying to reason, then I don't know what to say. That's why I don't be one. I ain't got time to be. I don't fuck with idolaters. I cuss y'all clean the fuck out. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? And when it comes to the people that, you know what I'm saying, we supposed to be Torah believers and Torah believers only and believing in the Most High, then the only thing I got is reasonable stuff, bro. If you trying to draw any gray lines and all that shit, bro, I ain't got time for that, bro, because you want some bullshit.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? People act like we not, they act like we ain't in captivity. They act like, you know what I mean, we don't pay for the transgression. I'm not talking about like no redeemer and that some nigga doing some shit for you and all of that. It's just the promises and the covenant and all that. What would happen if this happened and you did this and they did that and we would do this? That's all it is, bro. And we gotta realize that, come out of our pride, bro, and come back to his law. I don't care. Like, yeah, I feel like I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be a great nigga and feel like and try to act like I don't think, you know what I'm saying, Yahweh Dayah in the ancient script is the, you know what I'm saying, that I feel like that's it, and I feel like that's where people should come to. But if you don't, then we gotta go deeper. We gotta go into your heart. You know what I mean, niggas? If you around here, fuck you, this nigga, fuck your bitch, and all of that, bro. Then I know a spirit. I don't give a fuck if you say, if you doing a whole Lashon Qwawdash, whatever you is. You know what I mean, to the fullest. I don't care about that because I could tell where your heart at. You got some type of idol in your heart, some deviant spirit. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
it's like, I'm done. I'm done with you. I'm done with act. I'm done with like playing with niggas and shit, bro. Get the fuck out of my face.
Matter of fact, let me go back to that site. Even though it's credit on the Lashon Qwawdash. Let's see other. Is there any other languages it has in this thing, or
No,
is it
it's just modern. It's just modern Hebrew, the
Phoenician?
Phoenician Hebrew, and English.
Okay. All right. Well, still, let's put it like this. It's just addition that we another source. It's a tool. You know what I'm saying? Got another tool. But I
Con.
like that. I like this. I like this. I like it. I like it. I like it. Anybody else want to pull up some? Oh, look at this. Look at verse 10. From beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my suppliants, even the daughter of my dispersed shall bring mine offering. Now, normally I would just go with the straight up what I know on that, and obviously I could do damage with that. But now, forget it. I'm gonna rip the hearts out of a lot of these people.
Oh,
Rip the hearts.
man.
Ethiopia, my suppliants. My worshipers, see that? They already did it for me. Now, see, I can't use it. This kind of messes me up. It gives away the Hebraic thought. You know what I'm saying? My
Hey,
worshipers, Ethiopia, my worship. Does that mean all of Ethiopia? Using
come on,
Hebraic thought?
bro. Come
No.
on.
No,
Come on,
right?
bro. Come
No,
on,
right?
man.
No, right? So let's don't get that. Don't get that misconstrued
Nah,
just because it
nah,
says it.
nah, 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 nah. Go into that word. Go into that word, worshipers, and then let's go to the BLB. You know what I mean? Come
Mhm.
on, bro.
We already know. Here we go. Here, I'm just gonna scroll through this part. Then I'm gonna go right to that. We'll go right to that. We'll keep it going while I pull that up. All right.
All right, cool.
Keep it going. Cause
So,
you know I gotta
so
go through this process of switching it over. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. I'm gonna go behind the scenes.
Vakai, you wanna read the yellow for me?
Yeah, I could not see that, man. I'm on the phone too.
Ooh. All right, let me blow this
Mhm.
up. Let me try to blow it up. All right, say, for then I would turn to the people a pure language, that they may call upon me the name of Yahweh, to serve him with one consent. Now, this word, where is this at? Pure language, right here. No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. You gotta go. You gotta bring it up, son.
Give me a second. I'm on the back. Like I'm on a different page, but yep. Let me go back to that page. Bring it up. Go up like that. Or,
Yep, yep, right there, right there, right there, right there.
uh, I wish I could blow the screen up,
All
but I
right,
can't do that.
all right. Say, from beyond the rivers of Cush, my worshipers, people, my scattered will bring my offering. Will bring an offering. We see this word right here, worshipers. Now, you have, if y'all look in your BLB first,
Hmm.
you ain't don't go to it right now. But if y'all go into y'all BLB, you're gonna look at this word, and it's gonna have the letters I or I think it's like Ish or something like that in the modern Hebrew. But I'm just gonna read it off in what I'm comfortable with.
Hmm.
This O, everybody should understand. These people give us signals and stuff. All you gotta do is look at these idolaters and the language in which y'all hate. Y'all hate the language because of the idolaters. And when you see the Most High's name, then all of a sudden you see some X, and then you see a O. That is an I, right? So we have I, Tha, Ra, Ya, Atharaya, or in the modern Hebrew, it would be Atariye
Hmm.
or Atariye, Itore. But we got to understand that's not how you say it. You're looking and you're going to be like Atare,
Hmm.
or you're going to look at the Paleo Hebrew, or the Phoenician Paleo Hebrew, and say Atharaya. That's not it. Only reason, only way you gonna find out how to do it, you have to find you got to go to Amazon and get damn, I wish I had, damn, where my wife at? I gotta I'd have her give me these books and stuff, or
The
give me the
alphabets,
book.
the elephs, and all that stuff.
Yeah,
I
and
may, I may have it.
it give you it has the Phoenician script and
Hmm.
the modern. You know what I mean? See,
I might.
these people try to make you bias unto the words of Yah
Hmm.
with language. There's spells. That's all there is. But you have to understand you're in captivity. So wherever we're at, you think people that's like way in the whole other side of the earth. You think they over here talking about Yahweh and Yahuwah? No, they're around here, Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah. Yeah, you know what I mean? The brothers in Jamaica and shit, they not talk about we waiting for you to come. Oh yeah, they saying ja.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah, man. I apologize.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Nah, you good.
Hmm. But I do have that alphabet that you're talking about. Maybe tomorrow I'll find it and put it up. But I have it. I have it. I definitely have it. Let me go. Let me do this again. I'm gonna take this off. All right, now boom, 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 boom. Stop the screen. Go back. Present the screen. Is that the right one? All right. Is that up there? Should be up there, right? Only thing is it's small.
Come.
But anyway, I'm gonna go to that word, which would be suppliance, which obviously that's the number right there. Remember I said the H, the Hebrew number, and boom, we get it from the Strongs, and we get voila. Suppliant means worship. You say it. Everybody say it. Clear. That's clear as needed to be. Hence a worshiper. But we already answered the question, and we says because it's res Ethiopia, it's not referring to all of Ethiopia. Just like it wouldn't be referring to all of everybody on the planet, you know. So we have to use our logical sense, our Hebraic senses too. All right, and we get it, you know, what that whole thing is saying, suppliant. Let me go back out. You said hit back, right? That's how you get out of that. I hate that. Did I do it right? No, I didn't do it right. Either way, I go back to the one that you had on there because it didn't change. No, 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 no. Take this back off. Alright. Stop screen. Add it back up there. Boom. Boom. Back up there. And I'll read it
I'll be right
again.
back. I ain't going nowhere. I'll be right back, though.
Alright, and I'll read it again. And will bring my people, which is another one we can look at people, my of Cush, obviously they from beyond the rivers of Cush, my people, my scattered, you know, will I bring me an offering. But from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia my supplies, even the daughter of my dispersed shall bring my offering. Even the daughter of my dispersed shall bring, for those literally telling you something there. If we was on Sanetta and I remember there's something else scattered, 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 scattered. I can go to places like Uganda, right? You still there, Brother Bakar?
Yes, sir.
I can go to Uganda, right? The very place in Uganda, especially where, you guys heard of Idi Amin. We should all know about Idi Amin. What he used to do over there was bad. He was basically killing all the Jews at that time. I was like in the what, 40s, 50s, somewhere like that, when he was the king of Uganda. And the funny thing is, Ugandan, right, are not Ethiopian. But there was some that were there that were Jews, Uganda Jews, right? Black Jews. Where did they go? They scattered. They scattered all over the place in Africa too. And guess what though? The funny thing is, who helped those black scattered Jews? Is the problem. That a lot of those that got that racist shit in their heads, they're not gonna like this answer. You know who helped them? Their people. And those people didn't look like us. Those people were also Jews too. You know that, right? They look like the modern Jews. Or I know we got Jewish over there, but you still got Jews over there too. And you can't really distinguish the differences because guess what? Color wasn't really the barrier. This people is not just black people. It's people's, I know you can't say it's people that are European because it's European is a different scenario. You can't really just say people is Africans. Can't say that because that's a modern word added on. So you can't say European because that's also what? An added on feature. Caucasian, I should say, not European. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You,
I get it. You know.
we have to accept that even when we use that word Jew or Judah, that color didn't really play that role there. It's just that it seems like we got the worst end of the stick because of our color. But and I ain't going to talk about the damn the shit with Hitler. I'm talking about during those times, Sephardic Jews. They're a mixture of ones that look like us, and ones like look like those over there.
It's a it's almost like a disclaimer, just like the whole black and white adjectives are, something that people push to us to make it like Smash was saying earlier, it's basically a spell. And then once you realize what is actually going on, how they're trying to play this narrative to make you think what it is, you know that you need to break it. That
Hmm.
stronghold. That's all it
Well,
is.
it's political, literally.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not like the
political.
politics. It's not
Exactly.
like politics, like who's gonna be the president, but it's political. Just like
Hmm.
I think I said in one of my other shows, political Christianity. It's the intent that these people are doing, and it's not just all Christian, because you can use like
Right.
even Islam in their situation, because Islam was kind of created from the same source, right? To
Right.
to basically extinguish our existence.
Yep.
Huh? That's what they were
Exactly.
there for.
Wow.
Transatlantic slave trade and
Hmm.
Arabic slave trade. Right?
They
Well, somebody
they
talking about.
literally they literally did levels to it. It's so
Hmm.
crazy. It's
Hmm.
levels to it.
One can go to, I can just name places. You go to Morocco, the Moroccan slaves. Something like I said, Sephardic Jews. I can go on and go on and go on and go on. The
Bro,
Beta
this that
one, Beta
worship of the
Israel.
origin shit.
Hmm. Beta Israel, even though that's associated with Ethiopia, it
Hmm.
ain't the same as the Ethiopians, the ones Rastafarians follow. It ain't the same because that group of Ethiopians are Christian Ethiopians. I'm talking about the
Right.
ones that ain't Christian. I'm talking about the ones that held their Jewish faith no matter what you do to me. If you're going to come after me, guess what? I have to move. I have to
Hmm.
migrate. I have to run.
Yep.
I'll let you cut my head off before I bow down to your idol. I'm talking about that beta
Hmm.
Israel. I'm talking about that beta Israel that's all over the place in Africa. That migrated
Mm.
everywhere in Africa. Okay, and everywhere else too. I'm talking about that Jew. Even though I'm using the word Jew because that's the only thing we can associate with. But they call it different names. You may say Yehudim, or they may say Diabayuda, the
That's that
Ugambians.
lingo or dialect.
Hmm. You know
Hey,
what I'm
hey,
saying?
it really just, if you want to be honest, it depends on where you were scattered at. Because
Hmm.
I know,
Right.
because I used to work with some Indians and people, I mean, and I don't know, Bangish the stuff or whatever, but a lot of people say Yahuwah, right? And
Hmm.
with that name, I know that there's people that are scattered, what I'm saying, in India. And I used to work with Indians and how they say the Most High name, like how they say Jehovah is Yahuwah.
Hmm.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? So it's like, to be honest with you, know what I'm saying? It's like y'all said earlier, bro, it's about more like your spirit kind of, you know what I mean? And like how your standards, basically, your morality.
Your pure heart,
Right.
hearts,
Hmm.
hearts,
Like David said,
hearts.
make me a clean heart.
Hmm.
Created me a clean
Now,
Hmm.
heart.
now that don't. Now, I just want to make a disclaimer. That don't mean to anybody like motherfuckers gonna come up. You know what I'm saying? Trying to talk that shit to me and try to disrespect Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? Because in order to disrespect Yahweh, you know what I mean. You gotta go into the language. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like we ain't doing that, bruh. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't grew up no passive like that. But I'm trying to tell people like, bruh, it's a great line. We are dealing with captivity and COINTEL, bruh.
Hmm. Say that
They
keyword again.
all over.
COINTEL, COINTEL, COINTEL.
It's all over, bro.
Hmm. But like at the end of this thing, at the end of this show, end of the discussion, right? This is all closed and said and done, and those that watch that have open mind, open heart, that pertain to the Most High. I don't have a problem with them. It's the ones that, man, them niggas over there on that deal with it, man, I don't like that, man. We gotta do something. We gotta get rid of that shit, man.
Hey,
This ain't gonna
for
have no
real.
meaning, if you knock down their path, whatever they believe in, whatever they, floats their boat. You got
When, when,
life savings, boy. Keep it
when we
going.
gather together, when we gather together, they be scared. For
Hmm.
real. They be
Hmm.
scared now. I'm telling you.
Mhm. Hmm.
And it's funny.
Hey,
I'll keep it to my word. I said with origins. I said I'm a normally I would be scripture, 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 scripture. But I said I'm gonna take a break. Well, I got Smash an Idol. I got even you hit them with scriptures and whatnot. But obviously, you know, you're gonna bring me back in it with scriptures. So unfortunately, origins gonna still have scriptures. That nobody can do about that.
hey, I wanted to speak on something real fast. It's like it is kind of weird how like you can like DOA you true in itself. You can bring out some shit that'll change a person's mind of thinking, right? And it's crazy because people act like they don't hear you unless you got multiple people, and then it becomes impact. You know what I mean? And it's
Mhm.
like it's
Right.
really weird because
Mhm.
it's like there's certain understandings that I see in the community. You know what I mean? That is like, okay, well, okay, hip 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 hooray, and finally you read it for yourself and you understand it. But because motherfucker was like, we got 6 people, we got 7 people with us, and we bring
Mhm.
it out. Everybody like, oh yeah, you brothers did it, y'all. And it's like now if I said something like for instance, if you alone was only bringing out this, you'll
Mhm.
have so many people in the comments. Like we just literally basically just cut a whole bunch of comments out from after you played it live.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? They'll try to come after you, but we done hit every gray area. Y'all can't play games. Y'all not gonna distract us and keep us from following Yahweh, bro. Yah,
Mhm.
the
Facts.
most, the most high. Y'all not gonna
Mhm.
do that. You know what I mean? Not the remnant.
Mhm.
All right, that's it.
Hey, I
Mhm.
100% agree with you just made. The statement you just made, man.
Mhm. Man, it was a good show. Very, very good show. Just it was very heated, but very good. I ain't mad at it.
Yeah, it
It
is what
wasn't
it
really,
is.
it was just me on that motherfucker. That's it.
No, it's a lot of energy though. It's a lot of energy. You gotta remember a lot of
Oh
energy,
yeah.
not just you. A lot of energy.
But we high spirited people anyway. So
Mhm.
if you were to meet me in person, then you would be like, this dude here. I'm saying, I literally on a daily basis, and I'm not even capping, because the who I am and how I am in my church, man. People be like, this dude here, he just don't never stop. For real.
Yeah. Well, that's really good because at least they'll will get to see why we're so strong minded towards the Most High. You get what I'm saying? He's like these motherfuckers, they strong. Most High, you can't get
Mm-hmm.
that out of them. You know.
Yes, sir.
You know. I mean, the only thing I can see that would be a threat at this point now is somebody that if they're like completely atheists, then there's nothing you can do. But it ain't our job to turn the atheists into you know believers.
Right.
It ain't our job to really turn those that don't believe. It's not our job. Our job is to make sure that who we are, right? We get our shit together. If they don't want to get together with us, fine, good, no big deal. It's on y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like we need to be pushing, what we believe into onto them. We don't have to.
Right.
What they call it? They say Judaize or whatever they want to call it. They do Christianize, and then I don't even really know what you would call it the black Hebrew Christians because they try to separate from Christianity, but they are Christians. I mean, I'm still confused
Right.
with that shit. What are you pushing? Except for you're just pushing everything now. It's not no longer no white, it's black. It's the same thing, brother.
Mhm.
Smashing idol. What's the difference between a black idol and a white idol? You can still
It's
smash it,
still
ain't you?
an item.
I still smash that
Smashing
motherfucker. You
item.
hear me?
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm telling you, bruh. Still smash that mug.
Mm,
Mm,
Hey, but look
still
though,
an
it's
item.
like even if you look back like what, like a year ago, it's like, damn. So I guess y'all gonna act like Putin didn't say that JC was black, and but y'all claim to be like Torah keepers and stuff, but the scriptures say that they supposed to render unto you, they supposed to give you, you know what I'm saying? They supposed to like come bearing arms and telling you that they serve you. I don't know. According to your book, supposed to be your idol, but that ain't what the you got to go to the Old Testament to even pull that from the New Testament. I'm
Mm,
just trying to figure out like how when are y'all gonna figure out like it's not the idol that's gonna save you?
mm,
It's been a year and the dude proclaimed that JC was black, but he never claimed that the children of Israel was the black Americans and whoever else. You know
mm,
what I mean? Never claimed that, but y'all still to this day pushing this fucking. Y'all weird, bro. Y'all still
mm,
pushing this idol, and y'all got the audacity. I ain't gonna cap. All right, that's what this the reason why I've been away from people, away from YouTube and stuff because it's mockery going on within the Old Testament itself,
mm,
and then you got these dumb, stupid, ignorant people, and I'm saying things that Yahweh already said. They stupid, dumb
mm.
fools, you know what I mean?
Delusional,
They, yeah, come on, bro. Deuteronomy 28:28. You know what I
stiff
mean?
neck, stiff necked, stumbling blocks.
Come on, bro. And they just sit there and bah Hashem, and try to make a mockery out of Yahweh, out of these goofies, claiming that
Mm,
they the Torah only. You know what I mean? But you still ain't addressed your stupid your dude that got your people in Russia. He over here causing havoc all over the world, basically, right now, you know what I mean? And he said that your idol was black. Y'all
mm,
still don't get it? You ain't got no salvation coming.
nope.
Man, I feel
And
like
you
that whole thing with Putin, man. I feel like that was a stumbling block, man. That's all it was. Straight stumbling block. Putting out a black idol. What you say was, you know, that idol. That was a stumbling block, man.
Yeah. What's that guy that made Tesla? He didn't he do the same thing too?
Elon Musk.
Yeah, same thing. So like you
ain't
said,
he an African?
yep,
Yeah,
South.
he
I
a
think
white
South Africa.
African.
Yeah, South Africa. Or one of them. I think South
No,
Africa.
no, no.
North.
He black,
He
bro. He
north.
black.
Yeah. But I'm just
No.
saying he's either live in South Africa or one of them. I don't know which one. But
I
he
think it
said
was
that.
North Africa.
Yeah, but he said that statement too, just like like for Putin. And I guess, like you said, a lot of that is at the same time. It's like more sugar in the water, and it just distracts the people. It
It
didn't.
was the
It really.
spell.
It didn't. It didn't. It didn't change the message to put you back to the Most High. It just made you just change what color that you want to, where you want to go. That's all it really did.
Like they said, what's how it said in the scripture? It said in was it Balaam? Somebody put an idol before the children of Israel to make them stumble. Man, that's all that is when I see that.
Mm,
An idol to make them stumble.
Mhm.
mm. Well, we got tomorrow. We'll hit back in on again tomorrow. I mean, like I said, I think I told you in the beginning. I said I was first not going to address this topic, and then I ended up addressing this topic, and then we got deep into the topic. So I don't know.
Hey, Smash always coming with them gems.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, maybe tomorrow, like I said, I'll finish that part too that I was doing with worship. The origin of worship, because I didn't really go all the way to the beginning. I went to like the bulk of things, so people would get an understanding what worship is, and we can go to the different features like from the Sumerians, stuff like that. Those how where they was worshiping certain things, and the Canaanites, and you know what I'm saying. We can hit it.
Gotcha.
How idolatry spread. You know what I mean.
Hmm.
So we can get that too. And we're gonna use some scriptures because, like I said, I asked three questions. I know one of them was, why did the Most High tell Abraham to leave his kindred? You know, and that answer is simple because place where he was at with his kindred, there wasn't there wasn't anywhere pushing anything towards him to the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
They were pushing, even if somebody would say it was Nimrod, they would say they was pushing against their god Nerda or whatever. It was not pushing the Most High. So
Right.
Abraham, you get your family, you get out of there. Get out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Take root to another spot. Now he sent them to another spot, like in the land of Canaan, where they also had their idols
Hey, I
too.
got a question about that too.
You know what I mean? Go ahead. You got a question? Ask the question.
I know we about to get ready to cut it out, but
That's
so
all good.
I
I'm
read.
just saying we were pretty much done with that topic. You come up with another one, we good. Go ahead. Ask the question.
Nah, not another topic,
When we're
man.
hot,
It
we're
was.
hot. Go ahead. Ask another question.
That's
I'm
right.
like Radio Shack. You got questions? I got answers. Go ahead.
Hey, so like I said, I read. So for what I picked up is, and of course this is not canon, but for what I read was, and what from my understanding, so the proper understanding is that we all know Abraham left, but from what I got from it, it was after his father died, then that's when he ended up leaving. Because I don't see, like, even with our scriptures, forsaking your father and your mother is like a technically no. So I don't see him just leaving you know, that part of his land, his land, and forsaking his father. Is basically what I'm saying.
Well, because you have to use implication on there, and when you kept it with the righteous side of things. You know that he wouldn't
Right.
have done that unless that have happened. You don't
Hmm.
have to use no book of jubilees or none of that stuff to get that answer. You just have to use what
Right.
you call logic that goes back to some things that we know that's a part of our
Rationale.
law. We know you have to honor the mother
Exactly.
and father, so that's
Right.
obvious. That's why even if I think when it says it, I think it comes up in when Haran died, such and such. Terah died, such
Terror.
and such.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm saying Haran. Terah died. So obviously that's implication. Even though
Right.
a lot of people don't like that word
Hmm.
implication. They don't like it.
Right.
They think that implication is a bad word, but implication points you back to somewhere where you can use something from the Torah, from your instructions,
Exactly.
and lock your hand and key on. That's what that's
Hmm.
there for. That's that tool.
And
Because
that's what people be mad at me before.
not everything is going to be written in scriptures. If you
Right.
look for everything word for word written in scripture, like I said, there's nothing written about somebody taking a shit.
Hmm.
We know that they did. You okay? We
Right.
know that they relieved themselves. We
Right.
know that. But one thing we say, I know they washed their ass when they were done. So
Exactly.
they feel unclean if
Exactly.
they didn't, right?
Exactly, man.
Right.
Exactly.
But yes, they hate that.
Yep.
They hate that part. And that was the same thing. I kind of listened to it. I think the message came out clear when I was talking about the Solomon and Solomon. I had that word. Solomon dynasty, all right, and the Queen of Sheba. I mean, when you actually read it from the scriptures, there ain't nothing that tells you whatsoever about him and the Queen of Sheba having any children.
Right. And it ain't nothing in the laws, like you said, to implicate that it could have been. So it's like that is basically adding.
Hmm.
So
And that was funny.
I get it.
I was like, I want to use the keeper and the gas, but I can't use the keeper and the gas because as soon as I put it up there, I'm getting a copyright strike. But how do I do this? You know what I'm saying? They have that shit on lock for that reason. The
Mhm.
elite, they're smooth. They're not
Right.
stupid.
Right, exactly. And the fact that they're that smart to, like you said, throw up a copyright makes that right down fuels me even more. I don't know
Hmm.
about nobody else, but that get me hyped because I'm like, yeah, you know,
We'll let these jokers use
copyrights.
our Jubilees books, and we'll let them use Enoch. We'll let them use
Hmm.
all those books like that. But we will not let them do something that gonna let their eyes open up and they'll be able to
Right.
say, "Well, we lied. We lied.
Hmm.
We lied." And it's funny. The author of that book was a black man, all right?
Really?
Allegedly. Allegedly,
Oh,
allegedly.
legend.
I can't, I can't prove it because guess what? I can get my hands on that. I could get one from Amazon, but that doesn't mean anything. That same disclosure is there. It doesn't change. They don't want nobody to do that because you'll be changing a whole lot. Now, brother Yasha finally come back. What happened?
Disclaimer,
I
disclaimer.
I fell off the show, man. With this phone, well, there's a lot of stuff that would happen. The Uber man was there with my food, and then while I was
Back to
talking,
food.
I was talking, I was trying to get my food, and then remember I was telling you about how my screen it'll time out, and then once it black out, then it'll knock me off the show because I'm on the phone.
Mm,
Yeah,
Was
so
that food good?
I have to keep tapping the screen every 2 to 5 minutes or so to keep it from the screen from blacking out.
oh
For
yeah.
the screen from tabbing out. If
Don't
it
let when the
time out,
screen go to
it'll
blink, you let alone on the. Hey, I get it. I get it. I get it.
You want to eat it hot?
Yeah.
yeah, maybe when I probably when I get off for the future references, I'll go in there and set it maybe like an hour or so, you know. But if I get off now, I'm gonna be off, and if I get off again, I'm just gonna stay off. It's getting late.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I hate it. Y'all guys don't know. I was over here preaching and preaching and preaching, and I go
You
back and
realize you was, yeah.
I was off the air.
I
Basically, I've been here
told you.
talking. I've been here talking to myself.
I told you he was. Hey, look, no lie, man. Y'all already did that one night, man, when the Sarnetta put him in the corner and he was talking for like 30 minutes to an hour, man.
Didn't even know. Didn't even know. He
He didn't
talking
even
to
know.
himself.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he know.
Hey, he got too quiet. I'm like, boy, hold on. It's too quiet over here. And then I go back over there. I'm all off air. I'm like, oh man. I sat
Mm,
back and just ate my little vittles, called up E, chopped it up for him for a minute, and I came back.
mm,
I seen y'all was still on the air. And I tried to get back on, and it said the show was ended. So I must have went into my stream yard and went into another show.
Yeah, you probably went to those. We just the same one. I ain't changed the link.
Yeah. So y'all on the air. I see y'all still here. I'm still back. I done came back. I was saying something before I left that I kind of wanted to finish saying, and I promise I'll be brief if y'all allow me the space to say it.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was talking about the importance of that language thing, and I was saying how I was talking about the Isaiah 7 and how that if you don't speak Hebrew, the brother was asking what opened my eyes up about the idol, if you will. It was just that nothing. Well, remember, I was telling y'all that I was going back and forth between Old Testament to New Testament. I was like in between. I didn't know. It was the understanding and the study of the language that made it clear that it was not so. And I was using the example of the Isaiah 7 when Matthew talked about the virgin birth and how the prophets of old had talked about this. There was no prophet of old talked about no virgin birth. Because when you go back to Isaiah 7, if you was to read it in the English, you'll have a hard time fighting them because Isaiah 7, namely the King James Version, uses the word virgin. Behold, a young virgin shall be with child. Okay, so in Hebrew it doesn't read like that. In Hebrew, it's only 4 words. English, you got behold, a young woman shall be with child. You got 7 words. How do you get 7 words out of Hinna Ha'alma Bashirion or Bahira?
interesting.
How? Them only
Right,
4 words. How do you get 7 words out of that? Because it's a mistranslation. The
right.
original Hebrew is Hina Ha'alma Bahira, right? And that means Hina means here, now, not necessarily behold. Behold is a very bad translation for this text and almost any text, really. Hina means here and now. Like if I was to say, come here, I would say lek hinna, come here, hinna, here and now. The young woman is pregnant. That's a word for word translation of Isaiah. Here
That's
and now,
interesting though.
not 700 years later. So the Hebrew makes it clear
Hmm.
that Isaiah 7 was not talking about a version and he was not talking about a futuristic prophecy. The two words that clarify that is Alma and Hina.
Can I add something to that?
Yes,
I
sir.
I I definitely agree with you, sir.
I'll be right
And
back. I'm going to the bathroom, so I'm gonna pause and mute myself. So y'all keep it going now. Keep it going.
okay, I definitely agree with you, sir, because understand and perceive that's how the Most High speaks. He speaks like this strong, authoritative figure, like what you just explained, and it's amazing. If
Yeah.
you like pick it up and perceive it, that's exactly how he speaks. That's how I know what you're saying is right.
Yeah. And I don't mean to grandstand over nobody. You know, it's sensitive because everybody don't know the language. Most of our people don't know the language, and that's what makes it sensitive. But I beg my people, man, we have to start studying it. And like I teach my brother Eric, you don't have to know the language, but what you do have to have is the Hebrew thought. The
Right, the
Hebrew
thought
thought, yeah.
expression.
And the Hebrew thought is based upon the Hebrew language, what the Hebrew language says this stuff means. I'll give you an example and I'll land my plane. Like the word spirit. There is no word in Hebrew for spirit.
Hmm.
The word that when you look up spirit, in the Strong's Concordance or English translation, dictionary, it's going to give you the word for spirit, ruach, right? But ruach in the Hebrew thought does not mean spirit. It means the
Hmm.
wind, it means the air, it means to breathe. So like say if you were to say words in English like the spiritual man, well, you can't say that in Hebrew. Because in Hebrew, if you were to say haruach ish, you're saying the spirit man, you're saying the breathing man, the living man. You're not saying the non-corporeal spirit man. That type of
It's incorporeal.
ideology just didn't exist in biblical Hebrew.
Right. It's just hard for a lot of people to grasp because, like I said, the way I understand it is like I. That's why I always say expression. That's the only way I can understand it.
Yeah. Now, how do you get to spirit? You know, like the non-corporeal, uh, 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 what they call those spirit, ghostly, seraphic beings, non-corporeal entities. How you get to that is when you get what is through translation. First, you had the Hebrew, which means to breathe, or the air, or the wind, right?
Mm.
And then when the Latin came in, they translated it and put a word there. Then they put another. Then they translated into from the Greek to the Latin. Then from the Latin to the Spanish, and to the Spanish to the English. Every time you do this, you use words that are relative to these particular cultures. And when you have the idol, the Christianity, the people that are interpreting this stuff is interpreting it in such a way to where it represents Jesus Christ when it shouldn't.
Right. I agree.
Like when they translated the word virgin for Alma, Alma does not have anything to do with whether a woman had sex or not.
What was that more of like for as like a dowry?
No, it was yeah. Well, no, the Alma is more like a particular. You know how we have in English lifespans like toddler,
Mm.
adolescence. The time spans of a person's life.
Coming of
Well,
age.
Alma means a young woman of marriageable age.
Yeah,
Basically,
coming of
from the time
age.
she start her period to the time she end her
Hmm.
period. A young woman of sexual age, a young woman
Hmm.
of the age where she's able to have sex and have babies and have marriage.
Or the bud, or like the flower, or the fruit trees, the bud, and the
Yeah.
producing of the fruit. Yeah, I got you.
So Anytime from the time she started her period to menopause, that is an Alma, whether she was a
Hmm.
virgin or not.
Now, I want to say something, right? Everything you saying is correct, but everything you saying doesn't have nothing to do with language. It has something to do with doctrine. Because you can go to any person with whether any language and they can pull up the same Alma or Alma, whatever it is, they want to pull up in a doctrine and bring it out according to whatever language of dialect they want to speak. So we have a problem there.
Definitely. Uh, I'm back. I don't know why you fell off again, but definitely you gotta look at it from say a person's like my perspective. Like
Oh,
once
he fell
again,
off again.
yeah, he fell off again.
Oh,
Like coming from my perspective, like I'm in the truth part of the situation. As I don't use all of that, you know, to against, to make a determination, and I never came up with the any inclination that it was pointing to like a virgin as far as to the New Testament. You know what I'm saying? So in one sense, people are kind of influenced heavily
yeah.
through their, what I'm saying, like unfortunately they don't want to accept it, but the New Testament, I call it exactly what it is. It's ancient midrash. It's ancient commentary. That's what it is. It's commentary.
Right.
It's man's commentary that they add to, and when they're doing it, they're commenting on or commenting off of something that literally was not, in the Hebraic, would not meaning that. So
I just
that's
fell
what
off
the problem
again.
is. Yeah, that's what the kind of the problem is. Is you got to try to get away from the Christian influence situation or the
Yeah.
commentary.
Now the
Yeah.
brother, before I fell off, the brother was saying how he disagreed. I want you to. I mean, he didn't
I
say how
didn't.
he
No, no,
disagreed.
no, no. Wait, wait. I
You
didn't.
didn't. You didn't
You
say
can't.
that.
You can't.
Let me take that back. But basically, what I want to say is that
Mm.
in this conversation, we're grown
Mm.
men, right? And
Yeah.
it's not you disagreeing. It's me, the one that's disagreeing. I am the disagreeable spirit here. I disagree, and I reserve the right to disagree. And I don't dislike you by disagreeing. I don't hate you by disagreeing, and I'm not disrespecting you as a man by disagreeing. But I just reserve the right to agree to disagree with that. I think it's
We.
all about the language.
Oh. So have you ever met a person that speak not Yiddish, modern Hebrew that believe in Mashiach?
Not in person, no.
So
Well,
but not,
not to speak it. No. Yes.
so
Well, hold on. Yes, I have. Ben
but
Ami.
wait, but
Let me take that back. Ben Ami's from where I came from. Their whole congregation believe in the Messiah, but I reserve, like I stated earlier, that not to include them in that because they don't believe Messiahship the way that no Israelite or Christian
they
do.
believe in, do they believe somebody died? I mean, it don't even matter. That don't even matter. It's just the fact that
Well,
I
it
was
does
saying,
matter. That's why I
I was
said it.
I
It
was
does
kind of,
matter. It doesn't matter to you.
no. So now, no, I was just saying like the idols thing, it don't matter, but they do believe in the idol, so that does matter.
No, they don't
And they
believe in it.
and they
They don't believe in the idol. They believe
they
that they
do they
believe
believe in
that
the New Testament? They believe in
this is
Matthew,
well,
Mark, Luke, John,
but
Revelation,
okay.
Titus, Jude.
I was a part of that organization. I can
Do
tell you what they
do you
believe.
believe
You
in Matthew,
cannot
Mark,
tell me
Luke,
what they
John,
believe.
Jude?
Okay, and for you to tell me what they believe and you was not a part of their organization, you probably don't know
No,
much about them.
I
You
was
know,
just
you can't.
no. You said messiahship, so that
Right,
soon as you say that, it triggered me to the New Testament. Did
right,
they believe in the New
but
Testament?
it shouldn't have because
Did they believe in the
when one
New
of the brothers
Testament?
asked me earlier, I
Did they
told them
did
about
they
two
believe
books
in the
that I
New
read.
Testament while speaking modern Hebrew? That's all I want to know.
Yes, they do, but they do not
Okay,
believe.
then. So once again, it's the doctrine. It's not the language. It's the doctrine.
No, it's not the doctrine. It's the language. If you
Oh,
would let me explain, I will show you
yes,
why
sir.
it's the language. The
No,
reason
I'm on mute.
I'll just shut up and I'll just back up off the show if I can't talk.
No, I'm going on mute. I was saying I'm on mute.
Oh, okay, because I'm not going to interrupt you. I promise I won't. Uh, it's all about the language, right? And I'm gonna tell you why it's all about the language. The difference in messiahship with Ben Ami's organization, as opposed to any other Black Israelite organization in Christianity, which accept messiahship the same way as Christianity. Ben Aminim don't do that, and the reason they don't do that is based upon their understanding of what the word Messiah and Mashiach means. Okay, Mashiach, the word Messiah, as in Christianity and these New Testament Israelites, the word Messiah to them means like a savior. Okay,
Do they believe in Yahusha Mashiach?
they believe that Jesus Christ. They believe in Yah. They don't believe. They believe the name they call him is Yeshua. They believe that Meshua. This is what they believe about messiahship. They believe that never in the history of the world have the Lord left us without a messianic figure. This is what they believe. And they believe that Jesus Christ of 2,000 years ago was the Messiah of that day. They believed that Moses was the Messiah of his day, and that David was the Messiah of his day, and that Ben Ami ben Israel was the Messiah of his day.
So who's the Mashiach of Revelations then to them?
He has to make himself known. He obviously not if he
Hey,
have
I'm
not.
done.
I'm saying that if the prophecy is not fulfilled, then that man could not be here yet, and I could not. Then I would be making up something if that prophecy have not been fulfilled. I would be making up an individual that does not exist yet.
Okay, so if you vouching for them for all that, all I'm saying is it's the
I'm not vouching for
doctrine
you. I'm just
and not
explaining their position. And it is different from what you thought.
so. But they speak in the correct language though, right?
Yes.
All right, all
They
right.
speak both.
All
They
right. I'm
speak.
done. I'm done. I'm
Hold
done.
up.
I'm done.
Okay, well, you could be done, and it's my turn to speak now that you're done. Okay. Now that you're done, it must be understood that Ben Amidim speak two languages of Hebrew. They speak the modern Hebrew of the land, and they speak the biblical Hebrew of the Tanakh, which are two different languages.
On that part, that's where the gray area comes in at. Yeah,
They
I
speak
heard
the
this
language.
before. I heard this before from
See, they
someone
speak
that
the
said,
language. They speak the modern
let,
language for everyday living
right, let's
because
put that
to,
modern language on the
to
side. Put the modern
yeah,
language on the side.
yeah, they
Let's go
speak
with the
that.
biblical. Let's go with the
Right. They
biblical
speak.
Hebrew.
I'm saying that they speak that because of everyday living, to live in the land, to talk and to communicate with the people that speak that language in the land. But in their communities and in their teachings, they teach from the Tanakh and they speak the language of the Tanakh. And they
Well,
live by the language in the Hebrew of the Tanakh.
all right, now we got something concrete there. We got something concrete. So when you say they use the Tanakh, right, which is
Yeah.
different, would be different than the language that they use in the
The
land.
spoken language is not different from their biblical language. You have biblical Hebrew and you have modern Hebrew. Modern Hebrew is like if me and you was talking on the telephone, we would talk in modern Hebrew. If we was go to the synagogue, we would be talking. We would be dealing with ancient Hebrew.
All right, but I'm saying you said that.
It's like in Arabic.
No, no.
In
Yeah,
Arabic, you have what's called Farsa, which is classical Arabic. It is the classical Arabic all around the Arabic world. But inside of the Arabic world, you have Lebanese Arabic, you have Yemenite Arabic, you have Iraqi Arabic, and all of these Arabics are different Arabics, so to the point to where they need translators. So because they don't have translators, when they're amongst each other, they speak in their own dialects. They call it dialects. They speak in their own dialects, but when the news come on, when they go to school, when they go to court, they speak in the classic ancient Arabic.
all right, now that's where we, like I said, we got some concrete here. Well, when you said Tanakh, you gave me something that I can actually, look at that as some type of a form of some type of writing or in some type of form. But
Yeah,
then
the
it's
Tanakh,
beyond that. So they're not
right?
speaking from the biblical Tanakh, like the Hebrew Tanakh. They're speaking from a dialect Tanakh.
No, they speak both. They speak
Well,
modern Hebrew, which is a dialect, and they speak biblical Tanakh fluently, equally the same.
right,
They
but
speak them both.
let's put the modern Hebrew on the side. Let's put that on the
All right.
side. Now you have to explain to us what is the biblical Tanakh.
I don't understand. The biblical Tanakh is the biblical Tanakh. It is the language of the ancient Hebrews. The language of the Tanakh is the ancient Hebrew. Do you know how I know? Okay. See, we today as Israelites, because of the confusion of the One West groups in the Lashawan Kadesh, okay, because of that idiocy, it has brought a blanket of confusion into the house of Israel. Before 1970, we did not, from the 1700s all the way up to what I counted the first Israelite, all the way up until today. We never had a problem until the 70s when the One West created that lollygag Hebrew. When they created this lollygag Hebrew, it led black people to feel as though they being cursed, they following the white man's language, this and that. Hebrew, if you look it up, it is a Afro-Asiatic language. No, by it being labeled as an Afro-Asiatic language, there's no way you can attribute that to the European.
Right, but the question though, the question that I'm not even worried about that. I just want to know when you say biblical Tanakh, is that Tanakh itself some form of fashion of a writing, which I know that it is because that's going to go back to a text. Oh, he's gone again. Got disconnected again. But you gotta understand where I'm going at. What I'm going at. He's saying the modern Hebrew. I'm not even just talking about speaking modern Hebrew. I'm talking about when he said biblical Tanakh, because we have the biblical Tanakh. I had that. That's the Leningrad or the Aleppo Codex. That would be the Tanakh. Anything prior to that would not be something that we could show. And how would we validate that they're speaking that when they can't, provide it? How did they learn that? You get what I'm saying?
God,
Yeah. You understand what I'm saying?
I,
Understand what
I
I'm saying?
I had backed out of the show. You was finna ask me something.
No, I'm saying to you, forget about the modern Hebrew.
You do know
Forget
I
about the
backed out of the. You do know I fell out of the show, don't you?
yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna re-ask you. Forget about. Let's don't even talk about the modern Hebrew. Let's don't even go nowhere near that, and let's don't even go against the 1970s or 1960s.
Okay.
Lashon. Let's go
Okay.
with the biblical Tanakh
In doing that, to make sure I don't go there, can you tell me why? So I can have a reason in my mind to stay away from that.
because I want to distinguish the difference with a biblical Tanakh. What a biblical Tanakh is.
Okay. I'll follow your rules, but I made the
No, it's not
distinguishment.
a rule. I'm just saying I want to because like when you say biblical Tanakh, when you say that to me, I'm thinking you're talking about like like a scroll, a text, because the
I'm
Tanakh
talking about
itself.
I'm talking about the JPS Tanakh
That's
or
that,
any
that's what
other
right. That's
Masoretic
what I wanted
text
to see. That's the
Tanakh.
Masoretic
That's
text.
that's the only thing that a Tanakh means.
Right. That's actually the Lashon Hakodesh. That's
Yeah,
exactly back to that again.
yeah. It's Hebrew. It's Lashon Hakodesh. It's the Canaanite. It's like the language of the Canaanite. It's all of that.
Right, right, right. But what I'm saying is, when you saying I needed to distinguish that because now we have something that's established.
You
You saying
got
that they
biblical.
you
Okay,
saying
I
that they
make the distinguishment when I say biblical Hebrew and modern Hebrew. That's the distinguishment right there.
right. We're on the same page. But I want to just make sure that that's what you were saying because the biblical Hebrew, right, as we understand is the Lashon Hakodesh, which would be the earliest Masoretic text,
Yeah,
which that's what go back to the
yeah,
Leningradics. So they were
yeah.
speaking from they were speaking back they were speaking from the Leningradics Codex, basically.
But it's all the same, man. What I'm trying to say is that.
It's almost like somebody telling you, "Oh, I don't read the original King James text. I read the brand new revised King James text from 2025." Brother, the 1611 and the 2025 is the same language.
I understand that,
If you
and
can
that ain't the question.
read modern, what I'm saying is that if you can read, you speak modern English, right? But it is the same thing: modern English, modern Hebrew, ancient Hebrew, old English. Just like how you read a old English, the old English have the dust, the dials. I mean, it's even worse than your modern King James. Okay, it
Right,
has,
exactly,
it don't have no V's in it at all. You know what I'm
exactly,
saying?
exactly,
So the
exactly,
V is a straight U. Okay, but
exactly,
because you understand English, you can understand that book because it's the
exactly.
same language.
Exactly. But the reason why I was saying that because now that we can establish that, I have the Leningradish Codex. That's what I had on the screen there. I had that for that. That's the Lashon Hakodesh. That's the original, as far as the latest we can go back to. Because anything before that we don't have.
Okay, but why is it so important that you have to find the latest that you can go back to? Well, I mean,
Because
why is that?
the
I mean,
reason the reason why for me, right, and this is and I have to be in truth. The reason why for me is because when we have to, if we're gonna rely on language, then we gotta rely on a source of that
okay,
language that we'll be using. You get what I'm saying?
okay. Tim, no, I don't understand what you're saying, and I'm gonna tell you why. Respectfully, I don't understand what you're saying. I can give you right now
Mhm.
and we found an original scroll of the whole book of any book,
Mhm.
the first one ever written.
Mhm.
Okay, if we gave it to you right now,
Mhm.
you can't do nothing with it.
Oh, I
You
can do a
can't
lot
do
with it.
nothing with it. I'm telling you, you right now, without proper education, can't do nothing with it because you have to learn Hebrew first.
Well,
So
that's
you
the
got to
that's the
reverse.
that's the
Oh, hear
that's
me
what
out.
the
Hear me
okay.
out.
Go ahead.
You have
Go
to
ahead.
reverse engineer it. Learn the language that we have today and go back. Just like you don't to learn the English Bible, you don't go learn old English. You learn English now and then you take it back.
Well, put it like this. Hey, gone again. Gone again. I have to say this because I'm more lost at what he's saying than I think he's lost at what I'm saying. Right? He's telling me that I need to be able to learn the language. Well, I need to where I need to learn it from. I need a source, right? It makes sense. If I'm going to learn a language that I don't know, I need the source of that language. You know what I'm saying? Something to start from. And where do I start from? That's why I said I got the Leningradish Codex, which is the oldest that we can find, that we can actually utilize. And I don't have no problem with understanding it because I can read it. I can translate it so I can understand it. So that ain't the problem. The problem is for those that love to turn around and say about this magical language that they don't have no source for is the problem. Because where did he learn? Where did he learn the language he learned from? You guys can unmute. Yeah, ain't no, it's not no big deal.
No, no, I'm muted because my 3 month old, she was crying.
No, no big deal. But you understand what I'm saying, right? All I'm saying is
Yeah.
give me a source. Like when you saying with the you show me a source, right? There's a source there. Now, if I was to pull out a source of the oldest that we can get our hands on, right?
It
Well,
would it would add up to what I it would add up to at least the symbols of what
exactly
I
the same. Exactly.
thought.
We actually kind of did that. So what I'm trying to say is, what source are we going to use to compare this with? Because
They
I can
can't
pull up,
all
I can pull up,
know.
I can pull up the oldest source that man has access to right now, right down today. I can pull that up. But if I'm going to learn, I have to learn that language, right? If I have to learn that language, then that's not a problem. But that ain't the problem. Me learning that language. I'm trying to find out what language that he's talking about as far as the Hebrew that those guys spoke. If it wasn't from that particular situation, if it wasn't, it's only two. Yours is up here. The other one is the oldest sources. Let me pull it up. That's the best way to do it, right? Let's pull it up.
What they say in the BHI, bring it out.
hmm It's not hard. This is it right here. I mean, I don't know if he would have an understanding of it, but I could actually determine what it's saying on there. You get what I'm saying? Outside of it's small, that you can't see it on the screen. There's no English on this at all, right? We can see that. There's no English on there. This is the source. If he said that those guys, Ben Amin and all of them would have been speaking, they would have been able to read this, and this is what they would have been speaking, right?
Con.
I don't need to know that it's Phoenician or Canaanite. I need to know that this would be what they would have been able to read, right? This is what they would have been able to use as their thing. So all we got to do is translate this or transliterate this to English, just like we did it with yours, right? We translated it to, it's already translated to English, right? You
Yep.
had to, you
You
had
do
me,
the same thing if you
you
go
had me
to
do
the
the Phoenician.
Samaritan text.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I think he's back. Let me see if I can get him back on here. All right. He was back. But you see what I'm saying? And this is unfortunate that every time like something like this is on here, that's where the problem is going to start because I want to see if he can read this. And obviously those Ben Amin guys, they're not presently in the world right now, so there's no way for us to prove that they could read it either. And I'm sure they could have if they were reading the biblical Tanakh, because this is the biblical Tanakh. All right, we got it back up. You're back. You keep losing your signal.
Man, it's I got to do what I said I was gonna do, but you know, it keep
Right.
tabbing the screen, keep tabbing out.
hmm
I don't know. I heard you say something about a magical language that they don't have a source for. A magical language that they don't have a source for is the language that don't exist that I was telling you about. There is no magical language that they don't have a source for. Every Hebrew fragment is a source of the Hebrew language. If you have a
Absolutely.
if you have a fragment from a mug that has two letters on it from a that's a part of a whole sentence in a paragraph. That is a source.
Right. And right, if you can see on the screen, this right here is the oldest source that man can get his hand on.
That should be the
Not presently.
Leningrad.
Yeah, that's the Leningrad.
Now, but what I'm trying to say is that
But
But
that's
what you
not
read?
the
What?
oldest. But that's not the oldest source. The oldest source is the Samaritan Pentateuch.
But we can't really use that because it's only going to have the 5 books. The reason why I was saying that I want to use it that it has a complete all of your books. That's the only reason why I'm saying
but
that.
what I'm trying to figure out
But
is
yes, you're absolutely correct, Smash. When it comes down to that would be the oldest source. But they only have those 5 books. But this is the oldest with the complete Hebrew Bible, I should say. All right. But what I want to know from Brother Yasha, when he's saying about Ben Amin, those guys would have been able to read this. This is what you was talking
yeah,
about as far as the biblical
yeah,
Hebrew. Right,
yeah.
right.
They have people over there with the archaeologists doing helping with the Dead Sea Scrolls findings and all of that stuff.
Right, right, right.
They over
I
there
mean,
doing
I
archaeology and
have
stuff.
this up here for that reason because I have this same thing that I have translated into English so that I could read it.
They could read that. I could read that.
hmm Right.
Anybody, what I'm saying is a person that speaks modern Hebrew can
hmm
read that.
Right.
So what I was trying to say before I fell off is that anytime that you come across something that you don't know, just say
hmm
for instance, if a spaceship fell on the ground, you don't sit up here and be wondering when did the first spaceship ever fall on Earth. No, you take that spaceship right there and you reverse engineer it.
Right. And this is I'm gonna show you what reverse engineering is, which you might be kind of like referring to. I'll show you what I can
Yeah.
read it with. I don't know if you can see this on the screen or not, but I use a translating pen where I could scroll over to each one of those letters and it tells me, it translates it for me. So I would be able to actually read that because I use it to read that.
Yeah,
So
if you had tools,
yeah, that's what
that's
I'm saying. I
cool.
have the tools for that. So that
But
that kind
but
of don't really
well,
like substitute. 'Cause everybody don't have the tools that like I have. But
right.
what I'm saying
But
is,
what
what part of the wording on there that's translated in English that people are confused about that we have a
I don't know.
problem
I
with.
have to read. I have to be able to read that, and I can't read that. I'm on the phone. That stuff is very small. I can't read that, and that's really like putting me on the spot. Give me that. Send me that in my file, and I'll read through it. And you tell me, and I'll read through it. I'll translate it for you, word for word, or you can even just give it to me word for word and show me what word out of this thing that you have a problem with
I don't
and
have no
why.
problems with it at all because I could like you said I can go through it with the English translation too. Let me do that real quick.
I don't have a problem with it either. I'm
Okay,
still
well
gonna speak
let's
it.
go
I'm
with
still gonna speak
we'll
it
take especially
in the language of the
Isaiah,
Yahweh Bayah.
right? Isaiah,
Now,
right?
now, when it comes to translation, right? I mean, there's people that have these nuance problems. Like, say, my stomach hurt. Somebody can say, "Oh, my abdomen is in pain."
Hmm.
They could translate that to "my stomach is aching, my belly is aching, or my stomach hurt." All of that is the same thing in translation. Neither
Hmm.
one of these guys is wrong. This is what I'm trying to say.
Hmm.
There is no Ha is only the bait is only house. No, bait can mean house. It can mean family. It can mean daughter.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So I don't understand. Basically, uh, there's no way around not learning the Hebrew language. There's just no way around it.
All right, here's an example right here. I don't know if you can see this on the screen or not. We got that same thing, right? It's on the right side of it. It's in that
Yeah.
the Hebrew Tanakh, and on the left side of it is this English translation. So now I can't read it, but I can
Okay.
read it. I mean, you got to explain to me now.
Okay, I'm gonna show you why that is problematic. Why I say that you have to learn it for yourself. Go
All
to
right.
the scripture for me. Go
Mm-hmm.
to Songs of Solomon, the first chapter.
Songs of Solomon one. All right. Give me a
Yeah.
second. All
See,
right.
because what you're doing is you're handicapping yourself, depending upon somebody
Shakar.
else, upon somebody else's translation, hoping and depending that they're feeding you the right information.
Okay.
And this is the scripture that I have found in every Hebrew Tanakh, that when they translated in English, they translated it wrong. This is why I was trying to tell you earlier. I don't think I was trying to tell you, and I didn't get a chance to tell you this. You were saying like you made a statement how like you know the word, and that's all that matters. That you know the word, and you bet that you know the word better than anybody that knows the scriptures. What I'm trying to say
And
is,
I kind of probably will stick with that because I've been
and
around
you
a
can,
lot of
and you
those that can read that. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? I
and
have
you
read.
can,
I was around that guy who actually
right.
found the actual scroll of Isaiah, so I kind of know that. But so
I have
I
no
will vouch
problem
for
with.
that.
There's no need for you to say that. I have no problem with you
Hmm.
standing 10 toes down on that.
Hmm.
Only need for you to say that is if I have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. You may have a problem with what I'm about to say.
Okay,
Okay,
but go ahead.
what I'm
I'm gonna
about to say, what I'm about
Song of
respectfully,
Solomon, right? Song of
yeah,
Solomon.
right, right. What I'm about to say, Songs of Solomon, first chapter. What I'm about to say is this, and this here is going to prove what I'm about to
Hmm.
say. What I'm
Right.
about to say is that you can be the best.
Hmm.
You can have the best understanding of the in the world of the English Bible, but
Hmm.
the English Bible is wrong. So you have the best wrong understanding. See, you have to go to the Hebrew, and
All
this is
right.
why I'm going to show you why.
All
Go to
right. So
Psalm. You know that's chapter where it says, "I am black" in the
no,
King
I got it
James
right here. It's
Bible.
on the screen. I got it on the screen.
Okay, I want you to read the English for me. It says, "I am black but
The
comely."
Shakar is
Oh, you
crazy.
good?
So
Hear me out, because I'm finna show you the problem. The King James version read like this: I am black but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem. What does that read?
I am black but comely, O daughters of Jerusalem, like the tents of Kedar, like the curtains of Solomon.
Okay, go now. When you go to the Hebrew,
Hmm.
if you can read it, the words I'm stopping right here at black but comely. I don't need to go no
Shakar.
further. I don't need to go no further to show you mistranslation.
Go ahead.
Right in the Hebrew, it
Hmm.
reads Shakur. If it would be better if you went to an
Ah,
interlinear.
No, no,
Listen,
go
listen
ahead.
to me.
Go to it.
You ain't got to go nowhere. Just listen respectfully, bro.
I'm listening.
I'm trying to show you the easy way for you.
No, no,
Okay.
go ahead. You got to explain
The
it.
easy way for you to show you that I'm on point is if you would have went to the interlinear where it had the Hebrew pronunciation of the Hebrew that don't have. So now you have to trust me. The Hebrew reads Shakura Ani Wanawa Benut Yisraelim. That means I am a black and beautiful daughter of the Israelites. That don't read that.
You didn't ask me to go to the interlinear. You told me to pull that up from there. Now I got to
Right.
go to the
Well, I
interlinear.
didn't ask you to.
Give me a second to pull.
I
All
didn't
right.
ask you to, but if you go to it, I would appreciate it.
All right. I'm going to go to the interlinear. And I actually have a full book of the interlinear too. So I'm going to go to it. Interlinear Bible.
Hmm. Now I'm gonna show you all of this, all of these. I'm showing you, even the interlinear is a mistranslation because I know the language. Now I'm going to show you and prove to you with their tools that they
Hmm.
mistranslated. All of them mistranslated that text.
All right. Songs of Solomon.
See, to stay on this page, you would have to trust me. And that you don't trust me, that's why you go into the interlinear, which is still going to
No, no.
take you back to what I'm
I'm
saying.
going what you're
man,
saying.
Jeremiah
I'm not doing
17:5.
anything. I'm going exactly what you're saying. Now, I don't know if you can see it yet on the screen.
Yeah.
But let me take this off.
And
All
you
right. And
shouldn't
put that.
trust me. And
No,
I
no.
said that for a reason. You shouldn't trust me, and you shouldn't trust nobody. You should learn the language so you could do what I'm doing. So can't nobody deceive you.
They can't deceive me anyway, but I'm gonna go with what you're saying.
Oh, they can deceive. If you believe
No,
that
they can't.
that scripture reads that English is translated right, you've been deceived, brother.
I didn't say that this was translated right at all. I'm just going
No,
with
I know. I
following the
said
source.
if. I said
Right.
if.
Oh, but
Because
go ahead. Go ahead.
y'all are saying that all you got to do is read the English, and I
All
poured this
right.
particular scripture out to show you that by reading the English, that is wrong.
All right. I don't think I said. I
That
don't think we
English.
said that reading the
I'm
English is
saying
like
that
that.
that English in this
Bruh.
translation is wrong. And if
Right.
you are a master of the English text, you are a master of wrong information.
Right. But I don't think none of us said that we were using the English to do it. I didn't say that about the English. I didn't say that. But go ahead.
No, no,
Read
no,
the verse.
no, you didn't. What you said was that basically your understanding of English is better than one in Hebrew. And what I'm trying to say is that
Did I say that,
what
anybody?
I don't know why you try
no,
to
no,
make this out of a
you
debate.
said that your understanding in English it would be better than those who speak the language. You said that.
No, I said my
Right?
understanding, right? I didn't say anything about the English. I said my understanding of the scriptures, right?
Right.
Is
In English,
probably
because you don't
no.
speak no other language.
I'm not saying anything about English. I'm not mentioning
But you
English.
don't have to. It's a given.
Hey,
Okay,
Zakai,
I
where
can speak
you
Spanish too. So would that be a given? I'm not. We're not put the English on the
Hey,
side.
I'm still here listening, man.
Put the English on the side. Don't even use that. Don't ride the English. But I'm saying what my
at?
statement was. My statement that came out of me is saying that my understanding of the scriptures, right,
Okay.
is more like likely better than those that know the language.
Okay.
That's what I said.
I'm finna put that to the test with this scripture right here. Is
Go
your
ahead.
understanding of Psalms, that song, I mean that proverb of this scripture right here in the Songs of Solomon, is
Hmm.
your understanding that I am a black and beautiful daughter of the Israelites? Is that your understanding?
Which verse?
The verse where it says, I am black and beautiful. I am black but comely.
I'm trying to
What is
find
it?
that.
Verse 1 or verse 2? You looking right at it. I can't see it. Now
I
just use
am
these
dark.
two.
Listen, it's saying in this
Oh,
translation
oh
here, which I don't listen,
God.
listen. In this translation, what it's saying,
Oh,
and I
God.
don't. Can I speak? I said in this translation right here, which I don't agree with. Right? I'm going to read it. I am
yeah.
dark. I am dark. Right? But lovely. It don't even say calmly. It don't even say it there. It don't even say it. I am dark but lovely.
Okay.
Daughters of Jerusalem, like the tents of Kedar, like the
Okay.
curtains of Solomon. It
Okay.
doesn't even say calmly there.
Okay.
I don't even
Okay.
use this for that reason because I know that this right here, right?
Okay.
This is actually modern as far as
Okay.
the more of the modern Masoretic text. So that's
So
already altered.
what let's get to the nitty gritty. That's not the nitty gritty. We're finna get to the nitty gritty.
Hmm
What is your understand what chapter and verse is that? Is that Songs of Solomon 1 or Songs of Solomon 1 and 2? Which one is it?
It's
What
the
verse
same one you
what verse
just,
is that? The first or the second verse?
That's the first verse, the one that you
Okay,
asked
it's
for.
the first verse.
bruh.
Okay.
You brought up
What
Shakar.
okay,
That's
what
what
does
we talk
before
about.
we get to this, before we get I'm fixing to challenge your information. You said that you have an understanding, right?
Hmm
What does the real understanding of that scripture mean to you?
I am dark
And
but
we're going to
lovely, daughters of Jerusalem, like the tents of Kedar,
put
like the
that
curtains of
against the
Solomon.
original Hebrew understanding.
I mean, without using the cheat tactics that's up there.
We're going to use the best. We're going to get to the bottom of it. Trust me.
Is it a
The only way
particular
we
word?
not if you don't let
Is it
me.
I'm saying, is it a particular word we want to go over,
We're
or
gonna
is
go.
we talking about the?
We're gonna parse the whole thing word for word. But you have to let me get where I'm trying to go.
All right, I'm
And
gonna
I
let you.
can't
I'm gonna
get
let you
there.
get
What?
there. I'm gonna let you
How
get
I'm
there.
gonna get there is by asking you, because you said that you have this understanding better than the Hebrew speakers. I
Okay,
want
go
to
ahead.
know before we get into what the Hebrew said. What is your understanding of that? And we want to see is your understanding word for word with the Hebrew.
Which word are you looking for me to
We're looking for
explain?
I am black but comely. O ye
Hmm
daughters of Jerusalem. That part right there. What does that mean to you?
Beautiful, lovely. I mean,
I am
that's
black but comely. O ye daughters of Jerusalem.
beautiful,
I
lovely.
am
I
black but
mean,
lovely. Whatever that song, the part where it said, O ye up until O ye daughters of Jerusalem. All that up until that, what does that mean to you? Word for word.
Just bring it out, cause you the one that got the understanding. We looking at
Well, no, no,
Shakar.
no. I'm not the
You
only
no, no,
one.
no, no.
He
Hold on, hold on,
said
hold
that
on.
he has the
Hold
understanding.
on. You brung out Shakar, which I mean, as soon as you said Song of Solomon chapter 1, we already know. Just let you know it's just doctrinal. What you finna bring out anyway.
It's not
But
doctrinal, it's language. I'm going to do a word for word parsing, linguistic.
all right. Then
Here
this
it
word
is.
here.
Here
This
it
word
is.
here. This word here.
Shakura Ani is Shakura Ani Wanawa Benut Yisraelim.
Hmm
Right? What does that mean? That's what I'm asking you.
Which word are we referring to? Because
The,
you
the
said like
whole sentence. Okay. Shakura Ani Benut Yisraelim. What does that mean? What does that sentence mean?
if we use this, it says I am dark but lovely. We use another one. I am calmly.
Okay. But we're not using that because those are the Hebrew translators. You're better than them. What is your understanding that's better than that? Because that's wrong.
So then, what is it saying? Because you got to. You say
What
I'm
this is
wrong.
what it says.
I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I want to get to this point. If I'm
Well,
wrong,
you're
right?
not wrong. You're not wrong because you didn't tell me anything.
Right.
And
That's
that's what
even
I'm trying
better.
to get you to
That
do. I'm trying to
the
get you to
best
tell me something. So
the
we can
best
just go.
way
All right,
compare it to the original. Not
I
when
just
I
go to
give
the
you the
Kabbalah and
original and
tell
then
us
you say,
then.
"Oh, I agree."
because we got to establish the original first. Which one is the
No, we
original?
don't. No, we don't. You have this understanding already.
Well, just go to the Kabbalah and tell us
Okay.
then what it means.
What this is what it is. We're gonna put. I'm gonna show you how to find out. Each one of those words have numbers over those words where you can go back and push those numbers to see what it word for word is. Okay. Shakura is black. Ani is I am. So that is black I am, which means I am black. Okay, Shakura Ani, I am black. Wa and Nawa, beautiful. All that oh ye ain't even in the fucking text. Then it got been no Israeli and daughters of Israel. I am a black and beautiful daughter of the Israelites. That's a word for word translation, and you will never find that in no English translation, brother.
Now let me stop what you for a
Now,
second.
how you can find out I'm telling the truth is just push the buttons.
That's why I'm trying to sit up there and try to figure out where you're going with this, because I will ask you for, if you're looking for a particular word, the word
Right, go
commonly,
to
that's not
Shakura.
vague.
Go push Shakura, the first word. We're going to go through each one of these words. That's called a word for word parsing.
Exactly,
You,
but
yeah.
what you're not understanding
Go
is
to
you asking me
Shakura.
a general question, and then
Okay,
you
no, I'm
still
not.
ain't.
No, I told you what it was. It's over with. Now I'm proving it.
You ain't proving it
Hey,
because you
Go
ain't
to
give me a
push
chance
gotta
the
to
make
say
a
word
nothing. You ain't
comment,
give me
Shakura.
a
bro.
chance to say
Push
nothing.
the word
He turning
Shakura,
he
and we'll
turning
get the
into
So
definition
so if I
Shakura.
so
turning
so
into
if
a
I
penis
say this,
measuring contest, bro.
so if I say this in
When you
Yahweh
push the
Dayah,
word Shakura,
what's
you're
the
going to get
difference?
the word black.
No
When you
kidding.
So
push
if,
when you push Shakura, then you push Ani, you're going to get I am or I me. You're
Correct.
going to get, which
That's
means
great and
that
all
I
of that.
am black,
Correct.
right?
Correct. But you
That's what
let
that
me.
means. That's the word for word parsing. When you take the word
Oh
for
my
word, this is
gosh.
what it means. I am black. Why is
bruh,
and.
Can you pause for a few minutes to let me speak? I want to speak, and then let Smashing Idol speak. Can we have that?
Yes, but if you do it again, I'm not going to have it because I'm not getting nowhere. You're cutting me off.
Go
So
ahead.
I'm going to let you have
You
it.
got it.
So
You
I'm
got it
going
for
to
the
let you
next.
have it.
You got it for the next 2 minutes. Say what you got to say,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna respond. Go ahead.
Okay. If you push each one of these words, this is what you're going to get. When you push Shakur, you're going to get the definition black. When you push Ani, you're going to get I, me, self. Put them words together, Shakura Ani, black I am, because of the noun adjective agreement. In Hebrew, it is I am black. Okay. Why is and. Nawa is not lovely. It is not comely. It is.
Is he still on? Still on?
man, half of the stuff, even when he was just reading the scripts, Wad Nawad, bruh, that is literally
It's
the
the same
same.
thing. It's the
Come
same thing.
on, what the
I,
fuck is going on?
I was trying to explain to him, if I was to play Shakur, right, with the word he's talking about, all I gotta do is just do that and translate that. It says it's black. It's Strong's definition tells you what that means. It's black. That's a Strong's number. There's a tool that is exactly the exact translation of what he's trying to do. I don't need to learn the language to do that if I can use the Strong's. If that's the case,
I don't know, man. I don't know. This why I don't be fucking around with Israelites, bro.
there is nothing that he's saying. I understand if he's talking about reading it straight up, reading in Hebrew. That's great and all that if you're talking to a bunch of people that understand Hebrew. But when we talking, and I say translate that to English, right? He has to use the proper words to translate it to English. If you're going to put the proper English translations, then if we want to validate that, we can just use the Blue Letter Bible and just use the Strongs. It's going to have the same thing. I don't need to learn the language for that, and I never needed to learn the language for that. I just needed to have it translated, and it's going to translate it exactly what he's translated it to. There's no difference. Matter of fact, it's going to be more less of having an error than he would.
See, when you open minded, when you try to be more open minded to the linguistic, uh, the linguistic type faults or the props to these languages, you start to be more curious on not only just pronunciation, where everybody be trying to build upon, but the meaning behind pronunciation. You start to understand, well, these words, even in a pronunciation, some things might be different. So I might have to, so this might mean something different. They
Hmm.
don't realize that they just want to go off of no Hebrew. Lashawn, it's like, come on, bro. Y'all playing word semantics, and we
Hmm.
can't. We don't have time for this.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Since you don't have time for that, I'll never talk to you about it. Okay. Me and you don't have no conversation because that's what I'm about, brother. All right. Now, this is what I'm saying, man. I am saying this, bro.
Oh, I'm
You,
emotional, dog.
what I just translated, I said that Shakur Ani Benut Yisraelim. I said that those words means I am a black and beautiful daughter of the Israelites. And I am telling you, what you read from the interlinear, from the King James, and from the Tanakh don't say that, brother. You saying it does, and it don't. And it don't mean that either.
Nobody said. What are you? Oh no.
I don't think that you understanding
What
what
am I
I
saying?
said.
What
That's
I'm
what I.
saying, what I'm saying is that every translation of that text that you read is mistranslated and wrong, and I am
All
right.
right, that's the best way to do that.
And that and the reason, and I'm saying that that's why you should learn Hebrew so you don't be misled by other people's translations.
All right, I'm gonna
See
take
what
that.
you're
I'm gonna
doing
take
here
that
is
off
a
the screen. I'm taking that off the screen, and I'm gonna put it up in a what you call a fair, because the people need to be able to see this. What you saying, and what you saying. If it's correct, it'll show. All right, it'll show. Now, the
no.
same thing what you said. The
If what
same
I'm
thing what you
saying,
said.
it will show if
All
you do
right,
what I said.
all right. Now, exactly.
If you
Look, look,
because
look, look,
what
look,
I'm
look.
trying to tell, what we can't talk at the same time. I'll
We
shut up.
can.
Say what you're gonna say.
All right. What you're saying is a technique we call use the Strong's numbers, right? To determine exactly what it is what it's saying, and it's not hard. Black, we can know it as Shakur. We can do it. Hit the Strong's numbers, all right? It's Shakur. If we even want to know how it actually pronounced, we can play it.
Strong's H
Okay.
7838,
So if we
Shahor,
can do that,
Shahor.
I just told
And
you.
second entry,
I'm saying that.
Shahor, Shahor.
Shakur, Shakur. I mean, that's not hard.
So okay, what's not hard? What's not hard? What did you saying is not hard? What I'm telling you is this. I'm saying that I'm asking you to tell me what is your understanding of that text. That's what
It's
I'm asking you.
it's
And
it's,
it
it's
is
very
hard because
clear.
you're not, to this point, you have not given me your understanding of the text.
You losing me again. All right.
Okay, that's an English text that you're reading, right? That's been translated
Mm-hmm.
from Hebrew, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Did not you tell me that your understanding is better than those that translate from Hebrew? Didn't you tell me that?
Yes, indeed.
Give me a better understanding of that right there, because there is a better understanding. I just gave you one. Give
What's
I
me
the
a
mean,
better?
better
hey,
understanding of that
no
right there.
disrespect,
What
no
is the better
disrespect to
understanding?
anybody, but why we turning into
The
different
most perfect
conversations?
understanding is that I am a black and beautiful daughter of the Israelites.
Hey, Ricard, he real respectful, bro.
No,
And
I'm loud. I'm loud
I don't
because you
I
acting
still
like
don't
you don't want to hear me.
no, but I still don't understand. You can read that in clarity just with the English. It says the same thing. It's
No,
nothing
it does
different.
not. No, it does not. That does not say. Show me what word in there translate "oh ye."
You
What word?
losing me. You losing me. You're
What
actually
that read in
losing.
English? Read that. Read that in English. The first verse.
You're losing me on this one. They were completely.
Read it. I'm going to show you that there's words in there that is not
Who wrote
there.
the book? Who wrote that book? By questioning. Who wrote that
Who
book?
wrote what book?
Song of Solomon.
I don't know. Solomon probably. I don't know. The scribes. I don't know. I don't care. It don't have nothing to do. It don't have nothing to do with the understanding of what that means.
So anything that's inserted inside of the book doesn't really matter who wrote it.
No, because either you believe it or you don't. If you believe it, follow it. You don't throw it away.
Okay,
And
that's
that's all
quite
that matters.
that's
Because if
quite
I
good.
believe it, what I'm saying is if I believe it, it don't matter what you say, I'm gonna follow it anyway.
All right, all
If
right.
I don't
Uh,
believe it, it don't matter what you say, I ain't following it.
and that's why the question of it is, like you said, the Song of Solomon. That, like I would not understand it. It is already translated enough for us all to understand the meaning of it,
Well,
and you believe
okay,
it in English.
okay.
But
You say it's already translated,
I'm asking you a question. Who wrote that?
who wrote what?
The Song of Solomon.
I don't know. It don't matter. We can find out. Let's Google it. This 2027. And then
Right.
you find out and let's get back to the point. Because that ain't got nothing to do with the point. I'm out of here, man. I ain't got time to go back and forth with this. I'll see y'all tomorrow, bro.
All right. Take care, brother. Oh man.
Oh, oh.
I still don't quite get his point. He still didn't serve no point because I didn't. I don't. And I didn't learn Hebrew just now, and it didn't make a difference because I could get it translated. You don't get that. There's too many tools out here now that you could get this shit translated. Now, if he's saying a specific word that may mean something that's different in English versus that, well, he needs to show me word for word. What word is he referring to? And he hasn't done that. And none of those guys that profess that could do that because it can't be done. When something is transliterated, it may not be the same exact word for word meaning, but it's going to come to where when you go to like a Strong's or Concordance or any of the concordance, it's going to give you a selection of words that makes a difference. You understand what I'm saying?
Con.
That's like if we did it the opposite. If we said something in English, right, that we know that ain't even biblical, we could say like the clock on the wall is stopped at 12. He needs to translate that to Hebrew, to that ancient Hebrew, and where would it say? He'd be stuck because he would have to do what? He would have to go through his Hebrew dictionary or go through the English dictionary first, find that word what it means, and then go to the Hebrew dictionary to find out what the word that the word for word translates to, transliterates to, right? I mean, it's not hard. Let's don't play this language game. Let's don't play it. Knowing the language, yes, that helps, no doubt. But comprehension of what you're reading has nothing to do with what language it is written in. We are all aware they could change one word that wasn't there in the Hebrew, and that makes a
He
difference.
fell
But
off
that,
too.
yeah, that can. Well, he didn't fall up that time. He left, and I understand why, because he's not getting to get his point off, and I get what he was trying to do. But that's to me, that's like a prime example of why that my statement still stands. Because if he would have been really knowing, like the purpose of me asking him who wrote it, then he would know that I would know exactly what the damn shit mean. I mean, it's pissing me off because that's the same thing we did the same old talking or statement we was doing about the Melchizedek situation. And he was using Hebrew words, but he was using them from a different term. It wasn't from the actual scriptures that had something to do with it. Because we went back, it didn't have the same meaning. Now I understand what you were showing us, like with with that article that that web page with the Lashon, and that's very good. But all that is another tool source like this, like the fucking Strongs, and I respect it. But I don't need to be able to speak fluent at all of the language, and nobody else needs to either. We just need to know what it means in whatever language we speak.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to cap. That's my point of view. My point of view is, you can learn how to read the Hebrew text, but you still have to comprehend it. And I feel like that's why I put all my points in comprehension of the scriptures.
Mhm. Now
You
I
know,
agree. I agree with him like a 1,000% when he was talking about that with the young Alma and all of that. But I was going to go above and beyond that. I would say the same thing. What was that Isaiah 7 referencing to, though? Who was it referencing to? That's what he would have had a problem because guess what? That Hebrew don't mean anything on this because he would still need to know the context, which is the key. Remember that. I always say that. I always say in everything, context is key. What was the writer talking about? What was he actually saying? Was he saying, even if they translate that to be young virgin? It doesn't matter whether it's a young virgin or not, because I ain't, I can't speak the Hebrew, right? And I never thought that that young virgin was referring to anything to do with Mary and Jesus. You get what I'm saying?
right? Yeah, man, I mean, it almost turned into a dick measuring contest. I ain't even think to go it.
Oh yeah, but
because
but this is also
understanding and
right. This is also why
you know.
sometimes like keeping these things on the recording like this and that, it still shows. You know what I'm saying? One of us is obviously, I guess hot headed over something that is don't unnecessarily, and the point wasn't even made. You know what I'm saying? People can actually see what's going on there. I mean, I'm still going to stand what I'm saying. I don't need to be able to read the English. I mean, to read the damn Hebrew when I can translate the shit. Even if I have to say, well, I got $1,000, I got to get the most trustworthy person that I know can read it. Translate this for me, please. I'm still in good shape.
Yeah, I kind of
Yeah.
think it's like I think it's like how deep you are into culture, how
Hmm.
far you're willing to go yourself into it. You know what I mean? It's not a and like once again we're in captivity. It's not a must,
So
but a person like you know what I mean, a person like me, like okay, these symbols, these words, they mean what? So when you put them together, they mean what? Okay, I understand the meaning of
I'm in the
this.
show.
Hmm.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yep. You're on. You're on. You
Oh
gotta.
damn! I thought I was in the
Put in
back.
break 202.
You're on.
My
You gotta.
bad.
You gotta also remember too, right? Remember too, right?
Oh, that's
That
Eric.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
Eric.
please, please.
Hey,
Yeah.
Shalom. I,
Yeah,
Mhm.
shalom.
You
Long.
still
Yeah, I
have
just
to.
been watching the cinema, watching the show.
Mhm. He has to realize, and we all have to realize, the source that he's utilizing, right? Who wrote that source? See, that's where it's going to look bad again. Because guess what? You mean to tell me I'm supposed to trust the Hebrew, if I take that as, then I need to trust the one that wrote that too, right? Because that's not our writing. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying?
Um,
Khan.
Hey,
yeah,
I
let me.
get it. I
Yeah, I
get
That's
it.
might
what
like.
that's what he doesn't get.
I like to reply when everybody's saying.
Yeah, you got it. You,
Okay, okay, all right. So what I've been listening, right? I think just the problem is, he's an old school Hebrew, learner. I think people don't. I think sometimes because I talked to some people that learned it that way. I think sometimes people think that if you don't know it, we can't really comprehend it, right?
mm-hmm,
But I say I agree with more. I agree with you say on the part of we don't have to know everything because I've learned a lot from me just researching the words, right?
mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Now I get what he's saying, but I get what he's saying, right? But it doesn't. It's like he's saying that these translations don't necessarily mean what they say, and I get that, and I get what y'all saying. Y'all saying y'all know that, but y'all don't have to go through the whole Hebrew. He's saying you do. I think that's what the heads is nodding at, right? But
Mm-hmm.
just like when I did Satan, when I went into the Hebrew, I understood. Once I understood, like you said, when you comprehend, I understood what Satan actually meant. It meant adversary, or a person, or a nation. I understood. So when
Right.
I started reading it in English, and every time I seen that Satan, I understood it wasn't
Mm.
talking about a being.
Mm-hmm.
So I get what you're saying because and then I get what he's saying. It does make a difference if you but you have to comprehend it because some people can. If you don't comprehend that you still can read it in English and then have that Christian mind and still say, "Oh, this is a
There you
Christian
go. You
book."
said I was waiting for
Right,
that to come out.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Exactly.
right.
so so so
The
example
influence
is
part.
example is Cesaria. He'll read the Lashon Qwawdash, which got a little bit of in it, but then he'll still say Satan is a being. You see what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? Instead of understanding that
Right.
Satan be adversary. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like, yeah, you got to comprehend, even if you look at these Hebrew words, you got to comprehend what it means because when you go back into reading the scriptures, you got to be able to put it in there and make it fit to where you understand the difference of what they were trying to put, what you were trying to put, because the Old Testament through translation, they try to fakery or slickery put Christian words in there to make it seem like it's talking about the New Testament. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
yeah, so,
Right.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
understand what that's. I get what the heads are bumping it. You know.
Mhm. And
Hmm.
it's no beef against them. It's just that when it comes down to it, I'm always with no matter who. I don't care if you give me the whoever the world thinks is the best Hebrew speaker, I'm still going to ask him for his source. Because when he show his source, right now you're making it fair and easy for me. Because I can take your source that you give me now, and I can use my tools, my own.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, and make sure that what you saying, right? I can validate that. But
Yeah.
without the source, I'm taking your word that falonk means horse. I can't go with that. I got to see it from the source.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. And like when I heard him talking about that, when he said you got to read the modern, like I said, I think he's coming from just an older form of the way he learned. And
Yeah.
when you older, you ain't really into technology like that. You just don't know how far. You know what I mean? You still have that mindset of this the way I learned and this the way it should be learned. You see what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
it's just I think it's just like the old school way when you talking to your great uncle or something. And he said, "Well, this is the way we did this," and you be like, "Man, it's 2025. We don't do it that way no more." You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Right.
I think it's just a separate of generations of how people was learned and taught it because we don't have to. It's way more easier now through technology to understand and get like you said. You got a pen that you can just go across that motherfucker to tell you what it say now.
Yeah.
You don't got to go to a nigga to say, well, teach me this Hebrew and tell me what this say in this Hebrew. You see what I'm saying? But and I agree with you. I agree with you what you're saying because I've tried to listen to three, four different people that say they do Hebrew and when they and just like Genesis first, and these three people don't say that it says three different things.
Hmm.
And he said the definition of three different things because I don't know how that happened. Don't get me wrong, I don't know, but I just see that even the people like you said that even know it, the language don't have that comprehension. Because I've went to
Hmm.
plenty of people
Right.
with Hebrew and said, "What do this mean?" Because when I looked at it, I translated and I broke it down, and like you did in Atlanta, I broke down the Adam and Eve junk, and it said when I broke it down, it says let's make man. No, it says let's make them. It says let's make female and male. It didn't say that. It didn't say. It said is in its own image, basically in that image, not in our image. You know what I mean? So it's just I see
Hmm.
an image. So I went to people and say, hey, when I translated this, it's don't see our image. It says an image. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And then they was like, oh no Hebrew. And then when I brung it to them, they couldn't tell me.
Hmm. And
You know what I'm saying? So
just like if we was to go with what he's saying, and he used the Leningrad Codex, right? In the
yeah,
Leningrad Codex, if you don't know, when I say you don't know that the Masoretes took out anywhere where it said, you know, the name of the of of our God, whatever. If they took the name out, right, and they inserted the tetragram in there, right, and then
yeah,
in some places they instead of using the tetragramming, they inserted Yahweh,
yeah,
not Yahweh, Yahuwah, right?
yeah,
Which I know that Yahuwah, right, is not a name to begin with, because I do research and I know that that's just a title, and in Hebrew it's just saying this Lord. It's translating back, but another person to come along and says, well, Yahuwah is a poison name, blah blah blah. If it's through that your belief and your translation, if that's what it means, that's what it means. But I'm not
yeah, yeah,
referring to that. You get what I'm saying?
yeah. I mean, and I think one of the things he might have, I don't know if he mistakenly heard or maybe y'all better said it the way that he might have thought you said it. I think he was thinking you were saying literally that you don't need the Hebrew at all. You don't need to break down those words. You just need the English, and you could just read it straight through the English, and it will be correct. And
He would be looking absolutely correct if that's possible. But then I would look like the biggest liar because don't I rely on the Hebrew sources? I
yeah,
need the
yeah,
Hebrew
yeah. That's
sources
that,
to
that's why I was
translate it.
getting. That's why I was thinking he might have just thought that's what y'all was saying because that's what he kept
No,
repeating.
Right.
And I heard it
I
say,
use the Hebrew sources. I
Nah,
use
that's projection.
yeah.
mhm, yeah, I
But
use the Hebrew sources. I
because
just get it translated.
I know the camps, right? I'm gonna tell you right now, because I've been in ISBK, and I'm gonna tell you right now, the camps believe the KJV is the most accurate translated word by word Hebrew book.
No, far from it.
Yeah, when you go on their website, they tell you they say, "Hey, this word be this in the English," and they saying the KJV is the greatest translation book, and that's why do you notice they only use the KJV, and this is why.
Right. And it's just funny that you're saying that because you know why? Now you can add a bonus to it. Originally, it was the 1611. You know, the 1611 they would have used that statement on that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But guess
yeah,
what? The 1611 would get outdated, right? words were updated, right? That grasps more meaning. So now you have the regular KJV. And then later on, years will pass. Now you got the new KJV, updated
Yes.
revision.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's a revision. And
Yeah.
revisioned words, right, are additional words that was not there 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Words in English changed that much. But the meaning of those words, you still have to understand the meaning of that word to use to go with that word.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
what the
that
Masoretes did themselves. They added their vowel points and et cetera, to preserve the language.
yeah. And that's why I said, for just for me, that's why I sat back and just listened because I didn't want to be on the show. So I kind of listened what everybody was saying. And I was like, I think that's what he trying, because I just heard him kept saying, you saying the English is better. And when I heard you say scripture, I kind of understand what you were saying. You were saying breaking it down. I don't really have to know the whole, and I can break it down and study the words, and I can know just as much as you know in the Hebrew.
Right.
And
That's what he
Hebrew
thought the
correct.
mistake was. He thought I was saying that I was crediting the English. No, I wasn't crediting the English. I said if I only can speak English. I said me that I could still, all right,
Yeah.
understand it better than those that read the language because it doesn't have anything to do with language. Nothing. It's nothing to do with context.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree because that's why I remember because one time he was talking about the virgin birth, right? He broke it down in Hebrew and said it don't mean that, which I mean, which I think is great too, because if you could break it down within the Hebrew, it could get, you could get certain people to understand it. But I told him, I said the same thing that you said. I said in the English I don't need that because I knew the virgin birth was for King Ahaz. So
Correct.
there's no way that that virgin birth was Jesus, because the
Yeah,
gift and the
absolutely.
sign was for Ahaz before he died. Ahaz was getting attacked, and Isaiah said, "God's going to send you a sign that you're going to be protected, and it's going to be a baby that's going to be born. You know, I guess what they mean by a young woman, a baby's going to be born, and it's going to be a sign to you. So this is a sign to Ahaz. Why would Ahaz care if this shit was 2 years, 1,000 years later when he did? He don't give a damn about that sign. He ain't even alive. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
that
Hey,
sign was
facts on
for
that,
when
man.
he was
Facts.
alive. It was for King Ahaz. So when you literally read it, you don't get the Jesus out of that. Only people who trying to push that narrative put the
The
Jesus there
and
because it
the
just says
narrative and
virgin.
the
That's all
influence.
it
The
is. That's the
narrative.
only reason they can do it, because it's a virgin and it said Emmanuel. You know what I mean? But the New Testament just copied that shit. But when you go into the book, it don't say that, oh, and it'll be a sign in the future for you Ahaz that there's gonna be a virgin birth. It's telling you, it's telling him right then and there, I'm gonna have a sign for you because you're asking me for protection, or asking my God for protection because of people are coming and attack you. That's basically
Yeah.
what it was. You know what I
Right.
mean? So you don't really need the Hebrew for that. But if you did use, I wouldn't mind. But I'm just saying, I get what you're saying in the English. I don't even need to break it down that bad, because if you really understand the context of that verse, you would know that there's no way they could put that there.
Right. I got it. I got it up here. It was a prime example. Right. Therefore, the Lord
Yeah,
Himself
yeah.
shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall
Man, oh,
conceive in
blood
it.
road.
Uh,
Oh, let me
behold,
come.
behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a sign, and shall call his name Emmanuel. That's just plain English. Right. Without even knowing Hebrew, plain English. I don't see how, from a Christian point of view, I don't see how a Christian gets Jesus out of that. Period.
Yeah,
Not
damn.
even knowing
How
Hebrew.
much?
Not
How
even
much did
knowing
y'all
Hebrew.
hear? How much did y'all hear me say? Man, that was all the show. That's
No,
crazy.
we heard it. You know
Okay,
what
I
I'm
heard
saying?
it. Okay.
How do you get Jesus out of that whatsoever?
Yeah,
And to tell you the truth, even if they didn't know Hebrew, how would they get out of it? Because it doesn't say it there.
yeah.
It doesn't mention it there. The only way they get it out of it ain't because of their language. They get it out of it because they were influenced because what they read from what the New Testament says. Let's
I
be
mean,
honest.
let's be real. A lot of them don't even read it. It's just a doctrine. They go to church and the preacher tell them
Well,
what
yeah,
to.
some of us saying like if all Christianity is saying that's being Jesus, then that's what they're getting it from. They're being
Yeah.
influenced. That's what the problem is. It
Just
ain't
like I
nothing to do
talked
with
to
language.
just like I talked to an Israelite, he was talking about Moses, right? He was saying, well, Moses said it's gonna be one after him. He talking about Jesus. I said, man, so you telling me he skipped over all these prophets and kings, and he talking about a nigga that's thousands and thousands of years later. And then we showed them that who came up next. You know that we already did a show on it before, but it's
Hmm.
like how you skip, how you. It's like you're not talking in reality, man. You're you know,
Facts
if
though.
somebody was to tell me somebody coming 2,000 years ago, 2,000 years from
Hmm.
now, I'm not listening to this man. You know what I'm
Right?
saying? Like I
Did you
think it's
did you
crazy.
need
Exactly.
did you need at all any Hebraics for that?
No,
No, you didn't. There was no requirement on that because
I
what you
think
just
I
use
think I think
logic.
mostly you gotta. I think mostly you gotta have a comprehension of the language, the words. I think you gotta understand culture. I think you got to understand how history works, and I think you got to have reality. I think you got to have a. I think you can't lose a touch of reality because that's when you start talking about animals talking and shit. And just
Can
like
you
that dude,
can you
Williams.
can you say who was supposed to be after Moses? Just just for context, because a lot of people
I
don't
think
know.
it was what
Use
was
the
the
context. Joshua. Use the
Yep,
Joshua, yeah,
context.
Joshua.
Joshua, yeah,
Yep,
Use the context. You don't need
yeah.
to
yep.
have. You don't need to know
And
learn the
I think it
Hebrew.
was Smash Idol. If I ain't mistaken, I think it was Smash Idol that showed in the verse where Joshua was in the tents and was already Moses already knew him.
Yeah, it was him. Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Deuteronomy
Yeah, so
33, I
it
believe.
wasn't like he was talking about some motherfucker he ain't know and just say, "Oh, this is be this dude who coming after me." He specifically know who he talking about, and
Right.
somebody was already there. So it and and that's why I
Exactly.
said that's a touch of reality where when Moses when we were talking about Moses was going into when Post went into Israel, and I
Hmm.
showed that when he was trying to judge the whole nation by himself, his father-in-law came to him and said, "You can't do it like that. This is a whole nation. You're gonna have to get people you trust, and they're gonna have to help you judge these people because you can't go in there and do all that shit yourself." So,
Hmm.
and that's how a nation works. You see what I'm saying? A nation you can't control that by yourself as a man. That's what brings the reality in that, and that you know what I mean. So it's like, but people would skip over there and just talking about him going to the mountain and him talking to the people in Israel going in, but they don't talk about how the nation got established or where people can judge and
Right.
how it was put together.
Hmm.
Because the nation had to has laws, and that's why I tell people, like the New Testament people and Gnostic people, like I said, the dude tried to say the laws are perfect. I said, but the laws was a national law. It was the same way America has laws. We had laws for your
Hmm.
land. We had laws
Right.
for your morals, for the way you eat. We had the marriage. Everything
Hmm.
it was a national law. When you have a nation, you have to have laws. You have to have land. You have to have religion. I mean, no, we didn't have to have, but it's in there. So when I tell camp Israelites now, I said, stop calling yourself a nation. I tell the Moors, you can't call yourself a damn nation because you have no land. Period. You have no land. If you ain't got no land, you might as well just cut that shit. You just a religion. That's all
Hmm.
you are. Until we get land, until we be able to establish our own laws on our land, and we have military and all that stuff, then we can call ourselves a nation. That's what a nation is. You can have a nation of people, meaning like a group, but but they ain't the same nation we talking about when we talk about Israel.
Hmm. Yeah, but the thing is, I hated that we had a conflict, and we shouldn't have conflict. But I think the conflict that most people have when it comes down to that language barrier thing is the fact that they think that because they may can speak, you know, a little bit more of it than another person that they're supposed to make them a better Hebrew, which or whatever you want to say.
I just think is like I said. I think he comes from a time where you got to realize it won't always computers. So they had more of advantage of being able to teach people because a lot of people
Right.
couldn't go into when they had these lexicons. People won't read lexicon. I don't know. I ain't never heard nobody read a lexicon book when I was
I
growing up.
I
You know,
got I got a
so,
Well,
I
they
got a
existed.
perfect I got a
They
perfect
existed.
example for y'all real
They
quick.
existed.
That's just like how, like, you all's day and age, we broke down mathematical problems a certain way, but now, right now, this generation now, they break down math problems totally different
yeah.
from even our generation.
I mean, let's be real. They got AI. I mean, shit, they don't even have to break down nothing. They can just call ask AI.
Right.
They might make a calculator for them. You see what I'm saying? So it's
Right.
like, yeah, it's like we didn't have all that. So when these people learned these Hebrews, it was a time where they could actually sit around and teach people, and people would look up to them because they had something they could teach something that a lot of people didn't know. Now it's kind of frustrating because a motherfucker just go and look up the word now and do the same thing they're doing and understand in the same way. Because I don't know Hebrew at all. I can't tell you no sentence, but I can break. But what I understand is when I read the scriptures, some reason I can say, let me look up this word. Let me look up this. And that's why I looked up Satan and found out it was adversary. When I looked up heaven, it means sky. When I looked up spirit, it means breath. You know, you just start seeing this stuff. You start, well, let me see what this word say, what this word. So when you start reading it, the whole scripture looks totally different now, just in English. It ain't even in the Hebrew, it's in English. I can read it a different way and understand it a different way. Then when you study the culture through the history, you start seeing this how people,
Exactly.
the ancient cultures and stuff. You start seeing, okay, this is how the way they wrote it down. This is what they believed in, because this is because when you go into the ancient culture, a lot of them was influenced by each other. We all know that. So it's like you. I think that's why I say you got to learn culture, history, science. I think you need not the science that these niggas trying to push. You know, the atheist science. I'm talking about like science, and I think you can put all. I think all that shit can really work together if you comprehend it. Like I said, because that's the main thing is comprehending. I don't give a damn what you read. I don't care what you study. If you can't comprehend, it ain't doing me nothing.
Hmm. The thing is, he chose that particular Song of Solomon, and he's in, which is no problem with it. If I wanted to be technical on it, I said, well, let's go look at it from the original, time it was written, and the only place I would be able to go is be the Dead Sea Scrolls, and that's what he.
Actually, did you understand what he was saying? I mean, because when I say understand what he was saying, because what I got from it is what he trying to say is one says I'm black and comely and the son of Solomon, and he's saying no, he's saying I'm black and the people of Israelite. Now, to you, if you hear that, I'm just asking you from if you hear that, does that sound like? Because I know you say you could say it English different ways, so does that sound similar to you? So enough that you could say that's totally different, or do it because you still say that's similar in the translation? It's just the words kind of different. If you know what I'm asking.
Well, I understood where he was going with it, but where he was going with it did not actually attribute to his spot where he when he arrived. Because the problem
Hmm.
that he don't understand is that it's the words that he's focusing on, and the words are something that if we go word for word, right, they have meanings, yes, but that don't make up a sentence because you're just putting words together that have meaning. You know what I'm saying? It's like a person that's writing lyrics. They don't necessarily use the straight common. They use
Yeah,
slurs and slang. You know what I'm saying? To mean the same thing that you would be talking about in the common. So when he's using the word "I am black" and calmly, right? Which word is he homing in on that would be different? It was obviously we know that it was talking about the black part because it doesn't say black in the Hebrew. It mentions what word it mentions is it was referring to I am dark. But he didn't know
mhm,
that I knew that. All right. And then he was saying calmly. Yeah, I didn't have to go to the Hebrew to translate it. I know calmly means beautiful. So I could just say beautiful. So either way, it's going to be calmly or beautiful. I mean, what's the difference? It's a synonym. Synonym.
yeah,
That's where
okay,
he's lacking. Synonyms is where you have the key to finding out what words are similar that means the same thing.
yeah. I think that's why I say I think the head button was coming from, because I think he was trying to say to you that you were saying in English that you can just do it in English, like as far as like what he was saying, like translate. But you was basically saying, I'm saying if I study the English and I study it, and I can break down the words, I can still get the same. I can still get the same sentence that you're getting. I don't have to really like know the whole Hebrew. So like you just did when you saying, you knew comedy was beautiful. You knew this mean dark. So it's like you still can break that whole sentence like he can. You just ain't doing it the way he's doing it.
Right. And I knew that also that, this is what these guys that play that language game, they don't realize. When when the Israelites, or should say when Judah, when they was in captivity inside of Babylon, all of that, the way they was doing from the old ways was broken. So guess what they got influenced now? They're getting influenced to Babylonian culture. Okay?
Yeah,
So you're not only needing to learn, say if you want to slay that Hebrew game, you need to learn Aramaic. You know what I'm saying? You need to learn, you know what I'm saying, all of those dialects that pertains, and also you really need to learn the Greek too, because the Greek conquered it too. So you're getting everything. Like with all of these influenced languages, right? You gotta also decipher those influences also.
Yeah.
And then that's even with the Leningrad. Or if you use the reason why we don't use the Alamo because we don't have a full Alamo, but we have a full Leningrad. But the Leningrad is influenced from the Greek too.
Yeah. I mean, I think too, man.
And I
People don't.
know and I know he don't speak no Greek.
I think people don't study the Bible. Like I think a lot of people learn these languages and stuff too, like and don't learn the language, but they don't study. I think people don't really like study a lot of stuff in the Bible as far just like a dude said about the Quran, right? He said that all these people learn this Arabic, they'll say they'll say these words in Arabic reading the Quran. But if you really stop them and say, what does this really mean? What is this about? They can't even explain it to you. So it's like
What
I
would
think people just brush through a lot of stuff, even in English, and I think people don't really research the Bible like they should and study it. Like,
what would be your beef with say the Lahawan Qwawdash? Like they say, we know that that was
well, like I said,
a attempt.
by me being with Ashley K and going to school for a little bit, and I learned the Hakodesh a little bit, so where I was trying to translate from the Old Testament, right?
Hmm.
I could say I can say the problem. Well, I never. I'm gonna say this. I didn't have no problem with it because, like I said, that was like something I was introduced with. I didn't know no Hebrew, so it's like I didn't know this shit was like was not real. You know what I'm saying? So
No, it's not. That's the thing. People gets understanding. Like say me, my opinion of it. It's not saying that it's not real. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that it is what you call late addition. There someone's ploy to try to rebuild the original Hebrew. That's all
yeah,
they're trying to do.
I mean, because
It,
I broke the scriptures down
and
in
it's
the
great. It is good.
Sacrifice
It's not
before.
bad at all.
But I remember a guy from his name he was from his name I forgot his name, but he was from Hebrew War Machine, right? And we was
Hmm.
talking about it, and he was like, can you speak it? Can any of them speak that in a language like in sentences like talking to each other? And I noticed like they couldn't, so they made it only for like in a biblical form, so where you could break down the language. And they only like did prayers, like you'll meet each other, you'll be like, um, uh, Yahweh Bahashem, Yahweh Shabbat that means Yahweh in the name of Jesus bless you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you do certain things like that. But like I said, it was you could tell it was a militant black nationally group that used race in a biblical form, like
There you
like
go. Back to it.
like the
Racially
NOS.
and biases, right?
Yeah, like the
Racial and bias.
NOI. This do the same thing NOI did. You know what I'm saying? But
That's exactly
I
why I was making the point. What I was trying to say. Now,
I
if you
went.
go back.
Hold on. Let me tell you the story. I went to New York though up one day, right? I went to 125th and Lenox because this when we first started being a Hebrew Israelite, and I had joined the ISBK. Firstly, you had to wear all black. You can't masturbate. You can't be with a woman. You can't talk to no woman for 6 months. Even you know what I'm saying. If she got a married, if she married to a man, you got to tell her I can't talk to you. You got to give me your husband. You know that's certain things I understood. So when I did meet him, it was at a cookout. It was called an Israelite cookout. It was Puerto Ricans there. It was Haitians. It was all type of different races there, all us in a cookout. But they want Israelites. I guess they was like calling them Israel. You know how they call a chart, and they was bringing them in. So I
Mhm.
seen this group because I was walking. I asked this dude with a cookout out. He mad at me. He gritting on me. He like, what you talking about cookout? I said, man, the cookout. So he was like, I don't know what you talking about. The cookout right across the street, right? So I was about to fight the dude. I was like, but I just came from VA, man. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know what's going on. So I go in there. It's a Zaryak, right? It's Sarnetta coming in, Shaka, Sankufa,
Mhm.
all of them was in there, right? So, what's that famous? What's the one that everybody know from HOI? Zabak was in there. He had like 5, 6 wives. It was somebody else. I forgot that foreign dude from GOC. He was in there. So we
Wow.
all in there, right? I'm talking to Zaria for like an hour, and this made me not deal with him because I asked him, I said, who? I said, who is Esau? He said, the white man, right?
Hmm.
So I said, damn, I thought you said the serpent at the tree was the white man. He said, yeah, he's the white man too. So I'm like, what the fuck? So hold on. So you know what I'm saying? So I started looking at it like, wait a minute, how both of the white men? You know what I'm saying? So we talking, um, Sarnetta and them started clowning them and shit. And this one made me start fucking with. That Sarnetta and them was clowning them. I went to him. I said, "Yo, these dudes talking shit about us, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to go at him." And he like, "Nah, man, he just, this entertainment." I'm like, "What?" You know what I'm saying? So that joint just threw me off. So then I see these camp dudes walking around the camp. They looking, they gritting on us. And I'm like, "Yo, what's up with these dudes?" And I said, "Man, the dude was gritting on me." He said, "That's our y'all people." Arya used to be a part of that camp. That's the dude that made the Lashon Kadosh.
Correct. Absolutely.
And he
And
said
based upon
he
what?
went to their camp.
Why did he make it? That's the thing that with a lot of them are not understanding. What did he
Yeah.
make it based off of? His unaccepting or rejecting the fact that the Lashon Hakodesh, right, was rabbi uh handled, meaning like
Mm.
that's like say he want to say we learn the original language, right? So are you trying to say that you saying that those Jewish rabbis you accepting their language? You know what I'm
Yeah, but
saying?
so let me ask you this: why do they call it Hebrew Aramaic?
Because during the Babylonian time, where they got a mixture of, both of those. It actually should be Syriac too, but they got a mixture of those the dialects, I should say.
Now let me say this because I always say this story. Listen, I'm gonna let y'all know Tazariak. I do not hate Tazariak. So Zaryak was like a hero to me. So Zaryak is one of the people that woke me up to Hebrewism. Zabak, even if I don't agree with none of the stuff he say, I always go have respect. I got pictures with him. I always respected him because I know for a fact he stands for what he believes in, even if it's wrong.
Oh, I got
He
a comment
stands
on
with
that.
he's
That's true.
organized. I'm saying he's organized. I'm saying they follow their general. Like he don't question them niggas. With I mean, so I seen the organization as organized. Like I said, I don't agree with none of these teachers. I don't like what he's doing now. He's becoming more commercial. Like
Hmm.
he's doing a
Hmm.
lot of shit that
He's
I
becoming
didn't
a
agree with at
commercial.
I'm,
Right,
first.
I'm,
right.
the-
You know
I'm,
what I'm
I'm,
saying?
I'm the
But
same way.
I'm not going to disrespect him because I came out of that lane to where I would have never been. I would have never even thought about Hebrew Israelite. Well, one from people like him.
Hmm.
I'm the same way, sir. It's the two people that like in my journey back in 2005 when I first started. Like I said, I'm from Montgomery, Alabama, from the hood. But when I first started actually reading the Bible for myself in 2005, it was these two people during my Christianity trials that introduced me to the Hebrew walk. And those same two people, they are hardcore idol believers. And once I realized what was going on, and I don't take nothing away from those two people, they know who they are and they know me. I still respect them the most high, to the utmost respect, but are idol worshipers. So I agree
Yeah,
100% what you just said.
yeah.
For
Yeah, well,
real.
check this out. Check this out. Check this out. And not to bring the heat back on, but like the big question was, like you said, I think Albert Bivens and all those guys like that, right? Weren't those guys all idolaters? You got to be honest, all right?
Yep.
They
Alvin
were
Bivens.
idolaters.
I thought it was
No, not Albert Bivens. I mean, like Aria wasn't an idolater. What they did
Ariel?
was, yeah,
okay.
Area.
You talking about okay. You talking about the seven heads?
Hmm.
Yeah, the seven heads was actually Old Testament at first, and then Arya is the one that came and said Jesus is the King of Israel, and then they split, and that's when
Correct.
so it comes from his lineage of Arya.
Right. Now go back to what's the other one? Ben Amin. Uh, like his. It's like
I don't really know too much about
because I think
him.
Smash and Idol asked that question, and when he was talking about like Jesus, like do he believe in Jesus? And I think I'm not going to speak exactly what he said for Terry Josh said, but the whole idea of it when he was
Nah,
pushing the
I
Jesus
heard
thing,
what he said because he told me that before. So you already know I
right?
know.
When you
Yeah.
pushing the Jesus part, right?
Yeah.
you kind of like null and as far as us Torah, when you push in the Jesus part, you kind of null and void whatever you saying. If you had to learn the Hebrew language and blah blah blah, then why are you pushing the Jesus? Because it's not in the Hebrew language, right? In either
Oh, you
one of
talking?
these.
Oh, you talking about Jesus?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, see, this is I have a, and that's the problem I have with that Yeshua, Joshua, Yahush, whatever they want to call him. This is why I have a problem with that, right? Because I'm like, okay, the New Testament, the oldest New Testament is quoting Greek.
Hmm.
Okay, translated to the modern Greek, then it's translated to Latin, English, all this stuff, right? So you go
Hmm.
from Ius, IEOUS, right? Then they
Hmm.
go to Jesus, but then how? So what I'm telling people they did is you now what you did is you took the English and you translated it back to Hebrew, right?
Hmm.
Then you said, oh, his name is Yahshua or Yeshua. Then you take it back from Hebrew, you bring it back to English and say, oh, if his name was in English from the what we told you his name was, it would be Joshua. So now you don't took it from Jesus, went back to Yahshua, then came back and say his name would have been Joshua, and you see what I'm saying? So it's like you can't take this English word and then try to go into the Hebrew and then try to make it another, then make it say this is what his name is supposed to be. It's nowhere, no evidence of him being Yahshua.
Right, because Yeshua, right, in the Hebrew
But,
doesn't have
but
no meaning. Don't have no. There is no person meaning out of it at all.
yeah, yeah,
Yasha itself is also, they could turn around and say Yasha is Jesus if that's the case, but they don't choose to use that because guess what? That name is also Isaiah and Isaiah and so forth and so forth.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So what they do, they wordplay with the Joshua thing because they have no choice to go with Joshua. But if you go translate it, but Joshua's name is Yehoshua, right? That's not the same thing they use. That's why they use Yahusha.
yeah. Or
You know,
Howard said, or Howard said,
Yahawashai is
or
really
Yeshua.
that's actually made up. Period.
Yeah,
Made
that
up.
was
Period.
Yahweh was definitely made up. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? Well, he
But,
definitely won't
but
call this up to Yahweh.
but going back to context is that's the thing that I guess people are not understanding. That's the most important part of it when you read in any of those scriptures. Period. You need to get the context.
Yeah,
However you get the context. I don't care if you have to, like I said, if you have to pay somebody to teach you what this word means to get the right context, then you do it. But
yeah.
don't don't.
That's why I said as readers of the Bible, as studiers of the Bible, and as researchers of the Bible.
Mhm.
We are considered more researchers because we really go down to deep into the origin, to what stuff really mean, breaking down words. We try to
I think I told you the other day, like really, that you want to be quite honest. There is nobody going to have the authentic autographs to begin with because the
yeah.
autographs were destroyed. So what are we relying on?
Yeah,
How are we
'cause
going?
remember we had this conversation the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I had a conversation with Yasha, on the side too, and talking. And he, of course, he don't agree with that, but because because I told him on my stance was, I felt like a lot of people who were saying they speak Hebrew, like 'cause I remember I was online then one time. She keep on the show for because I was getting on this dude tail. I was like, how can you tell me that you know the Hebrew without the English translation? The same way I
Mm-hmm.
would ask a Kemetic dude, how you know Kemetic if you only can do the English translation. Because what you're doing is you're going to the English translation with the Kemetic, I mean with the hieroglyphs, and you saying this is what the English says. You're doing the same thing. A lot of people do that with the Hebrew. They're taking the English words and say, "Oh, this is what it means in the Hebrew," and then they'll tell you, "I know Hebrew," but you really know only the English translation form of it going back into the Hebrew.
And you can ask them the same question. You like if you can go further than where Hebrew started at. Go to that level of Shem. Do you think Shem spoke Hebrew?
No, I think did he speak like Semitic or something?
Yeah, he's Semitic. He's actually the source, the father. So the thing is, that's like you can see this fool that say Adam spoke Hebrew. Dude, Adam didn't speak Hebrew.
Yeah, that's what the Lashon Qwawdash in the camp version. They say this is what Adam spoke. It's actually called. the holy tongue, and that's what it's
Hmm.
called, the holy tongue. And they said it's the language of Adam. This is what the camps to you is the language of Adam.
Well,
So
that's
they
what
said
the
they
name
said just
was.
like a they said just like a baby when you say gaga and ba ba. You know what I'm saying? They said that's what this language comes from because
Well, that's
they
the
said
actual name. That's the actual name when you're saying Lashon Hakodesh or
yeah.
Lawashan
That's a
Qwawdash. That's just saying.
Lashawan Kadash.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
just
it
saying.
says.
That's just saying holy tongue. That's all it's
Yeah,
saying.
holy tongue. Yeah, and then they're added on to say the language of Adam.
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem. But to to determine that you can't. There's no way for them to do that. But either way, both of those are basically translated to mean holy tongue. So which one
Yeah.
is the right one is the question. And then when they go to that part, that's when the fight starts because they're gonna say,
But
well, this guy's saying this and they didn't. They this came in the 1960s, which is correct.
yeah,
All right, it is correct. And then you're gonna turn around and say, well, the reason why Mars is well because it's from the Leningrad. But that's still
yeah.
not correct because the Masoretes, right? They tried to preserve by putting vowel points, so that means they tampered with it. So that can't be exactly
I mean, I,
correct
I
either.
kind of like I told you before. I kind of look at it like the Spanish, right? Like, who can determine what the Spanish were? Okay, we say the Spaniards created this Spanish, right? But don't nobody speak that Spanish, right? So when you go into when they brought it to South America, these when I try to get up the translation, like I said, it's like 10, 15 different Spanishes, right? So I'm like,
Hmm.
damn, what Spanish do people talk? Because I usually take the different Spanishes and I bring it to the people at my job because I have a lot of Spanish people that come to my job and they don't speak English. So I try to talk with them through the translation. And they don't be knowing what I'm saying sometimes. I'm like, damn, so he don't talk this Spanish. So
Right.
I had to find this thing called US Spanish that actually took all of them and collaborated together to where all the different Spanish people can actually could talk to all of them through this US United States Spanish. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's different forms because if you talk about but the real Spanish come from Spain, don't nobody speak that.
Hmm.
And then I ain't
Now,
know Portuguese is mixed with that because I heard a
absolutely,
Spanish. Yeah, I
absolutely.
heard a Spanish person say, but I heard a Portuguese person talking. I kind of understood what he was saying, and I was like,
I,
"Damn,
what-
you know."
from not to cut by, no, not to cut nobody off
Oh
from
no, you
my
good?
understanding, like when I read through history, that's what they did. Like when they like the dividing of nations and the difference of tongues, that's what they did. Like one group would go off and migrate somewhere else, and they would literally create their own tongue
Absolutely,
and own language.
absolutely,
That's what they would do,
absolutely.
man. And it's
Yeah,
so crazy.
And
It's weird.
that's a good way to like resolve this whole thing. Like I said, I could pull out Genesis 10 on that, and then that's going to
Mm-hmm.
kill the whole idea to somebody say, well, their original tongue. Because guess what? How you going to say
Yep.
original tongue when this family here went over here, right? And I ain't even talking about from Shem, Ham, and Japheth. I'm talking about just out of the line. If
Right.
Shem's seed, right, ended up going and speaking in their own tongue, because it says their
Yep.
own tongue, that was individual tongues.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
mhm.
impossible to have what you
Multiple
call one.
tongues.
Yes, correct. It's impossible to have what they want to say. Well, the only Hebrew.
Right. And like Eric said, that's why they all Spanish all sound different because they all came
Hmm.
with their own little tongue. It's so crazy when I read that.
Hmm. And I think we discussed it tonight when I said the main source of the problem was the damn Zephaniah 3 because they got
Yep,
that
yep,
wrong.
exactly.
That's what
Yep.
led the whole thing.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yep.
You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
And
Yeah, I think this is a great show. I listened to a lot of
you,
points.
mhm.
Y'all say, man, he just he get aggressive sometimes. We ain't here to talk
Yep.
about it sometimes.
Oh
So it's
no,
just
no, I
like,
have no
but
problem
I
with
get
that.
like that too. Sometimes I get hype. I think I get more passionate. So a lot
Yeah,
of people
but
take my
my problem,
Mm-hmm.
passion.
my problem with him though is every time when he pulls that right, I always do the same setup.
Yeah,
And he
He'll
did the
cool off
same
later.
setup too. He did the same setup at the same time. He either thought get disconnected or whatever, and I don't blame him for doing it. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
I think it just got to get more better to. I think we as a group, man, got to get more better to. If we don't agree,
Mhm.
it shouldn't cause anger and want to leave or argue.
Right.
Or, because I think that's just some of the stuff we got to work on to.
Mhm.
Because we ain't going to agree on everything. What I mean? We
And
just not.
Right.
whenever a guy get on there with this language, I'm gonna always pull out this frame. I'm not gonna say it, I'm gonna pull it out right there, and then I'm gonna flip to the pages because it's in all Hebrew, and I know they gonna say, well, the screen's too small. Well, I'll send you a PDF. Read it for me, because I know they
Yeah,
can't read it. Yes,
yeah,
you've learned a few Hebrew words. Yes, you learned enough that you can, I guess,
yeah.
pretend like you can read the whole entire thing. But guess what? You're gonna fail because not even the fact that you can't read that, a lot of them can't read that.
I've never heard. Listen, I don't.
Right.
I see people with Hebrew letters. I be thinking like these. I be seeing niggas call themselves elders. I'm talking. I went through all through Facebook, and every time I thought a person could read Hebrew, I'm like, yo, what what this is? And they just don't. They just putting letters up. They don't know. The half these people can't read no Hebrew. And I
Hmm.
don't even know nobody that ever read to get. They can read a whole chapter. I mean, I just have it. You know what I mean? I don't. That don't. I'm not saying that people can't, but I just said I haven't ran into. Y'all shit is the closest thing that I know that can, that I've seen him translate some stuff and read it, like he did on the show.
Yeah,
But other than that, I haven't
let
Mhm.
seen
me tell
nobody
you
else.
The
something. Let me tell
bird,
you
the mighty
something.
bird can too, though,
Yeah,
ain't it?
no, the mighty
Yeah, I never
bird.
really met him.
He
I've
can
never
read
really
it.
met him.
He can actually read it, speak it fluently, and if he was on here, he would have put us all on the side and say, none of y'all know what the hell you're talking about. That's why it's like, what I'm saying, it's very dangerous when it comes down to people turning around and writing that language thing. Because let me
Yeah,
tell you something. Just because you know a language that is, highly sought after, I guess, for that prestige look, doesn't mean that you're going to give me the exact word where it's supposed to have been written. Because you're not
yeah,
going to do it. Why you
Right,
think
I
if why
agree.
you think to this day nowadays a lot of when it get tampered with? Why do you think it's been tampered with? The
Right.
confusion isn't really with the tampering. The confusion is with
Hmm.
the distractions that people are letting distract them, and that's what the problem.
Didn't you say didn't you say he believed in Jesus and stuff?
Yep,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't give a damn what he knows. He ain't gonna tell me shit because as long as you
I'm
stick with
done.
Jesus,
exactly,
nigga,
Exactly.
you ain't shit if you believe Jesus.
if you be and
I'm
then
just
if you
saying
be
that.
Yeah, that's
around and
You
right.
if you
can't
be
tell me
around him long
nothing.
enough, if you be around him long
You can
enough,
learn 20
you'll
languages,
see
niggas.
what he's talking
You
about
eating
is
that
what I'm
motherfucker.
saying.
Yeah, I hear you.
You gonna look
Yeah,
like a fool to me. I'm just being
yeah,
honest.
And that's what I wanted.
You can't be but so smart but still believe in Jesus. I'm just
Right.
saying, bro.
That's
exactly.
what I wanted to let Terry know. I was trying to say, if we have to stop and say, all right, you're right, what you're saying about that. So we have to all stop, right, and rely on you. When
Yeah,
I saying if I have to rely on him, then I'm gonna have a problem because that means I'm gonna have to throw out all of the scripture breakdowns I've ever done that I know that what I'm saying that he would struggle with, being that he knows the Hebrew because it wasn't about the language that was the way to break it down. It's needing
yeah,
to know. You have to get into those people's mindset. You got to actually dig
yeah.
deep. You
That's why I
have to
said
study that shit.
that's why I said you gotta know the culture too. If you don't understand the
Hmm.
culture, if you don't understand the ancient cultures, that's why I talk about mythology and that and symbolism because that was a part of that area in
Right,
ancient time. That's what it was a part of. Even if people don't want to agree with it or act like the Bible is just 100% literal, I tell people no, it's mythology and it's symbolism in it because everybody else had it. How Mesopotamia had it, Babylon, Syria, all of them had it, Egypt had it, the Greek, everybody had it, but we the only ones that didn't have it. Yo, we had that in there too because it doesn't it doesn't make stuff fake. But people hear mythology and hear fake. It's only means is to preserve it. Just like you said the other day when they put the vowels in the language, they help to preserve it. It's just
Hmm.
something that preserve it. But when you try to preserve something and
right,
add something, it kind of waters it down.
Well, you
right.
take the you take the
Kind of
you
makes
take
it
them vowels. You
inaccurate.
take the vowels away though, then you're gonna have a whole bunch that's struggling.
Mm.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
that's what I said. You take all that mythology away and really probably learn the amen. Heavy people would have made it to understand that. You know what I'm saying?
Would you be wrong in if you replace where it says chariot with car? Would you be wrong for doing that?
Chariot with car.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
wouldn't be
I mean,
wrong.
plane.
I don't know. I would put college in the same. I mean, it ain't the same thing, but I mean, shit,
But
it
you
is.
know
Yeah,
that we living in this world at this time
Yeah,
frame right now. I don't see nobody riding in no chariot.
yeah,
spaceships.
Oh
yeah.
God, don't go there. There you talk
Yeah,
about
they
the
believe them
whole the
spaceships
whole
coming.
the whole Ezekiel doctrine that a lot of
Yeah,
I call it. I don't even know if that's established from One West. That whole
I
thing.
think that come from Farrakhan.
Yeah, probably.
I think
It's
that
yeah,
come
it
from
crazy.
Mr.
does.
It's all
Islam.
craziness.
Because
When
I'm gonna tell you, it's a guy in there. People don't know. It's a guy, in the RSVK. He's called. See, they have foot soldiers, they have officers, they have generals. General Han is not the only general. He's just the one they chose to be the face of ISBK. So it's other generals. But then they have a high priest, right? His name is High
Right.
Priest Yashiyar. Now, when
Mhm.
I met him, he had a Gucci shirt on, he had a red glove, he had some dress pants and some dress shoes.
Mhm.
He
Red
had a
glove.
yeah, so you know and you know
What
and you
the?
know how the you know how the pharaohs have that hat where it come on you go all the way down on the side, both sides of his head.
Mm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Mhm.
Yeah, so he had that hat that he had like a do rag hat thing on, and then he had the two things going to the side, and he had spaceships on it, and it had Yahweh, and you know in the four letters. So he's talking, and he's basically saying that damn, what's the guy name that got in trouble for Dr. York?
Yeah,
He
Dr.
said that
York.
they told Dr. York about the aliens because he used to come to their class. Then he said aliens, they believe 2 million aliens is coming down with Jesus, right? And they're
Your
going to
code and
slave.
all
They're
that
going to
shit.
slave all the Europeans and all this other crazy stuff, right? So he teaches too that Chinese people are Israelites. That he teaches, put it this way, he teaches out of what the ISUBK teaches. So they kind of had him
Oh man.
because he doesn't teach what ISUBK teaches. So he said a lot of stuff that ISUBK wouldn't that you don't hear him saying. So he kind of like he still teaching class and stuff inside of ISUBK, but it's like they kind of put he was on side another like one time. You know what I'm saying? They kind of put him away though, but yeah, he real like he looked like a street guy. You know what I'm saying? He had a Gucci shirt on with the dress come with the glove on. Then he had the little hat thing with the aliens on it. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, he was cool though. You know what I'm saying? But I just know that they people don't know that they go higher than that. Like General Han is like the only general. It's actually other generals, and then there's officers, and then there's foot soldiers, and then there's a high priest.
Question. And Smash Idol did say this question, and I agreed with her. All right. Like say the Samaritan Hebrew, right? The Samaritan's Hebrew versus a
I never even heard of that. That's crazy.
well, obviously the Samaritan was separated like way before the like Judah, literally. So that
So when you saying Samaritan, you saying Samaritan?
hmm
So who is a Samaritan?
the Samaritan is more of the house of Israel,
Oh, okay, okay.
the house, the house out. But their Hebrew.
I thought you were saying Sumerian at first. That's why I was like,
Oh
what?
no 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 no
Okay,
Samaritan Samaritan the
okay,
Samaritan Hebrew, the house of Israel, their Hebrew versus
oh,
Judah's
okay,
Hebrew. The house of Judah. It's totally different, but they both spoke Hebrew.
oh, okay, okay.
Now, what's funny is how did their Hebrews change versus you know Judah's Hebrew?
I mean, like I said before, when we were talking, and we didn't really go deep into it. We were talking outside of the platform. I was saying because I wanted to know if we got a slave by Egypt, and then we got a slave by Babylonians, we got a slave by the Syrians, we got a slave by how did this language keep intact?
Preserve,
Yeah, how
preserve.
did it get preserved? And did we attach any of their language to our language? Like you see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
do we
but if you
have
say
any
if you say
Babylonian?
that hey, if you say that right, then you open up a whole can of worms, which it goes back to like I was trying to say to him. He want to go what he's gonna, and I'm not picking on him, but those that play that game, they're gonna have to be subjected to the same questions that like you're asking, because the oldest that we can pull out, right, would be the Leningrad's Codex in its complete form, right?
Mhm.
But the problem with that is, what is it tied to? It's tied to Babylon. So guess what? It's going to have influence with it, or Aramaic influence. It's going to have Syriac influence. It's going to be influenced. So it's not going to be pure.
I don't know. I mean, I can see that because I mean, it's just like now. We came over here. We speak English. You know, because the English took over. The South America they speak Spanish because the Spanish took over. So I'm like, if we're saying we got to slave down there 9 times
how
in
do we
here,
speak? How do we?
how we
How do
didn't
we
yeah,
speak
how we
English now?
preserve yeah how
How-
did we preserve this language and that get influenced by the language of people who had it enslaved for that long time. So
Exactly.
that's just the answers. That's the questions I have because I like to ask questions because I'm one of the people I don't act like I know everything. You know what I'm saying? I
The
ain't
funny
saying
thing is,
everybody do, but I think the greatest teacher. When I go teach, I tell people the greatest student because I
mhm.
learn first before I go teach other people stuff. I don't try to, you know, go off like I know everything.
Well, the problem is the key thing is they're trying to say pure language, where you ain't gonna have no pure language. That's impossible.
Agree.
It's
Yeah, I don't think
impossible.
so. Yeah, I don't agree. I think it ain't either. Yeah, because I just can't see it. I don't. I mean, I can't. I don't even think that like when we talk about the not the metanet, the hieroglyphs in Egypt. I agree with Commission said man, a lot of the Greeks when they took over Egypt, they put some of them words and alphabets inside of there, so that shit is like watered down too. You know what I mean? It's just that's what they
Right.
did.
When I used to go against the Egyptologists, that's what I used to hit them with. I used to turn around and say, "Well, you know what? The Egyptian dialect that you have now has been influenced by the Greeks. In other words, all those things that you're talking about, those uh, those monuments and everything like that. Guess what? Those were also influenced by the Greeks. Because if you go to ancient Greece, right, and look at those monuments, they have over there Egyptian inscriptions. So
Yeah,
what's going on here? You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? And those are original Egyptian inscriptions, but it's not uh, Egyptians who did it. It's because the Greeks came up with those ideas. So guess what those inscriptions are when you see it in Egypt? They're Greek.
yeah. I agree. I agree. The Coptic, that's basically like a Greek what? Greek. I don't know what the other language is mixed with, but I know it's Greek in it. The Coptic language that everybody used to always talk about. Um, and like I tell people, when people talk about Egypt, I notice most people is talking about the Greek Egypt. Even the black people, they not talking about the
Hmm.
the, the old kingdom and the middle kingdom. They
No.
talking about the
Right.
Coptic dynasty.
To be honest with you, let's
Right.
go with let's go with the old kingdom and the new kingdom. Let's go with where does it say where the pyramids at? How does that connect with biblical with the Bible? What do we read in the Bible? Is anything in there to say that that's that area? Nothing there, right?
Uh,
But we automatically assume because we know we are amazed at the pyramids. We're amazed at all those things. So we automatically assume that those connect with the Egyptians enslaving Israel to build those things, or somewhat in that situation. But that's Upper and Lower Egypt difference.
yeah, yeah. I told you know what, because that's how I know people don't know, right? Because I used to be like an Egypt guy when I first left church. I studied all these type of things, right? So when I talk to a so-called Kemetic, right, I let them know, listen, I know you for one thing. You don't really know because Kemetic is a Greek name for one thing, right?
Okay.
Egypt is a Greek name.
Mhm.
Isis is a Greek name. Horus is a Greek name. All these names you name is Greek for one thing, right?
Mhm.
Kemet only mean black land or the black land or whatever they. Then you have the red land. Then you
Mhm.
have lower and upper Kemet, right? But
Mhm.
then at certain times you have pharaohs that united it together,
Mhm.
which it was called Timeri. So
Okay.
when people so and then I tell people them tombs y'all fascinated over ain't I mean them pyramids ain't nothing but tombs. That's
Mhm.
it. They're tombs.
Yep.
It's a shape, it's a square shape up top, and then the
Glorified
tube at the
tombs.
bottom, so it's actually shaped like a diamond.
Mhm.
You see what I'm
When you get
saying?
it, when you get a chance, right? And this is the gem, right? And I believe this alone. I'm not going to break the subject up anymore because it's
Yeah.
already been proved. Look up the Tiberian Hebrew, and that's where it's going to get
I'm
even
married in
rougher.
Hebrew. What?
Tiberian Hebrew.
I ain't never heard of that. That's crazy. I'm gonna look that up. Yeah, and then when you go to and then people don't know it's more pyramids in Sudan, which was Nubia, which was
Hmm.
damn, what's the other name? It was Nubia, Sudan, and Kush. That was the area. So it's more tombs, it's more pyramids down there than any place. You know what I'm saying? They say a lot of they talk this Egypt stuff, but a lot of them was influenced by the Nubians too. So it's like, what I mean? Like I said, it's just people. I learned that people don't really. This is just like the evolutionists, right? Like I said, When I talk to these guys, they say they evolutionists. I take the presentation I did, I broke it down from the single cell all the way to the water being to when it became a fish, to how the fish got on the land, so how the fish supposed to grew legs, it was hairy and lost hair, so how this how they start walking on 2 feet and going up trees and stuff, and then by them going to different places, they supposed to got taller and all this other stuff. So when I went to them and say, I don't agree with this, you know what they say? Oh, I don't really study evolution like that. But the whole time when you're talking to these other people, you're making it seem like you know all this and you're trying to use it against them. But when you see somebody that actually can research, you will be like, "Oh, I don't study it." You might got to go ask what you call it. So why you talking like that? So I started just learning, man. A lot of people be faking, man. A lot of people be faking the religion, reading books. A lot of people be faking the history science. A lot of people don't research. I research it because I love doing it. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
That's
It's
right.
something I love doing. This is my hobby. Mother's go play basketball. Mother's go do this party. I read books all day. I study. I read. You know what I'm saying? I look up
I
for.
respect.
I pray to the Most High every day. You know what I'm saying? That's what this is stuff I do.
I respect you 100%. I respect, you know, Bakar. I respect uh uh smashing out. I respect Yasha 100%. The only time when it comes to a disrespectful situation is when one of us, any of us, will try to push upon the next, like that I'm better than the next
Yeah,
person.
yeah,
You better than
right.
me. And
Right.
then those tactics come out. I bite my tongue a lot because I don't want to, like,
You know.
mess up the message. But in all reality, if the person pisses me off to that certain degree, then I'm gonna go all out. I'm gonna say, let me tell you something. And then I think
I
I'm gonna
think
be like Birdman, like, dude. I said, I don't care how much Hebrew you know. All right, knowing that shit means nothing if you don't understand what you
yeah,
read.
yeah, yeah. Cause you read Huber, you shouldn't even believe in no Jesus. I don't know what the hell he doing. That's just weird.
Hmm.
He supposed to get rid of him. Yeah, so she started reading that in that language. That's crazy. But
Hmm.
I think people just can't get rid of him, man. I know I've talked to people that try to bring them just to y'all. They halfway. What happens is a lot of people keep them on. I call them keep them on a shoestring, right? Because I had them like that at first. First it was like, oh Jesus, he's black. Oh no, okay, Jesus ain't the son of God. He's a prophet. Oh no,
Hmm.
Jesus. I started slowly falling away from him far, but I kept trying to keep him around. Not, and I tell people it's not because I really believe he existed or worshipped him is because I was scared to go to hell. And then, and once I understood that this Christian hell didn't exist, then it was over with him. It was over for him. You know what I'm
Does
saying?
he even? Does he? What I would say is he relevant today? Even if he did exist, let's say, boy, we wrong. All of the Torah, we wrong. He existed. What is his relevance today? That's the big question.
I mean, I don't think he had reference then. I mean, shit, he didn't do
I
nothing.
know what I'm saying. Look,
Right.
take your Torah only bias away, right? Just think about it.
Mm.
Let's say for wishful thinking that he actually existed. Well, now we got to say, what is his relevance today? What is the greater message of what he came to do and what he did that's relevant today?
None of
If
that stuff
today
makes
we still
sense.
have the same problem as we had, right, or
Yeah,
even worse, we're worse off
yeah,
now since he been here than we was before
exactly.
he got
I,
here. You
I
get what
feel
I'm
like
Exactly.
saying?
I feel like even for the little smallest thing, like turning the other cheek, you ain't about to letting a man slap you around. I'm
I
sorry.
know. Yeah.
I'm not. I'm sorry.
I mean,
So
think about this, right? He was homeless. He ain't had nowhere to go. So I told the Chris I tell Chris all the time. I said, man, when Jesus come back, what if he was homeless again? Y'all motherfuckers wouldn't even know. Y'all waiting for a king or something to come around and fly out the sky. What if this nigga
hmm
come as a homeless person and say he Jesus?
well, the thing is, not even if he coming, but you got to remember, it's important for us to know when he's coming, because I don't know, like you guys, you're gonna start aging too much, and then you're gonna die.
Yeah, I think
If he
Tupac.
comes back and you dead, it means nothing for you.
I think Tupac might come back before he come. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I think he
Mhm.
come back. I think he come back twice before Jason
Mhm.
show up.
I mean, from what the scriptures I read, I'm like, I don't think I want him to come back. Shit, it sounds like he gonna cause hell when he come back in this motherfucker.
Exactly.
It don't sound like no peaceful shit when he come back, because it says, "Know that I have not come for peace. I come with a
Hmm.
sword." I'm
Mhm.
gonna have your mother and daughter against each other, your father and son. I mean, damn, that don't sound
Yeah.
like nothing I want to have. I mean, we already have it, but you know, they saying the ocean's gonna be covered with blood, and that sounds
Uh-huh.
terrible. That sounds terrible.
Mm-mm.
You gonna release the white horse on us, disease, death? Like what the hell?
Need the white horse.
That-
Mhm.
Mm.
So instead of like at the end, instead of us like being like just go ahead and just destroy me, you go do what? You you, you gonna make me burn it forever, and I'm gonna feel it forever. I mean, what
Mm-mm.
kind of shit is that? Just destroy me.
yeah, yeah, it's
Mm.
crazy.
Let me fall in the hands of
Give
God.
me give me a chance to get
Man.
out the fire. Or what the hell?
I remember I asked Chris. I said, "Well, I said, how he coming back down here?" He told me on the horse, right? I said, "So where he get the horse from?" I was like, "What is it gonna be like? What's an alien horse? Like what the fuck? What kind of horse is this that he?" I'm sorry, is horses up there? He just gonna jump on the horse and come back down here? I don't know,
But
man.
you know the same ones who turn around and say dogs don't go to heaven,
Yeah,
Mm.
but horses do. Horses come from heaven, but dogs don't.
yeah,
Mm.
that's crazy.
Oh shoot, we got
Mm.
like 5 minutes for 11. This day go automatically stop. We will play them in 5 hours.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Well, I'll let it run out and see what happens. I'm gonna see what goes. Now I know
yeah.
he gonna be. I know Yasha gonna be mad at me, but why? I
He'll
didn't
be
come.
all right.
I didn't come and attack you. The thing
He'll
was,
calm
I
down.
wasn't trying to attack.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I think he just misheard some stuff, man. Because I don't know. I can't because the way he was coming at you, it just sounded like that you basically he would thought you were just trying to say you don't need to break down the language or nothing. You could just. I mean, I get what you're saying that you can because I like I said I did it too, but I still break down the language, and I know you break down the language.
Hmm.
You know, I know you got this dead sea screen, you got all type of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
that would be invalid. I wouldn't need all of that shit
yeah.
if I
So
would did it.
I think he just misunderstood what you said. I think he was trying to say, look, I can just read the junk in English and I know way more than you know in the Hebrew. I guess that's what he thought you were trying to say. And I get what you were trying to say. I get what you were trying to say because you're saying we trying to say that some of these verses you don't even need to learn the Hebrew because we can understand it's not about that,
He's got to
about the
realize
situation that they put us in.
I've been around guys that can speak that shit more fluid than him, and I had battles with them on breaking down scripture. And so think
Yeah,
about it. How you gonna think you're gonna come up with that statement to me when I've had that situation? It's not
yeah,
gonna work. So if you're thinking that you're gonna use because I don't read Hebrew as a upper hand on me, you can forget it because I ain't gonna care about that.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I think they do. They do. It happens. It's crazy because it's happened in the same way with the Amarash squad and Commission. Like Commission, he don't really know it. He's learning more now, but at first he didn't really know. He studied the Jones like we did, but they were saying, "Oh, we know how
Right.
to speak we know how to speak the hieroglyphs," but they still couldn't. Like he still was making them look dumb because like I said, you got to comprehend. You got to understand what it's saying. Just because you know what the fucking word said, you can just say, "Oh, this word means this." And can you put it together?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand how the? Can you put the history over it? Can you put the culture over it? Can you bring it to me in a full to where I can understand what this is? Because a lot of that should say. A lot of that shit that say in English sounds crazy. I mean, they talk about
Hmm.
penis and I mean, they talk about all type of crazy shit. Like it don't even make sense. You know what I mean? So it's like, why would they put a penis and put it in the man's mouth and all this? What kind of shit is this? You know what I'm saying? And they say, oh, that's just a symbolism. What kind of symbolism is that?
I wish.
You know what I'm saying? What kind of
Mm-hmm.
symbolism is that? You got a picture with the man backwards, he got his penis in his mouth. What kind of, I mean, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I agree that you can study it, and if you comprehend it, and if you really research it, and you understand the culture, you understand how they thought, how ancient thought, you know, Hebrew thought. I think you can. I think you can do because I've done it. I've seen you do it. I think and I've seen other people do it. So I, I just think I think it can't happen because I've learned a lot from doing it like that.
He'll end up, and I hate to say it, he'll end up like Birdman with me. I say, well, forget it. Let's don't do this live on no thing where we can show shit. Let's go on the damn scriptures where we can have to speak it. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna break down such and such. I'm gonna use the English and you use the Hebrew. You think you're
Yeah.
gonna get the attention of the people? Because
I mean,
I'm gonna
I
be
don't want to
I'm gonna be
get like
speaking a
that because
language a lot
last
of us know and
I don't
understand.
want to get
Then
like that because
other ones,
last time that happened, we ain't, motherfuckers ain't get on shows for like 3, 4, 5 months, a year or something. You know what I mean?
nah, I
So
wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do
Mm-hmm.
I
that to
think
y'all.
it's no. I'm just saying. I'm talking about the show as a whole. Like it just kind of everybody kind of fell back from it. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say I don't really want to get into that. It's like because I think we going on the road to what we doing now. Like you know, this is the most I ever seen you do shows. So it's like I just want to keep that going. I like that. This is like your third show in what, like 4, 5 days. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
Hmm.
yeah, I'm working on some stuff too. So we just got to keep going and going and going. Get a call on something. Get Smash Idol on
Oh
something.
yes, sir. Yes,
Like,
sir.
I be sending y'all research and stuff. You know, I see y'all everywhere too. I see y'all on Sonata. I see y'all online. There,
Yeah, I
but these
know I
brothers
be
be learning
trolling.
from everywhere.
Matter of
These,
fact, I gotta
hey,
be
bro.
fair. I gotta be fair to myself because I told Brother Bakar in the very beginning that I had already had it set up for it. I'm just gonna
Mm,
show this. This right here was my slide for that, and I didn't even do it tonight. You know what I'm saying? I can
mm,
go on and go on. I was already prepared. I know everything what he was talking about. I had him
Yeah,
already here. You get what I'm saying? I
yeah.
had did my thing on there. I just chose not to do it because I figured doing that, what is it gonna do? You know what I'm saying?
you're right.
Is it gonna correct anything? No, it's gonna be the same situation from before. You see it. I had all this information. It is nothing new.
So, I mean, just should. I mean, put up the mall shit. You know what I mean? I think we supposed to do platforms not for each other. I mean,
Hmm.
it is for each other. You know, we can learn from each other, but it's for the listeners.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's for the people who's trying to learn, because people want to learn. And I tell y'all, should I
Right.
tell everybody that people want to learn from you, man. So don't go off out the way. So when people looking for
Mm-hmm.
different because you saying something or you saying something, they be like, damn, I thought I was just trying to learn. So people want to come on the show. People want to go in the chats and they want to know what you're talking about. They want to learn. They want
Mm-hmm.
to hear real discussions. When people start arguing and they go back and forth, some people like it. Then some people, that's the people that want the drama. But the people who really want to
Right.
learn, they gonna fall off and say, "Man, I don't want. I'll go somewhere else." You know what I mean? So I
Hmm.
like the way that we teach because, like I said, even if we don't agree, we don't have to always just say you're wrong, I'm right. It can be a point where, okay, you show me something, I show you something, and then just let them learn from us. We ain't got to always try to correct each other either. You know what I
But
mean?
I
If you
don't
want
want
to
to use.
correct each other, let's
I
do
don't
it.
want to use the tool of saying I disagree. I agree to disagree because when you're doing that, you kind of doing it to say I just ain't gonna hear your shit. That's that. You know what I'm saying? Just hit a man out. That's all. If
Yeah,
you disagree with it, you disagree with it. Nobody gonna say that. But to
yeah,
just turn around and just say that, that's kind of like what you saying. I don't believe your shit because I don't care
yeah.
what
I
you
mean,
say.
I understand. Like when somebody said it to me, it seemed like you're telling me I ain't even listening to what you're saying because I ain't gonna agree
Yeah.
with it. You know, I think a person should at least open up to what a person's saying because you might because it been times that I might have talked to somebody and I'd be like I ain't even trying to hear that, but I am listening. I don't get
Hmm.
me wrong, I am listening, and I come back and be like, you're right. So I try to do it as less as I can because when tempers get aroused, man, you don't care what nobody say. If I feel
Hmm.
like you disrespected me, or I feel like you set me up, or I feel like anytime I ain't trying to hear nothing you saying. You know what I'm saying? So I
Hmm.
think it got to get to a point where you got to learn how to talk to somebody when you're trying to teach them something, and you got to learn how to listen. You know what I'm saying? These two
Hmm.
things that people got to do because you say the wrong word to somebody, man, you gonna mess up everything, and that person ain't trying to hear nothing you saying.
And the whole name of God thing, that would have been a fist fight. So I don't even do those type of things because you know
Yeah,
what, no matter what, people gonna have their own what they're gonna hold on, and that's what they're gonna hold on to, and nothing
yeah,
you can do. You know what I'm saying? You can
yeah.
say,
And like Smash Idol, he a passionate brother, and I can tell
mm-hmm,
because I was like that. I was a we call each other we call it hat head. I was a hat head like that because I was a passionate. So people think that I'm just trying to come at people and used to be yelling at people, be mad, but I'm like, no, I'm passionate because I this is something I love. This is something I love doing. So I'm into it. So I don't want you to think that when you hear me get loud sometimes that I ain't. I'm not. That don't mean I'm mad at you. I'm trying to yell at you. It's like I'm just passionate about it. You know what I mean? But I try not to use certain disrespectful words like you know what I mean. Like we would agree just to disagree. Because when I say if I tell you we agree this to this, that means I don't want to talk about them, or I don't want to listen. I don't agree with you saying.
Yeah.
You know, I moved
Same
to
thing with
something.
me. If I
And
like I
I,
said, I'm just saying that. Listen, I don't want to hear your bullshit.
yeah. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to keep talking about it. You know what I'm saying? Move on. You know, so if I ever say that, that just be like we talked about this shit too long. I know you because I'm to a point I don't want to keep talking about something I know we ain't gonna agree on something. So if I know that you are stuck on this and I'm stuck on this, and we don't show each other information and we still saying the opposite, then I'm gonna move on because I don't want to keep prolonging it. Once I know that you ain't gonna budge and I ain't gonna budge, all right, let's go to something else. 'Cause all that gonna do is gonna get hotter and hotter and hotter. You know what I mean? And people gonna argue.
Mm, it's crazy.
Now, if you want to debate, you know what I'm saying? Like I said before, when y'all did the debate, I think it should have been. I told her, I said, man, it's great. I said, I don't look at it as bad. Of y'all try. I think it's two elders. They go bring out information because a debate's supposed to be you bring out information for the people. But we
Hmm.
we always turn into some wrestling shit because we black people always want to do that shit to each other. White people don't do that shit to each other. I see white scholars and shit that they sit down with each other, they talk to each other, they bring out the information, and they fucking ready to go eat, drink coffee after that. We ready to kill each other after this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I just think we got to get to that point where, hey, if I don't agree with something, we do debate. Let's go debate it real quick.
Mm. Let me answer this guy's question here, and I like that. So I ain't gonna. It's a random guy's name is AKRS1. The question is, Shalom brothers, five candlestick menorah. What's the reason for five instead of seven? That's an interesting question. You have to
Hmm.
look at it. What was the reason why it had seven in the first place? All right. And then you got to think about it. It was representation of the temple. That's what that was, seven branches. Now, why was it five? Blah, blah, blah. Think about that. That's something that was additional, that came more like through tradition, through modern, I guess, how we say it, after Babylon, those type of things. It really should be seven, not five, just to let them know.
Oh, yeah, that motherfucker. You see the mixer I put it with that picture fire in it.
Hmm. Oh, yeah, because before the one I had, I think it was other people.
Yeah.
But that's all good. It's all good. And I hope that answered your question, brother. Literally, what I'm saying is that the seven it was original. Five is just what they just came up with. I don't
Yeah,
believe in the five. I believe in the seven.
let's see. That's something I just learned. So I ain't even like, oh,
Hmm.
well, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I just know people use it as a symbol. So.
Yeah, it's exactly a symbol. That's what it is too. But it
Yeah.
shouldn't. It shouldn't really be five. It should be seven.
Oh, okay.
Hmm. But other than that, tomorrow, would you say you working on something anyway? I don't know. You probably won't be ready. I may
Yeah,
just come
yeah.
back Sunday, take a break from the night, and come back Sunday.
Yeah, I'm trying to work on something. To see I got a couple of jobs, but I'll just be seeing what I'm gonna really get into.
It says, indeed, brothers, thank you. Yeah, no problem. No problem. But like, I
But
like
yeah,
that. I like those.
make sure you subscribe to DOA Hit Squad, man.
Yeah, we like guys to come in and bring questions or come in and they have something that they can
Yeah,
talk about.
anytime
They
you
can
want to
come here
join,
too.
come on. Yeah, anytime you
Hmm.
want to join, pop up. You want to do a show, you want to do interview. We go, we'll do all that.
Absolutely.
This is something we enjoy doing, man. This is something we love. What does it say? It
Oh,
was
that's
a
the
great
brother
show.
Carl. What a
Oh
great
yeah,
show.
peaceful, Carl.
Yeah. But like I said, I'll probably, if you want to tomorrow, I mean, I open up, but like I said, I ain't gonna have nothing structured, which I don't really have no problem with just going at it, another one like this,
Yeah.
you know. You know. But other
Yeah.
than that, yeah, I was keeping it going, keeping it going, keeping it going, because you keep what inspired me with these videos and music. That's what caused it.
Yeah, you see the other side of the thing, right?
Yeah, the one that you sent earlier.
Yeah, the one I put back to it. Yeah. Yeah, I did
Hmm.
text you.
Yeah, you're breaking up now. For some reason, everything was good. Your voice breaking up.
Yeah, the one I did. The one I showed you.
Yeah, that the one that you sent me earlier. Yeah, trust me, it got me. It driven me.
Yeah.
But I said I'll say that for next week. So we're gonna come up with some whole new topics. But yeah, you gotta get that Satan one off. You know what I'm saying? Get that one over. You know? But other than that, you know what? I'm about to close this down. Damn, it seems like more and more people are coming on. All right. I don't know if you can still respond, but I'm gonna say peace out. Thank you for everybody who came out. Brother Smash and Anna, Brother Vicar, Brother Yasha, and the young lady from earlier. All right. I know people be up late, but gotta go, gotta go. So I'm gonna say my keyword. If you want to meet here tomorrow, I'll try to have it up again around 7ish, 8, somewhere around. Well, I ain't gonna do it that early. So everybody gotta observe who observed the spot and all that. So I'll do it 10. That'll be a good time. But other than that, shalom. Peace.
DOA is in the house. I said DOA hit squad, yeah, that's the channel name. From the digital dome, we ain't playing no game. We got a crew of knowledge sharp, ready to attack. Laying down the foundation, ain't no turning back. First up on the track, the mastermind on the mix. He's cooking up the facts, no room for dirty tricks. It's the DOA hit squad, yeah, only origin. We bring in the fire, watch the history begin. From the scrolls to the stars, the wisdom we share. Science, history, Torah, put your hands in the air. We break down the lies, expose the fraud and the fable. Truth on the table, DOA is forever stable. Yeah, give it up for Eric, the mad scientist, yeah, that's his title. Dropping formulas, making knowledge vital. He's in the lab with the facts, dissecting the fiction, proving the theorem with back in depiction. Then you got the wisdom of Yeshua and Yisrael, unpacking the ancient text, no need for the shallow. Word is bond, understanding is the only mission. Breaking down the scriptures with pure recognition. Hold up, pay attention, listen close to the flow. The foundational truth, that's what we aim to show. We got Smash, Idol, and Baker Torah, standing firm and tall. It's Torah only, I only answering the righteous call. We dig deep in the archives, we study every source, confirming the record, setting the proper course. It's the DOA hit squad, yeah, only origin. We bring in the fire, watch the history begin. From the scrolls to the stars, the wisdom we share. Science, history, Torah, put your hands in the air. We break down the lies, expose the fraud and the fable. Truth on the table, DOA is forever stable. Yeah, you ready for the knowledge? You ready for the heat? Subscribe, hit the bell, can't be beat. It's the DOA hit squad. Hit squad. Hey, hey. DOA hit squad. Hey, DOA hit squad. DOA hit squad. Hey, stay tuned. Peace. How's you?